The sunset like spilled orange juice bathed the entire classroom in thick warm light. Chen Xi. I've liked you for a long time. The girl's cheeks were as red as a ripe apple as she handed over the love letter that made all the boys envious. Chen Xi took the paper and showed a gentle smile. Okay. The girl was slightly stunned, her eyes instantly moist. That's great. I thought. Tears rolled down her cheeks, and she frantically wiped them with the back of her hand, but the more she wiped the more tears came. Seeing her crying uncontrollably, Chun, she quickly took out a tissue from his pocket and handed it to her. Don't cry, this is a good thing, he said softly with a faint smile. The girl took the tissue and wiped her face haphazardly. Her eyes were still red, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help lifting. Then, what are we now? Boyfriend and girlfriend. Chun, she said those 4 words very naturally. Come on, I'll treat you to milk tea. The girl nodded vigorously, her eyes still red, but her smile was exceptionally bright. The key had just been inserted into the lock when the door swung open by itself. A petite figure dashed into Chen Xi's arms like a cannonball. Brother Chen Xi. Welcome home. Keke wrapped her arms and legs around him, rubbing her head against his chest. You're 17 minutes and 36 seconds later than usual. She lifted her face, her amber eyes burning brightly under the light. All right, just get down first. I'm holding a strawberry cake. Chen Xi tried to peel her off, but she only clung tighter. Really? Keke's eyes instantly lit up, but then she tightened her arms. No, the cake can wait. I want a hug now. Honestly, you're so old, and still so silly. Chen Xi sighed, placed the cake box on the entrance cabinet, and reached out to support her thighs to keep her from slipping. Hehe, I'm just happy to see Brother Chen Xi. You're happy, but I've had a long day of classes, and am exhausted. Brother Chen, she works hard to take care of Keke. Keke, finally satisfied, slid down from him. After steadying herself, she took out a neatly folded piece of paper from her hoodie pocket. With a nearly reverent gesture, she unfolded it and laid it out before Chen Xi. The bold black title printed XXXX application form. Chen Xi's temples throbbed. He raised his hand and pressed them. Keke, what are you up to again? What do you mean? Brother Chen Xi. Look, I'm ready. Keke pointed at the terms on the paper, her tone excited. How about it? I'm awesome, right? Let's go now. She grabbed his arm and was about to rush out the door, even flinging off one of her slippers. Chen Xi's head throbbed with pain. Keke stopped first. He pulled her back. She turned to look at him. Brother Chen Xi, what's wrong? Keke pouted, looking dissatisfied. Keke, we talked about this yesterday. It's impossible. Chen Xi tried to keep his tone calm. Why is it impossible? Keke's eyes shone with a stubborn light. If your parents in heaven saw you like this, how sad would they be? Yeah. He tried to hold her back with his last rational defense. At the mention of her parents, the smile on Keke's face vanished, and her voice became sharp. Those people who abandoned Keke, I don't care what they think. No one can separate me from brother. Chen Xi was choked by this twisted logic and couldn't say a word. Troubled. Damn troubled. 6 years ago on that rainy day, Keke's world lost its sound and color. Her parents had both died in an accident. A black hearse, white wreaths, and an innocent Keke stood in the crowd with hollow eyes that tugged at the heart. At the funeral, Keke was surrounded by relatives with varied expressions, and their whispers stabbed like needles. Chen Xi, as the older neighbor boy who was close to Keke, couldn't bear to watch. He resolutely stepped forward and took her cold little hand. Brother Chen Xi, where are my mom and dad? Why are they lying in that box? They won't get up. Are they abandoning Keke? Keke, who had just finished junior high, tightly gripped his hand, her eyes filled with innocent fear. Her little hand was icy cold like a piece of ice that could never be warmed. Chen Xi smiled bitterly, crouched down, and reached out to wipe away her tears. It's okay, Keke. You still have me. But at that time, he had just stumbled into his senior year of high school. Since Keke was a student, she ultimately needed a guardian, not a free person who could decide her own fate. In the end, Keke was sent to her uncle's family in the city, separated by thousands of mountains and rivers. He could only occasionally use the landline at his uncle's house to hear her voice. Brother Chen Xi, I miss you so much. Brother Chen Xi, even though uncle and aunt are nice, I still want to be with you. Brother Chen Xi, when will you come to pick me up? And he could only repeat that promise over and over. Soon, Keke, once I get into college, I'll bring you out. That year he gave up manga, threw away his game controller, and declined all social activities. He studied desperately. If not dead, then study to death. Finally, that bright red admission letter was tightly clutched in his sweaty hands. A university very close to Keke. He trembled with excitement, took out his phone, wanting to tell her the news immediately. Before he could dial, an unknown number called first. He swiped to answer. Hello? Is this Chen Xi? The female voice on the phone was calm, with some indistinct chatter in the background. Yes, who is this? This is the police station of XXXX Street, XXX District, XX City. Chen Xi frowned. Police station. Looking for me. Could it be a scam call? He was about to hang up. The next sentence from the other side instantly shattered all the hope he had earned with a year of hard work. We have something about Keke. You need to come here immediately. It was late at night when they arrived. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, Chen Xi spotted her at once. Keke was curled up on a bench in the corner, wearing an ill-fitting old garment. The wide collar had slipped down, revealing her bony collarbone. Her long hair covered her face, but it could not hide the glaring bandage around her wrist stained with dark red bloodstains. 2 police officers were gathered around her trying to hand a slice of strawberry cake to Keke. Yet Keke showed no reaction, not even lifting her eyelids. Chen Xi's heart clenched with a sharp pang. After all, strawberry cake was Keke's favorite. The image of her tiptoeing in front of the cake shop window, drooling, licking the cream from the corner of her mouth, and saying, "Brother Chen Xi is the best." These scenes were still vivid in Chen Xi's mind. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, and pushed the door open. He walked up to her and slowly crouched down. "Keke," he called softly. Keke slowly lifted her head, revealing a pair of eyes amidst her disheveled hair. Eyes that held no light, no tears, only a dead silence. "Brother Chen Xi." "Yes, Brother Chen Xi is here. It's all right now." Chen Xi forced a smile and reached out to ruffle Keke's head. He had already adjusted his center of gravity, waiting for Keke to throw herself into his arms. Yet Keke made no move, only gazing at him with unfocused eyes. His heart felt as if it were being sliced apart. "According to the investigation, your sister's guardian is suspected of." Luckily, the neighbor heard the crying and called the police in time, so Keke was rescued. The child's mental state is very poor. During the hospital examination, she secretly hid a pair of scissors and kept. Chen Xi couldn't hear a single word of what the police said next. His entire mind was focused on Keke. Through the glass of the meeting room, he could clearly see Keke picking at the freshly scabbed wound on her wrist with her fingernails bit by bit. No expression, no tears. She just watched with a flat face as bright red beads of blood oozed from under the skin and trickled down her arm. Chen Xi closed his eyes, feeling a chill run through his body. "We have contacted another relative of Keke's, and tomorrow we can." "That won't be necessary." Chen Xi cut off. The police officer stood up. "From today on, Keke will be with me." "Brother Chen Xi." His thoughts were pulled back to reality by a soft murmur. Chen Xi looked down and saw Keke staring at him with a worried expression. "It's nothing, I just spaced out." Since bringing Keke back under his careful care, her smile had returned to her face. But at the same time, she had become unusually clingy. Or rather, too clingy. She wished she could hang on him for 25 hours a day. "I see. Then if Brother Chen Xi has no plans, why did you peek at my report?" Keke looked up, her expression earnest to the point of stubbornness. Chen Xi gave a wry smile. "If I didn't look, how would I know if you're recovering well?" The so-called report was the one he got when he accompanied her to the psychological clinic for a follow-up last week. According to the doctor's diagnosis, Keke's psychological trauma had basically healed, and she should be no different from a normal person. But for some reason, Keke still refused to go back to school. Chen Xi had no choice but to follow her wishes and let her stay at home as she pleased. "I'm recovering very well." Keke blinked, her smile innocent and bright. "So well that I can be Brother Chen Xi's girl." Chen Xi nodded helplessly. All right, let's eat first. If we leave it any longer, the strawberry cake will melt." He raised his hand and gently ruffled Keke's head. His gesture carried a doting indulgence that he himself did not notice. He was completely unaware of what kind of abyss this indulgence would plunge him into. After the meal, Keke hummed a tuneless melody as she walked out of the kitchen. She was still wearing the pink strawberry apron with tiny glistening droplets of water on her hands. "Brother Chen Xi," she said, walking over to the sofa and naturally sitting down beside him, resting her head against his shoulder. "Have you thought about that matter? If today doesn't work, tomorrow is also a good day, right?" Chen Xi was staring at his phone screen, his brows slightly furrowed, as if troubled by something. Upon hearing Keke's words, he merely uttered an absent-minded It was as perfunctory as could be. Keke's smile froze instantly, but quickly returned to normal. "Then Brother Chen Xi, you go ahead and work. He'll go take a shower first." Chen Xi replied, still not lifting his head, his fingers swiftly swiping across the phone screen. Keke lowered her head and turned toward the bathroom. Sigh. After closing the door, she leaned against it, took a deep breath, and tried to calm the inexplicable bitterness swelling in her chest. How many times had Brother Chen Xi refused Keke now? 56. Or 57. No, she had to make Brother Chen Xi agree quickly before some other vixen snatched him away. The mere thought of Chen Xi having a girlfriend in the future made Keke shake her head frantically. He belongs to Keke. A girlfriend. At least 3 lifetimes. No, 5 lifetimes from now. But why did Brother Chen Xi always refuse Keke? There was an anime in his computer that talked about all this. Something about Sora. Keke sighed dejectedly, then walked with practiced ease to the laundry basket. There lay the clothes Chen Xi had changed out of today. As usual, Keke picked up the hoodie, buried her face deep into it, and inhaled greedily. Only this could bring her a sliver of reassurance. She took off her own clothes and slipped into Chen Xi's oversized hoodie. The garment was large, its hem reaching mid-thigh, and the sleeves were so long they covered her fingertips. Looking at herself in the mirror, a strange sense of satisfaction welled up inside her. A feeling of security. A feeling of happiness. It was as if Brother Chen Xi were holding her tightly. Just as she was reveling in this illusory bliss, a pink envelope slipped out of the hoodie's pocket and landed on the cold floor tiles with a soft thud. Keke froze, then bent down to pick up the envelope. A faint scent of perfume and the delicate handwriting. To Chen Xi. Could this be a love letter? Kiki's hands began to tremble. No. It couldn't be. It must be a prank from one of Brother Chen Xi's friends. Yes, that had to be it. The envelope wasn't sealed, and she easily pulled out the letter inside. Ever since I first saw you. Your smile. I hope I can. Will you be my boyfriend? The signature read, Euro. The name struck Kiki's heart like a poisoned thorn. Her hands clutching the letter began to shake uncontrollably. A love letter. A love letter for Brother Chen Xi. And Brother Chen Xi had actually accepted it. So that was why Brother Chen Xi had come home late this afternoon. He had gone to see her. A teardrop splashed onto the paper, blurring the ink. Keke covered her mouth, shaking her head incessantly, trying to deny the reality before her. Hadn't Brother Chen Xi promised to take care of Keke forever? Hadn't Brother Chen Xi agreed to marry Keke? In her mind, it was only a matter of time. So it had all been a lie to Keke. Keke clenched the letter, crumpling it beyond recognition. In some corner of her heart, something seemed to shatter. Keke could no longer bear it. She yanked open the bathroom door and rushed out like a madwoman. Brother Chen Xi, she screamed his name. Startled Chen Xi looked up from his phone on the sofa, confusion etched on his face. Huh? Keke, why are you wearing my... What is this? Why did you accept someone else's love letter? Keke interrupted, hurling the crumpled letter at him. The paper fluttered through the air before landing at his feet. Keke, calm down first. Chen Xi sat up and placed his phone on the coffee table. I am calm. Keke glared at him, her voice rising. Brother Chen Xi, didn't you already promise to be with me? So why did you agree to her? Her. Chen Xi looked at the letter on the floor, then at Keke, trembling with agitation. His brows furrowed with irritation and exhaustion. He sighed, feeling a splitting headache. Keke, when did I ever promise to marry you? You said it. When you brought me home, you said you'd take care of me forever. I did say that, and that promise won't change. Then. But that has nothing to do with me accepting someone else's confession. Chen Xi interrupted her, picked up the letter, and gently brushed off the dust. What do you mean? Keke froze, tears still fresh on her cheeks, her eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. What kind of care is it if it's not for life? How is that any different from keeping a pet? I don't want that kind of place. What I mean is Keke should return to a normal life. Chen Xi placed the letter on the coffee table, his tone unusually serious. Ever since you came here, I've been very indulgent, letting you stay home. But you've been on leave from school for too long. The academic office just called, saying if you don't go back, you'll be expelled. You should go back, live a normal life, make new friends, enjoy your youth. I want. Keke shook her head violently, crying harder. I don't want a normal life. I don't want new friends either. I only want Brother Chen Xi. Keke, listen to me. Listen. You're in a hurry to send me away, aren't you? Just like Mom and Dad, you don't want me anymore, right? Keke, calm down. I'm not leaving you, I just hope you can. Chen Xi reached out to wipe her tears. Don't touch me. Keke slapped his hand away. Liar. Brother Chen Xi is a big liar. Sobbing, she turned and ran into her bedroom, slamming the door shut with a bang. The click of the lock followed. Really? Chen Xi stood there staring at her closed door. He tilted his head back and rubbed his temples wearily. How did things come to this? Inside the bedroom, Keke threw herself onto the bed, burying her face in a pillow, her muffled sobs coming in fits and starts. Woo-woo. Liar. Brother Chen Xi is a liar. He promised. She recalled the words he spoke at the funeral, holding her hand. It's okay, Keke. You still have me. She remembered his firm words at the police station. From today on, Keke is with me. She remembered his careful movements and gentle instructions as he applied medicine for her. Keke, never hurt yourself again. It would break my heart. Brother Chen Xi had always been so good, so gentle. But now he didn't want her anymore. He must be tired of me. Yes, ever since I came to this home, I've been nothing but a burden, a nuisance, causing him trouble. That's why he wants to send me back to school, to make me meet new friends, even a boyfriend. No. I only have Brother Chen Xi. I only want Brother Chen Xi. I absolutely cannot lose him. Keke took a few deep breaths and lifted her head from the pillow. Her swollen, tear-stained eyes flickered with a near-manic obsession and despair. She slowly got up from the bed, walked to the desk, and pulled open the bottom drawer. Outside the window, the night was as thick as ink. Knock, knock, knock. Chen Xi stood before Keke's door, rapping gently on the wooden panel. Keke opened the door. Let's talk this over properly. A rustling sound came from within the room, but no response followed. Keke. Chen Xi knocked again. Don't be like this. Whatever it is, we can discuss it calmly. Click. The sound of the lock turning echoed as the door slowly swung open. Keke stood behind it, her eyes red and swollen, tear droplets still clinging to her lashes. She was still wearing Chen Xi's hoodie, its hem crumpled and rolled up to her thighs. Brother Chen Xi, you've come to your senses, haven't you? I knew it. Come on. Let's go right now and break up with that vixen. Then we'll head there. Before Chen Xi could respond, Keke grabbed him excitedly and tried to drag him out. Once we're there, Brother Chen, she can take care of me openly and legitimately. No one will ever tear us apart again. Keke, calm down. Startled by her frenzied state, Chen Xi forcefully pulled his hand free. The force sent Keke stumbling back 2 steps before she steadied herself. She froze, the smile stiffening at the corners of her mouth as she stared at Chen Xi in disbelief. Brother Chen Xi. Gazing at his sister, whose demeanor was clearly unhinged, Chen Xi felt an even heavier weariness settle over him. Keke, I'm not breaking up with Yuro. What? Keke felt her ears ring as if something had exploded inside her skull. Why? Why though? Keke, I hope you understand that Yuro and I are serious. Chen Xi took a deep breath. We've known each other for a year now. We genuinely like each other. No, you can't. Brother Chen Xi can't love anyone else. Keke, settle down. I won't settle down. You're mine. You promised you'd take care of me forever. Keke shrieked hysterically, unable to accept the truth. Taking care of you forever and being in a relationship are two different things. What different things? Keke grabbed Chen Xi's arm, her nails nearly digging into his flesh. I don't care. I just want to agree. Sigh. Keke, listen to me. Chen Xi carefully chose his words, trying to make her understand that accepting the confession wasn't a whim. Actually, I was planning to confess to her next week. I just didn't expect Yuro to beat me to it. My relationship with Yuro is destined. As he uttered those final words, his tone involuntarily softened, and a faint smile crept onto his lips. This subtle shift pierced Keke's heart like a sharp blade. Destined. Mutual affection. If the vixen hadn't confessed Brother Chen, she would have done it himself. So where did that leave me? There was no place for me at all. The last vestiges of hope lingering on Keke's face instantly froze and shattered. She stood there stunned like a soulless puppet. Keke. Seeing her like this, Chen Xi's heart lurched in panic. He reached out a hand intending to comfort her. But just as his fingers were about to touch her shoulder, Keke recoiled in terror. Her reaction was so violent that she lost her balance, crashing heavily into the wall behind her before sliding down to the floor. Keke, you. Chen Xi was at a loss, bewildered by her extreme response. Keke curled up in the corner, hugging her knees, her body trembling uncontrollably. It's a lie. It has to be a lie. Images flashed frantically through her mind. Brother Chen Xi strolling with that woman on the grass, basking in the sun, chatting in a cafe with floor-to-ceiling windows, whispering sweet nothings under a romantic night sky. And where was she? Left all alone in the empty house. Even as the carefully prepared meals on the table grew cold, the doorbell never rang. So she could only curl up in agony on the bed, clutching Brother Chen Xi's clothes, weeping as she waited for him. Someone who would never return. No, this cannot be. Why? Why should that woman who appeared only a year ago so easily take away everything that belongs to me? Who does she think she is? Does she understand Chen Xi? Does she know that he talks in his sleep? She knows nothing. Since childhood, I have lost my parents, my home, everything. The only thing left is Chen Xi. Now even this last refuge is about to be taken from me. I won't accept it. I simply cannot accept it. A thick, overwhelming tide of jealousy and hatred threatening to devour her entirely surged madly from the deepest recesses of her heart. Since Chen Xi doesn't like the current Keke. Since Chen Xi is about to be taken by another woman. Then forget it. I don't care if Chen Xi ends up hating or loathing me. I must have him. I have to. Chen Xi looked at Keke, who was curled up in the corner, trembling violently, and a wave of deep self-reproach and remorse washed over him. Perhaps he really shouldn't have indulged her so much from the start. He should have sternly stopped her the first time she secretly wore his shirt and forcefully sent her to school when she first refused to let her see the outside world. Instead, it had come to this, trapped in a world of just the two of them, growing more and more obsessive. Chen Xi walked over to Keke and extended his hand. Keke, the floor is cold. Get up first, and then. I know? But Chen Xi, can you come a little closer? I have a secret to tell you. What is it? I bet it's about the new strawberry cake released the day after tomorrow. Just as he leaned in, Keke suddenly jerked her head up. I'm sorry, Gidge, she said, pulling her hand out from behind her back. A handful of pale yellow powder was flung fiercely into Chen Xi's face. Cough. Cough. Completely caught off guard, Chen Xi was hit squarely. The pale yellow powder invaded his nostrils, and a strange, sweet metallic taste spread through his mouth. Keke, what are you doing? Chen Xi shouted in fury, his voice laced with profound disbelief. Shoo, don't be scared, Chen Xi Gidge. It'll be over soon. The moment Keke's words fell, an intense wave of dizziness struck him. The world spun, his body went limp. Chen Xi staggered a few steps before collapsing backward, completely out of control. Bang! The back of his head hit the floor with a dull thud. The roar of surging blood drummed in his eardrums, growing louder and louder, then fading into the distance. Through the haze, he witnessed a scene he would never forget. Keke stuffed the love letter into her own mouth, chewed it forcefully a few times, and swallowed it. Then she crawled over and sat down. Chen Xi is finally quiet. Now he can listen to what Keke has to say. She leaned down, her soft hair falling against his cheek, tickling him. The gesture should have been tender, but now it filled Chen Xi with a deep primal fear. It's okay that Chen Xi doesn't like the current Keke, she said, her voice light with a morbid infatuation and satisfaction, each word crystal clear as it drilled into his ears. As long as the future Chen Xi falls in love with the future Keke, that's all that matters. What does that mean? What Chen Xi? What Keke? Chen Xi wanted to ask, but his tongue felt like a heavy slab of lead, immobile in his mouth. He didn't even have the strength to move a finger. All he could do was watch helplessly as Keke's sick, satisfied smile grew larger and larger in his field of vision until it consumed everything. A searing pain throbbed in his head. It felt as though a heavy iron hammer had struck him, leaving his entire skull ringing with a dull roar. Chen Xi's consciousness struggled to surface from a chaotic darkness, the sound of surging blood still echoing in his ears. He remembered falling, the back of his head hitting the floor with a heavy thud. And then he thought he saw Keke. Keke had stuffed that love letter into her own mouth, chewing it frantically, before leaning down. Ugh! Chen Xi groaned, trying to lift a hand to rub his head, but his arm felt impossibly heavy, as if it didn't belong to him. The sensation from his fingertips was strange as well. Slick and soft. This is not my hand. The moment this thought surfaced, he became aware of more anomalies. Something brushed against his cheek, tickling him. He forced his heavy eyelids open, and a strand of jet-black silky hair came into view. Chen Xi's mind went blank. He dazedly rolled his eyes, taking in his surroundings. Pink walls, lace-trimmed curtains, a vanity table adorned with cute plush toys. The air was filled with a faint, sweet fragrance, the scent of a young maiden. This is Keke's room. How did I get here? He struggled to sit up, and a strange heavy weight pressed down on his chest. He looked down. In his line of sight were two large mounds. Even through the loose hoodie he was wearing, their contours were clearly visible. Chen Xi's breath caught in his throat. Trembling, he slowly raised his hand and placed it on them. The soft touch jolted him fully awake. This was no illusion. He had indeed grown breasts. And they were not small. His brain crashed. His CPU fried. His memory chips had likely melted too. His worldview was collapsing and shattering at an unprecedented speed, then relentlessly ground under an invisible colossal foot. He abruptly threw off the pink strawberry-patterned quilt covering him, stumbling to the vanity table. In the mirror he saw a face, both familiar and strange. A delicate oval face flushed with a hint of red from just waking up. A pair of large almond-shaped eyes, now wide with terror, looked huge and innocent. Beneath a small straight nose was a cherry-colored diamond-shaped mouth, slightly open in shock. A cascade of jet-black silky hair lay disheveled over her shoulders. This is Keke. A short stifled scream escaped her throat, but the sound that came out was no longer his familiar low male voice. It was a clear, slightly husky girl's voice. Chen Xi was completely dumbfounded. He raised his hand, and the person in the mirror did the same. He opened his mouth, and the mirror image did too. He touched his face, and the girl's hand in the mirror caressed the delicate features. The cold, smooth sensation was so real it drove him to despair. I have become Keke. How could this be? Why? He recalled the eerie words Keke had whispered in his ear before he passed out. Just wait until the future Chen Xi falls in love with the future Keke, and it'll all be fine. Could it be? Was it that strange powder? Was it Keke who turned me into this? Body swapping, something that only happened in fiction. She actually did it. A blaze of fury instantly overwhelmed his fear, burning fiercely in his chest. He had to find Keke. No, now it should be said, he had to find the Chen Xi who had taken over his body. Keke spun around abruptly. The movement was too swift, and her silky hair whipped around, slapping against her face. Ignoring it, she stumbled out of Keke's room and rushed toward the living room. He needed to find out what the hell was going on. He had to switch back. He absolutely had to switch back. With a clatter of footsteps, Keke rushed out of the room, barefoot, her petite frame trembling with overwhelming excitement. The long hem of her hoodie swayed with her movements, revealing two slender fair thighs, but she was far too agitated to notice. The living room was empty. Morning sunlight streamed through the window, casting bright patches on the floor. Everything was as quiet as ever, unsettlingly still. Where was he? Where had that guy gone? Keke looked around anxiously, then heard a faint noise from the entrance. She dashed over immediately. A familiar figure stood with his back to her, bending down to change shoes at the shoe cabinet by the door. Tall, broad-shouldered, wearing his favorite blue and white striped t-shirt and jeans. It was himself. Stop right there, Keke shouted without thinking, a furious roar escaping her throat. But what came out was Keke's crisp, angry, girlish voice. Hearing the sound, the figure paused for a moment, slowly straightened up, and turned around. When the face he had known for 18 years appeared fully before him, Keke's breath involuntarily halted for a second. Keke, what's wrong? Up so early? Why not sleep a little longer? That tone, that expression. It was exactly the slightly indulgent way he usually spoke to his sister. What did you do to me? Keke's voice grew sharp and cracked with fear and agitation. Why are we in each other's bodies? Swap bodies. Chen Xi seemed to find this the funniest joke in the world, letting out a soft laugh. He straightened up, walked over to Keke, his eyes carrying a hint of helplessness and affection, as if looking at a child throwing a tantrum. Keke, isn't that something only in novels and TV shows? He reached out a hand, as if to ruffle her hair as usual. Keke watched the hand that once belonged to him reaching toward her, and felt a shiver of revulsion. He abruptly stepped back, avoiding the touch. Don't touch me. Chen Xi's outstretched hand froze midair. After a moment, as if hurt, he silently withdrew it. All right, no more fussing. A gentle smile returned to his face, his tone normal again. It's getting late, I have to go. Breakfast is on the table, remember to eat it while it's hot. Chen Xi smiled, bent down, and picked up his school bag. Be good and stay home, don't run off. When your big brother comes home from school, he'll bring you your favorite strawberry cake. With that, Chen Xi opened the door and walked out. Bang! The door closed. Cuckoo stood frozen for 3 seconds, then snapped out of it, and rushed toward the entrance. He twisted the doorknob, but it wouldn't budge. What the hell, he locked me in. Cuckoo trembled with rage, pounding the door with his fist until his knuckles turned pink. Hiss. The pain made him inhale sharply, reminding him how fragile and delicate his current hands were. An unprecedented sense of helplessness washed over him. Chen Xi slowly slid down the wall to sit on the floor, hugging his knees and burying his face deep in them. His waist-length black hair cascaded like a waterfall, hiding the bewildered expression on his face. That other Chen Xi earlier was too convincing. Whether it was the tone of voice, the habit of frowning, or that concerned look tinged with helplessness. It was exactly like his own. Could it be that I'm the one going crazy? Could it be that the one who has gone mad is actually me? That there was never any body swapping, and I have always been Chen Keke? Driven by jealousy over my brother having a girlfriend, the shock was so great that I developed a split personality, conjuring a persona that believes itself to be Chen Xi. This thought sent a shiver down his spine. No, impossible. Keke shook her head vigorously, trying to banish this terrifying idea from her mind. I cannot be a fractured personality. I remember everything that happened yesterday with crystal clarity. I remember how Yuro blushed when she confessed to me, how she stammered nervously as she spoke. I remember every friend I had in college, every professor for every course. I remember every year, every single day I lived as Chen Xi. These memories are so vivid, so authentic. How could they be false? That Chen Xi must surely be Keke. Gururu. Just then an untimely rumble came from his stomach. Hunger like an invisible hand clawed at the walls of his stomach. Keke blinked, then curled the corners of her mouth in a self-deprecating smirk. Nothing in the world matters more than filling one's stomach. Let's eat first. He pushed himself up, leaning on the doorframe, and trudged heavily toward the dining table. As he passed the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room, he caught an inadvertent glimpse. Under the sunlight, a slender, petite silhouette of a young girl was clearly cast upon the polished floor. It was not him. A wave of immense loss engulfed him once again. He hung his head and shuffled listlessly to the table where a simple breakfast awaited. A golden fried egg, a few slices of bacon, and a glass of warm milk. Beside it, a sticky note was pressed down. Keke picked it up. The handwriting was identical to his own. Keke must eat well, no picky eating allowed. The corner of Keke's mouth twitched uncontrollably. He crumpled the note in irritation and tossed it into the trash. I want to eat. I'd starve to death before touching anything made by that madman. He fumed inwardly, turning to leave. Gururu. His stomach growled again, louder this time. Keke halted mid-step. After a few seconds, he lackadaisically pulled out a chair and sat down. Picking up a fork, he stabbed a piece of the fried egg and stuffed it into his mouth with indignation. It was delicious. But wait, wasn't this egg a bit too sweet? Did he forget to sprinkle pepper? No, something's off. Keke stopped chewing abruptly, his brow furrowing involuntarily as he stared at the remaining egg. There was no black pepper on it. When he made fried eggs himself, due to his preference for bolder flavors, he habitually added a dash of black pepper for aroma. But Keke's palate was very light, as she never used such pungent seasonings when cooking. So, that Chen Xi from earlier was truly Keke. She was just pretending to be me. It wasn't him who had gone mad. Chen Xi had really swapped bodies with Keke. This realization sent a surge of anger through Keke. But following it came a deeper confusion and fear. How could she play the role so convincingly? It was as if she had copied the very essence of Chen Xi from the inside out. This was terrifying. Keke felt a chill run down his spine. He quickly finished his breakfast and took the dishes to the kitchen to wash. The icy water streamed over his fingers. As he scrubbed between them, he suddenly felt a tiny residual powdery substance. Pale yellow. His heart stirred. He immediately turned off the tap and brought his fingers to his nose to sniff. This was the exact scent. The same pungent Swedish gas he had smelled last night. Keke carefully scraped out the remaining powder from under his nails, found a small clean box, and stored it meticulously. Intuition told him that this item might prove useful someday. Having done all this, he returned to the living room. Since he couldn't leave for now, he might as well get used to this body. After all, depending on the situation, he might still have a conflict with Chen Xi tonight. He tried taking a few steps and found it very awkward. His field of vision was lower, his steps shorter, and his body felt light and weak. He tried to twist open a drink bottle, but couldn't budge it at all. Worst of all, certain parts of his body were far too heavy, making it exhausting to straighten his back. Kuka lowered her head and let out a helpless sigh. How had this girl developed? How did she end up bigger than other girls her age? Soft and springy. Kuka's face flushed crimson in an instant, and she quickly pulled her hand away as if shocked. What was I doing? This is Kuka's body. How could I do such a thing? He shook his head vigorously, trying to toss out all those messy thoughts. Just then the phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. A phone. Cuckoo was stunned for a moment before remembering she was wearing Kuka's pajamas. Surprised, she pulled a pink phone from her pocket. It was Kuka's phone with a sticker of a cartoon character she had drawn herself on the case. Though he didn't know who the sticker was, it looked quite pleasing. He instinctively tried to unlock it with his right thumb, but the screen remained unresponsive. Of course, now he was in Kuka's body, and Cuckoo was left hand. He tried pressing his left thumb on the sensor. Click. The phone unlocked. He eagerly opened a chat app named OO, and a new message popped up. The sender was Brother Chen Xi. Keke's heart tightened, and she opened the message. The message contained a photo. In it, Chen Xi was grinning brightly at the camera. Beside him stood a girl with a pure and cute face, a shy blush on her cheeks. Their hands were tightly clasped together. No way. Keke's mouth twitched, and her grip on the phone tightened unconsciously. The girl in the photo was none other than the one who had confessed to him with a letter yesterday. Yuro. A surge of blood rushed to his head, his vision darkened, and he had to steady himself against the sofa to keep from falling. On the screen, the photo of Chen Xi and Yuro holding hands stung his eyes. He remembered Yuro's sparkling eyes, her shy yet brave demeanor when she confessed. Now that Keke wearing his face was using his body to approach her with ill intent, and he was trapped here, unable to do anything. Helplessness, anxiety, rage. All emotions flooded over him like a tide. But why? A flicker of confusion crossed Keke's mind. Logically, it was because Keke couldn't bear him accepting Yuro's confession that she had done this crazy thing of swapping bodies. So why wasn't she breaking up with Yuro now instead of holding hands? He stared at the screen where Chen Xi and Yuro's hands were tightly clasped, looking to anyone like a loving couple. Why was she still wearing Chen Xi's face, using his identity, maintaining this boyfriend-girlfriend status with Yuro? What was this all about? What exactly did she want to do? He must tell Yuro. He must tell her that the Chen Xi beside her is a fake, an imposter, a madwoman. Keke's first instinct was to message Yuro immediately. He opened the friend request feature, entered Yuro's account, and successfully found her. Yet his fingers hovered over the input box, unable to type a single word. What could he say? Hello Yuro, I'm Chen Xi. Keke and I swapped bodies, and the one beside you is a lunatic. No one would believe him. Besides that, Chen Xi wearing his face played her role flawlessly. No one would suspect a thing. Who would believe his words? Keke slumped in defeat, setting down his phone. No, he couldn't act rashly. Without solid evidence and a foolproof plan, he must not make a move. Otherwise, he would only alert the enemy and make that madwoman more cautious. The priority now was to find a way to swap back their bodies, or at least uncover traces of that lunatic scheme. Clues. The clues must be in this house. He turned and walked into the room that belonged to this body, Keke's bedroom. As he stepped inside, a wave of youthful femininity washed over him. Everything in the room loudly declared the occupant's gender. Pink walls, a pink vanity table, a pink wardrobe, and a plush rabbit toy taller than a person. Standing in this saccharine room, Keke felt a surge of intense discomfort. The key issue was the weight on his chest. So heavy. If he really couldn't change back, would he have to live in this body forever like a girl? The mere thought of spending his days in this bubblegum pink room sent chills down his spine. No. He'll find a way, he murmured, forcing himself to calm down. His eyes scanned the room. On the desk, Keke's laptop sat quietly. He opened it, and the screen lit up, revealing a login interface demanding a password. A password? What could it be? Keke tried entering his own birthday. Incorrect. He tried Keke's birthday. Still wrong. Then he attempted Chen Xi, Keke, I love you, and every other combination he could think of. All failed without exception. Keke's lips twitched in irritation as he snapped the laptop shut. Since he couldn't get into the computer, a thorough search was the only option. He began ransacking the room. Bookshelves, drawers, under the bed. He left no potential hiding spot untouched. But the results were disheartening. He found nothing useful. Had he guessed wrong? Just as he was about to give up, his gaze fell on the large wardrobe in the corner. The wardrobe door was ajar, revealing a glimpse of the colorful dresses inside. He really didn't want to rummage through Keke's personal belongings. She was an adult after all, but he had no choice now, even though he was Keke at the moment. As he pulled open the door, a faint scent of lavender wafted out. Inside, dresses were neatly arranged, color-coded from light to dark. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. But he remembered his own room's wardrobe being deeper than this. He knocked on the inner wall of the wardrobe. Knock, knock, knock. Most areas gave off a dull, solid sound. But when he knocked on the back panel at the very end, it emitted a hollow thump thump. It was empty behind there. Keke's heart leaped with joy as he carefully examined the panel. Soon he discovered an extremely concealed tiny groove at the edge of the panel. He fetched a paperclip from the desk, carefully straightened it, inserted it into the groove, and pried gently. A click sounded. That back panel swung inward like a door. A hidden compartment appeared before his eyes. When Keke saw what was inside the secret cavity, his pupils constricted sharply. It was less a storage compartment and more a miniature display cabinet. Inside the hidden niche, his belongings were neatly arranged. A slightly yellowed sports meat number cloth bearing his student ID number, 2 movie ticket stubs with curled edges, and a deformed polished soda can tab. These were all things he had long forgotten or discarded. Why were they here? And beneath each item was a small label bearing annotations in a delicate handwriting. Beneath the number cloth, first time rejected me. At the university sports award ceremony, being publicly proposed to by Keke, of course ID, brush it off. I didn't want to die of embarrassment. Beneath the movie ticket stubs, first date. It was clearly a time not long ago when he was stood up by a friend and casually asked her if she wanted to go. By the way, could a documentary film really count as a date? beneath the soda tab XXXX. When the hell did this happen? Keke felt his scalp tingle with horror. This wasn't right. This was perverse. It was a twisted, possessive obsession. When had she started collecting these things? Suppressing the chill in his heart, he continued looking deeper. At the very back of the display cabinet, he found a thick photo album. He opened the first page, and his breath caught in his throat. It was a candid photo of him judging by the angle taken from outside the classroom window. In the picture, he was writing with his head down, completely unaware of the camera. Damn this angle. He gasped. Did she climb to the roof of the opposite building to take this? The thought that Keke had climbed to such a high rooftop, just to snap a candid of him, made him dizzy. He continued flipping through the pages. Every page held similar candid shots, him eating in the cafeteria, running on the track, even the sight of him wrapped only in a towel after bathing at home. Page after page. They were all photos of him. These images recorded every bit of his life from the most bizarre and unimaginable angles. Keke's heart sank bit by bit. When he reached the final page of the album, he felt a chill run through his entire body. In the photo, he lay on the floor, eyes shut tight. It was exactly the state he was in last night after fainting completely unconscious. His trembling hands pulled the photo out of the album. On the back, written in red ink, was a line of small characters. Success. From today on, we will be together forever and ever. At the end of the inscription, a large smiling heart was drawn. Thud. The album slipped from his limp hands and fell to the floor. Keke's legs gave way and he knelt on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, his teeth chattering. Keke. This was clearly not a momentary impulse, but a long-cherished obsession accumulated over the years. These spine-chilling collections revealed the twisted, paranoid, and insane true face of Keke. He had always thought that Keke just hadn't moved on from the shadow of that incident, which was why she was overly dependent on him and a bit willful. He had always believed that with proper guidance, she would eventually come out of it. But now it seemed he had been completely wrong. Terribly wrong. His most beloved Keke, whom he had carefully nurtured since bringing her home, always so adorable. She was insane. And she had been insane for a long time. For the entire afternoon, Keke remained like a soulless puppet, slumped on the sofa. He had scoured every corner of the house, yet aside from that spine-chilling display cabinet, he found no other useful information. There were no clues about that yellow powder, nor any records on how to swap their bodies back. Despair crashed over him like relentless waves, battering his nearly shattered nerves. Just then the sound of a key turning echoed from the entrance. Click. The door swung open. That madman had returned. Keke's body instantly tensed. He shot up from the sofa, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the doorway. The door pushed open and Chen Xi stepped in carrying a cake box. Spotting Keke in the living room, a warm smile spread across his face as he asked in a light tone, "Keke, were you good at home today? Big brother bought your favorite strawberry cake." He looked just like his usual self. If it weren't for the certainty that the Chen Xi before him was actually Keke in disguise, he would have believed his own theory of split personality. You madman. The anger and fear that had been suppressed all day erupted in that moment. Keke leaped off the sofa, eyes blazing red, and charged forward. "Give my body back. Keke, why are you doing this?" The girl's frantic shrill scream carried no menace, sounding more like a petulant whine. Shoo! Chen Xi looked up, his gaze falling upon the petite figure before him. Clad in a nightgown, seething with fury, yet appearing oddly small and delicate. He smiled. Without another word, Chen Xi lunged forward like a hungry tiger. Then a hand all too familiar to him, gently pressed against his forehead. No matter how frantically his small frame flailed, he was like a pinned turtle, limbs thrashing uselessly in the air, unable to even graze the other's clothes. Chen Xi didn't even budge an inch. Using Chen Xi's body, she looked down at the struggling Keke under her palm. "Keke, the floor is cold. Stop fussing." Hearing this, Keke was nearly bursting with rage. If he couldn't fight, he would shout. He opened his mouth wide, ready to scream help. A hand flashed out and clamped over his mouth. That hand, with its distinct knuckles and calluses from years of playing ball, was strong and powerful. Now that hand held him down with absolute force, silencing him completely. "Don't be so loud, Keke. If you yell, the neighbors might think brother Chen Xi is bullying you." Chen Xi placed the index finger of his other hand to his lips, making a shushing gesture. "Besides, you wouldn't want the people at school to know that Chen Xi is doing, well, something not quite describable, would you?" Her words were light, but the threat hit Chen Xi's heart like a boulder. He stopped moving entirely, because he knew this madman meant every word. Seeing him finally calm down, Keke released her grip with satisfaction, and even naturally used those hands to tidy the messy bangs on Chen Xi's forehead. "That's a good boy." Chen Xi gritted his teeth, forcing the words out. "What exactly do you want?" "I don't want anything. I just want to be with brother Chen Xi forever. Before you took care of me, now it's my turn to take care of you." Chen Xi reached out a hand and gently lifted a strand of Keke's long hair. "From today on, you need to learn to be a quiet, obedient little sister. As for your body, your life, everything about you." He flashed a radiant smile. "They'll handle it for you. Get away." Kuka harshly slapped her hand away. Chen Xi was not annoyed, merely withdrawing his hand casually and stuffing it into his pants pocket. A sharp cramp twisted in Keke's stomach as cold sweat trickled down her spine, the memory of those chilling collections surfacing. Then why don't you break up with Ro? Don't you hate it when someone takes me away? Keke demanded harshly, an overwhelming unease swelling in her heart. Break up, eh? Chen Xi let out a scornful laugh, pacing over to the sofa and sitting down. He crossed his legs, assuming a leisurely posture, but his words were laced with venom. That woman, coveting in secret for so long, now wants to claim openly. If I just let her go, that's too easy for her. She lifted her gaze to Keke, frozen in place, a wicked curve forming at the corner of her lips. He'll make her fall completely in love with me, with this Chen Xi she's always dreamed of, when she's deep enough, hopelessly enamored. The expression on that face now was one he had never seen in his own mirror, a twisted glee mixed with cruel anticipation. Then he'll ruthlessly dump her. Let her taste what it's like to have her hopes and dreams shattered by my own hands. Let her know the price of coveting someone else's XXX. How dare you? Keke swung her other fist, mustering all her strength, and aimed it at that face. Her own face, now wearing a demonic grin. Yet this young girl's body was far too weak. His fist was soft, utterly powerless. Chen Xi merely raised his hand, casually, effortlessly catching his wrist. His fingers, like iron clamps, tightly gripped Keke's wrist, causing him to gasp in pain. Let me go. Keke struggled, but could not budge him an inch. See, this is how it is. Chen Xi held his hand, looking down at him from above, his smile deepening. Right now you don't even have the strength to resist me. What do you have to stop me? Keke. A chill ran through Keke's entire body. This plan was so malicious it made his scalp tingle. How could you do this to her? Ro is innocent. Innocent. Brother Chen, she says she's innocent. The smile on Chen Xi's face slowly faded, his eyes turning icy. You can't do this. It's wrong. I command you as GG. Now. Immediately. Switch our bodies back. Keke roared with the last shred of his dignity. The room fell into a dead silence. Chen Xi seemed to have heard the funniest joke, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Keke, even now don't you get it? He leaned close to Keke's ear, whispering cruelly, so only the two could hear. I forgot to tell you that powder is irreversible. That means we can never ever switch back. From now on I am Chen Xi and you are Keke. Keke's pupils abruptly constricted, a bone-chilling cold instantly sweeping through his entire body. Never. Switch back. Trapped in this body forever. Give up, Keke. Chen Xi's voice turned icy and threatening. He reached out and touched Keke's cheek. This time Keke didn't dodge. The shock of the earlier revelation had left him too stunned to resist. Accept reality and try to fall in love with me. Here, don't you dare. He violently slapped that hand away, glaring at Chen Xi, his voice twisted with rage. I will never slap. A crisp, resounding slap landed hard on Keke's face. The immense force sent his entire body reeling, and the taste of rusty blood instantly filled his mouth. His fair cheek, flushed red, burning with pain. Keke was utterly stunned. What was happening? Keke hit me, using my face, my hand, to strike me. He clutched his injured cheek, his fingertips touching skin that was hot and swollen, the pain bringing tears to his eyes as his vision blurred. It seems you still haven't come to terms with reality. Chen Xi shook his hand, his gaze as cold as venom-dipped daggers. I am the master of this house. And you're merely my Keke. Keke swallowed hard, staring in disbelief at the person wearing his own face, but striking him. This Chen Xi. Chen Xi glanced around the desolate living room, frowning. I say, Keke, your Chen Xi brother has been toiling outside, even squeezing in part-time jobs to support the family, coming back exhausted like a dog. And you couldn't even be bothered to prepare a hot meal. He leaned and closed his breath, fanning across Keke's face, his expression dripping with mockery. Then what use is a Keke like you? It was only then that Keke remembered. Yes, it had always been Keke who prepared dinner. Due to his studies and occasional part-time jobs, his return home was never at a fixed time, yet Keke always had a steaming meal ready for him. Sometimes when he came back late, he could still see her little head nodding drowsily at the dining table. Now, with their roles reversed, the duty of cooking naturally fell upon him. Or rather, the current Keke. Staring at the Chen Xi before him, who wore his face but lectured him with such a presumptuous tone, Keke felt a surge of intense resentment. Chen Xi was very similar to the original Chen Xi from those habitual morning gestures. It was clear she mimicked him well. But there was one crucial difference. Chen Xi had never had the heart to hit Keke. Even at his angriest, he would only raise his voice. But what could he say? Argue back, and risk a second slap? He bit his lower lip, suppressing the fury and grievance in his heart, and forced out a few words through clenched teeth. They'll go make it now. His voice sounded weaker than he imagined, as powerless as his current body. He lowered his head, not wanting Chen Xi to see his reddened eyes, and turned to walk toward the kitchen. He had barely taken a step when a warm embrace wrapped around him from behind. That body, his own now occupied by Keke, pressed against his back. One hand even reached over, restlessly ruffling the little head that belonged to Keke. Now his. That's a good girl. Admitting your mistake makes you my dear little sister again. Chen Xi's chin gently rested on Keke's shoulder, his warm breath brushing against his ear. Just now. I'm sorry, alright. Your Chen Xi brother didn't mean to hit you. I was just too angry. Can you forgive me? Keke's body stiffened. This tenderness following violence was more chilling than the violence itself. For some reason, being held like this, hearing these hypocritical apologies and reassurances, a powerful wave of grievance suddenly surged within him. Tears no longer controllable streamed down his face in large drops. Why? Why do I feel so wronged? I should be angry, I should resist. And am a man. I've even practiced self-defense before. How could something like this make me feel so wronged? I want to cry. But his physiological reactions were beyond reason's control. Tears slid over his swollen cheek, stinging the slapped area. Kier bit his lip, fiercely refusing to let the tears fall. Don't touch me. They'll just go cook. He forcefully broke free from Chen Xi's embrace and rushed into the kitchen without looking back. Kier slid down against the closed door, sitting on the floor, wrapping his arms around his knees and burying his face in them. His body still trembled uncontrollably, tears soaking his sleeves. This feeling of emotional loss of control was too alien, as if swept away by a raging tide, utterly impossible to calm through willpower. He wiped his face with his hand, and his palm came away instantly wet. Here. What? Why am I having such a girlish reaction? Is it because of this body? Or is it that without realizing it, I have been gradually reshaped by Kier bit by bit into the person she wanted? In the kitchen, Cuckoo clumsily tied the apron. The pink lace-trimmed apron was barely fastened after her fingers fumbled with the bow at the back. Not that she didn't know how to tie it, but her hands were simply too small, making it utterly difficult. The lightweight fabric of the apron clung to her nightgown, embroidered with a cartoon rabbit on the chest. This overly girly attire made him feel intensely uncomfortable. He sighed, opened the refrigerator, and a blast of cold air hit him. Inside, various ingredients were neatly arranged: greens, tomatoes, eggs, potatoes. A complete assortment. Cuckoo looked at the ingredients and felt a momentary bewilderment. Cooking. It used to be Cuckoo who did it. He occasionally cooked too, but mostly simple things like boiling noodles or frying an egg. Preparing a proper dinner like this was a first, let alone with this unfamiliar weak body. The moment he picked up the kitchen knife, he realized the problem. The tool that moved so deftly in Keke's hands now felt unbearably heavy to him. While chopping vegetables, unaccustomed to this bodish strength and coordination, he nearly cut his hand several times. When stir-frying, he was even more flustered, either forgetting to add salt or mistaking soy sauce for vinegar. Oil splatters hit his arm, leaving tiny red burns. After an hour of frantic effort, he finally set a few simple home-cooked dishes on the table. The presentation could only be described as dreadful. The greens were overcooked and yellow, the egg in the tomato egg soup had clumped into chunks, and the only dish that looked somewhat normal was a plate of slightly burnt sausages. Chen Xi sat at the head of the table, leisurely picking up chopsticks and tasting each dish. His face revealed neither pleasure nor displeasure. Cuckoo stood nervously nearby, hardly daring to breathe. The feeling was strange. Even though he was supposed to be the older brother in this family, he now felt like a servant awaiting his master's judgment, anxious and uneasy. Too much tomato, a bit sour. The greens are overcooked, too soft. The sausages are passable, but a little undersalted. Chen Xi set down the chopsticks, wiped his mouth with a napkin, then looked up, his gaze calm as it rested on Cuckoo. Cuckoo, the food you made today tastes very different from before. Cuckoo's heart sank heavily. He knew the other was testing him, scrutinizing whether this imposter could convincingly play the role of the real one. I am in a bad mood today, so. My hand slipped. He lowered his head, his voice barely a whisper. Humiliation and rage gnawed at his heart like venomous snakes. He wanted to overturn the table and curse the man to his face. But he dared not. The stinging pain on his cheek still reminded him of the consequences of defiance. To avoid being punished by that madman again, he had no choice but to endure, to disguise himself. Is that so? Chen Xi raised an eyebrow noncommittally. Is it because I hit you this afternoon that you're still angry? His tone carried a veneer of apology and self-reproach. It's all my fault, though I shouldn't have lost my temper with you. I promise it won't happen again. Hypocrite. Cuckoo roared inwardly, but on the surface he could only shake his head frantically. No, I'm not angry. Just then, buzz, the phone on the table vibrated. The screen lit up, showing an incoming call labeled school. Chen Xi glanced at Cuckoo, a playful smile curling at the corner of his mouth, and answered the call, even putting it on speaker. A middle-aged woman's voice came through the receiver. Hello, is this Chen Xi? I'm Cuckoo's homeroom teacher, Miss Wang. It was a call from the school. Cuckoo's heart instantly leapt into her throat. Hello, Teacher Wang, this is Chen Xi. Chen Xi said in a gentle and polite tone. It's so late, is there something you need to discuss? Well, Chen Xi. Teacher Wang's voice sounded somewhat serious. I'd like to confirm something with you regarding Cuckoo. She's been on leave for quite a while. If she doesn't come to school to report by the end of this month, according to school regulations, we'll have to process her automatic withdrawal and cancel her student status. Withdrawal. Cuckoo's body trembled violently as she jerked her head up to look at Chen Xi. Go to school. Use Cuckoo's identity to attend her classes. No. How could a grown man wear a girl's uniform, sit among a gaggle of chattering girls, and attend lessons with them? And pretend to be Cuckoo facing her classmates, her teachers? Just thinking about it made Cuckoo's scalp tingle. He shook his head frantically, his eyes filled with resistance and panic. Chen Xi watched his flustered state, the amusement in her eyes deepening. She spoke into the phone, her tone still gentle, even carrying a hint of apology. Teacher Zhang, I'm terribly sorry for the trouble. Keke. She's been feeling a bit unwell lately, and her mood has been unstable, so. She paused, glanced sideways at the pale-faced Keke, who was still silently resisting, and then said into the phone in a relaxed and affirmative tone, but don't worry, I've had a good talk with her. Tomorrow she'll definitely go tomorrow. What a... Keke couldn't help but cry out loud. Teacher Wang on the other end of the line clearly heard his voice and asked in confusion, Chen Xi, is everything all right over there? Oh, it's nothing, Chen Xi explained without changing her expression. It's Keke. She got a bit excited hearing about going to school. With that, she hung up the phone, then looked up at the pale-faced Keke with a faint knowing smile. What's wrong? Aren't you happy? This is a great chance to return to everyday life, Keke. I'm not going. Keke's emotions completely spiraled out of control. I'd rather die than go to school. How can a grown man attend a girl's class? This is too absurd. How would he use the restroom? How would he bathe? How would he change clothes? He simply couldn't imagine that scene. Oh, is that so? Chen Xi slowly stood up and walked over to him. His height was more than a head taller than the petite Keke now. The immense height difference created an overwhelmingly oppressive presence. She reached out, lifted Keke's chin, and forced him to look at the full-length mirror on the wall. Take a good look. Who is Keke now? Who needs to go there? The mirror reflected a pale-faced girl with red-rimmed eyes and trembling lips. That was Keke's face, Keke's body. Tomorrow you'll put on the uniform, pack your backpack, and go obediently. Otherwise. He leaned down close to Keke's ear, his voice dropping to a whisper, yet carrying a bone-chilling threat. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that I won't do something terrible to that girl named Euro. Like pushing Euro down the stairs in front of the entire school. You despicable. Keke trembled with rage. Euro again. This lunatic was threatening him with Euro once more. He knew that the other party meant what they said and would follow through. The thought of Euro suffering revenge and harm because of him made Keke's heart ache. He looked at the face before him, his own face now filled with smugness and control, and his eyes were steeped in despair and helplessness. He had lost. Completely and utterly defeated. He had no choice left. He'll go. He closed his eyes and squeezed out those two words through clenched teeth. Every single word seemed to drain all his strength. That's right, Chen Xi said with a satisfied smile, reaching out to pat his head like one would soothe a pet. That's my obedient Keke. He straightened up, pointed at the mess on the table, and commanded in a matter-of-fact tone, go wash the dishes. Keke mechanically washed the dishes. The icy water streamed over his fingertips, yet it failed to calm his turbulent mind. He had to go to school. He had to attend a girls' high school, starting a new life as a female student. After washing the last plate, he dried his hands and instinctively moved to return to his original room. But as his hand touched the doorknob, he came to a sudden realization. That room no longer belonged to him. The door was locked. He stood frozen, staring at the familiar door panel, and abruptly comprehended. This was no longer his room. Inside now resided that Chen Xi. Keke sighed wearily, preparing to go back to the pink, girly room that made him deeply uncomfortable. Keke. From behind, Chen Xi's voice came. Keke's body stiffened as he turned around cautiously. Come to my room for a moment. Chen Xi stood at the doorway of her own room, beckoning him with a gentle smile on her face. What did she want now? A sense of foreboding surged within Keke. He had no desire to go over, no wish to approach that demon wearing his face. But thinking of Euro, he gritted his teeth and trudged over with heavy steps. The room still had the layout he was familiar with. The desk, wardrobe, bed. Everything was mostly unchanged except for some added items that didn't belong to him. In the corner stood a life-sized hug pillow, its cartoon character matching the one on Keke's phone. The photo on the pillow and Chen Xi's face entered Keke's view simultaneously. So that's why the cartoon character always seems so familiar. It was drawn after me. When did Keke become such a yandere? What is it? Keke stood uneasily in the room. Chen Xi didn't answer immediately, merely scrutinizing him from head to toe. Her gaze was appraising and mocking, causing Keke extreme discomfort. Sit. Chen Xi pointed to the floor beside the bed. Keke frowned and remained still. She didn't force him, but pulled out her phone and opened a photo. It was a picture of Euro. The girl in the photo smiled radiantly, her eyes curving into beautiful crescents. She said nothing, but the silent threat was more potent than any words. Keke's fists clenched at his sides, then slowly relaxed. Resigned, he walked to the bedside and sat on the floor. Cross your legs. Chen, she continued to command. What? Keke looked up, unable to believe his ears. I said cross your legs, Chen, she repeated, then added, like a girl does sitting in a W position. Don't go too far. Keke's face flushed crimson instantly. Sit in a W position. That pose where little girls fold their legs backward. I won't do it. Is that so? Keke doesn't want to. Chen, she said, nothing more, merely raising her phone before him. On the screen was Yura's smiling face. Keke bit his lower lip, hard, nearly drawing blood. He closed his eyes, his body trembling slightly from humiliation. After a few seconds, still trembling, he slowly, most reluctantly complied with Chen Xi's demand. His legs clumsily bent backward, knees on the ground, calves spread apart. Unaccustomed to it, his movements were stiff and awkward. The cold touch of the wooden floor seeped through his thin nightgown, sending a shiver through him. Chen Xi watched his submission with satisfaction, her smile deepening. Brother Chen Xi, you look kinda cute when you blush. She tilted her head, using Chen Xi's gentle voice to utter provocative and malicious words. Don't you think it's disgusting to make that expression with my face? Keke's voice was hoarse with anger. Disgusting? Chen Xi raised an eyebrow, picking up the water glass from the bedside table. How could it be? This is my Chen Xi's face, so handsome. She swirled the water. See, Brother Chen Xi now has such a delicate and pretty face. She admired Keke's current appearance in the glass reflection. Keke turned away, shutting his eyes tightly, refusing to look at that face again. Any gentle expression belonging to the original Chen Xi on that face made him nauseous. Let alone this smile brimming with malice. I'm not that scheming, damn it. Instead of restraining herself, she laughed, even more joyfully. Alright, I'll stop teasing, Brother Chen Xi. There's still important business to attend to. Important business? Keke looked at Chen Xi with a puzzled expression. Chen Xi put down his water glass, pulled a chair from the desk, and sat down in front of Keke. Then she took a silver paper knife from her pocket. The sharp blade glinted coldly under the light. What are you trying to do? Keke's pupils constricted, and his body instinctively recoiled. The air in the room instantly congealed. Chen Xi did not answer him. He simply rolled up his sleeve, revealing a sturdy forearm. His skin was pale, with veins faintly visible. Then, without hesitation, he used the tip of the paper knife to carve a deep gash across his own wrist. Hiss! Bright red blood gushed out instantly, winding down along the texture of his skin. Keke gasped sharply. Are you insane? This is my body. Chen Xi, however, seemed oblivious to the pain, still wearing that gentle smile on his face. He extended his bleeding wrist in front of Keke. Lick it clean. What a... Keke's eyes flew wide open in disbelief as he stared at Chen Xi and the bleeding hand. That face which was his own, yet now etched with madness and a thirst for control. I said. Chen Xi's gaze turned icily cold, carrying an unyielding command. Lick it clean. No. Keke shook his head, retreating until his back pressed against the wall. Lick. Chen Xi's tone grew frigid. His other hand picked up the phone, displaying Yura's photo, his thumb lightly tapping the screen. Keke's face went deathly pale. Humiliation, nausea, rage, terror. All emotions intertwined, nearly shredding his sanity. He stared at the gruesome wound, at the ceaseless flow of blood, then at Yura's innocent smile on the phone screen. He knew there was no turning back. He closed his eyes, trembling as he extended his tongue and gently licked the wound. The rusty taste of blood instantly flooded his mouth, the warm liquid sliding across his tongue. Ugh! He nearly vomited, but forced himself to hold it in. He drank his own blood, feeling his soul being dragged bit by bit into an abyssal darkness. Chen Xi watched with satisfaction, a glint of triumph flashing in his eyes. Good. Continue. Gradually, he felt his body begin to change. An inexplicable heat surged rapidly, spreading through his limbs. What is this? His strength, too, was being drained away along with the heat. This blood. What? Keke's voice grew weaker, his eyelids heavy. Finally, unable to hold on any longer, his vision went dark, and he collapsed limply onto the cold floor. Just before his consciousness faded completely, he felt himself lifted by a pair of strong arms. Then he was gently laid on a soft bed. It was Keke's bed. Chen Xi placed him down and covered him with a blanket, his movements tender, as if caring for the sick. Good night, Keke. His voice was soft like the whisper of a demon. Though you can't understand my feelings right now, it doesn't matter. Soon, very soon you will. Darkness thick as viscous syrup enveloped his consciousness. His body was hot. No, it was scorching. It felt like a fever, a sour, languid heat seeping from the very marrow of his bones. Ring. As the alarm clock sounded, Keke struggled to open his eyes. His vision was blurry, the ceiling swaying before him, refusing to coalesce into a distinct shape. Memories of the previous night flooded into his mind like shards of glass. The ice-cold floor, the humiliating posture, and that face. His own face, wearing a demonic smile. And that sharp craft knife, the unflinching madness with which it had slit his wrist. Finally, the thick metallic taste of blood on his tongue, followed by a dizzying whirl. He struggled to sit up in bed, feeling utterly weak, and sore, his head pounding as if it would split. He walked to the mirror and stared at the pale-faced girl, reflected within his heart a complete blank. Today he would have to wear this face and attend a girls' high school. Awake! A voice came from the doorway. Keke froze, then snapped his head around. Chen Xi was leaning against the doorframe, wearing his blue sports jacket and holding a glass of water. That face which belonged to him wore the gentle expression he knew so well. But now to Keke, it only sent a chill down his spine. How do you feel? Did you sleep well last night? Chen Xi walked over and held out the glass of water to him. Keke didn't take it, he just stared at her intently. What did you do to me? His voice was hoarse and rough. Nothing much. Chen Xi placed the glass on the nightstand. Here, I've already prepared your uniform, it's on the chair. She pointed to a nearby chair. Keke followed her gaze, and his pupils constricted sharply. On the chair lay a neatly folded school uniform. A white sailor-style top, a deep navy pleated skirt, and a pair of white knee-high socks. Keke stared at the uniform, feeling as if his eyes were being seared. Can I not wear this? He pointed at the absurdly short skirt, his voice laced with a plea. Can't I wear pants? No. Chen Xi refused without a second thought. Keke is so cute, of course you have to wear a cute skirt. She even pinched Keke's cheek. If you don't want to wear the uniform, you could wear a Lolita-style dress instead. Keke glanced at the dress hanging in the closet, its lace ruffles so excessive they defied belief. He immediately shut his mouth. Fine. Of two evils, choose the lesser. Compared to that dress, the sailor uniform seemed not so unbearable after all. Hurry up and change, or you'll be late after breakfast. With that, she turned and left the room, even thoughtfully, closing the door behind her. The room fell silent once more. Keke sat on the bed like a petrified statue. He stared at the uniform, at that pleated skirt that symbolized absolute humiliation, feeling his dignity being peeled away piece by piece and trampled into the ground. But he had no choice. And even without considering Chen Xi's threats, he couldn't just not go. If he switched back and found out Keke's student status had been revoked, that would be a disaster. Keke took a deep breath, resigned to his fate, threw off the covers, and walked with heavy steps toward that chair. When Keke, clad in that humiliating outfit, shuffled out of the room, She was sitting at the dining table, leisurely sipping milk. The moment he emerged, Chen Xi's eyes lit up instantly. Wow. He let out a whistle, scrutinizing him from head to toe. My Keke, dressed in the school uniform, is indeed the cutest girl in the world. She deliberately said in a gentle voice, her gaze lingering on Keke's skirt. Especially your legs, they're quite beautiful. Keke's face flushed crimson, as if on fire. He wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Come over for breakfast, or you'll be late for school. Chen Xi's tone reverted to that gentle, good brother demeanor. Keke mechanically walked to the table and sat down. Before him lay a sandwich and a glass of warm milk. He had no appetite, picking up the sandwich as if gnawing on a piece of wood. Don't be so cold, it's been a year since you last went to school after all. Chen Xi stood up, reaching out to adjust his tie. Back off, I can do it myself. Keke brushed his hand away, his voice low, but seething with anger. Such a temper. But it's fine, we have plenty of time to slowly get along. Chen Xi was unfazed, instead grinning even wider. Oh, and at school don't cause trouble, don't get into conflicts, and it's best if you don't say a word. If I find out you've done something you shouldn't. She didn't finish, but the threat was unmistakable. After breakfast, Chen Xi rode an electric scooter to take him to school. Keke hesitated, then reluctantly climbed onto the back seat. The morning breeze lifted his shoulder-length hair and the pleated miniskirt. Startled, Keke quickly pressed down on his skirt, fearing an accidental exposure. Passers-by cast glances their way, mostly at Chen Xi. After all, that face was indeed handsome, but some fell on him. He could feel those gazes like tiny insects crawling on his bare calves. Just as he was about to drown in shame, Chen Xi, riding ahead, suddenly spoke. By the way, Keke. His voice seemed to carry a hint of concern. When you get to school, get along with your classmates, got it? If someone bullies you, make sure to tell your brother. Keke was taken aback. Bullying? Was this lunatic actually worried about him? How could he? Before he could figure it out, they had arrived. Chen Xi parked the scooter at the school gate. Keke, as if granted a reprieve, jumped off the back seat and turned to dash into the school. Wait! Chen Xi called out to him. Keke turned back impatiently. What now? Chen Xi pointed at his own face and smiled at him. Aren't you going to say something to your brother before you leave? Say something. Keke's mouth twitched. He looked at Chen Xi's infuriatingly cheerful face, took a deep breath, and then squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. Bye-bye, brother Chen Xi. His voice was soft and sweet, so much so that it gave even himself goosebumps. Good boy. Chen Xi patted Keke's head. Go on in, your brother will pick you up after school. The tone and demeanor were flawless. To outsiders, he was merely a caring older brother doting on his sister. Only Keke knew the twisted malice lurking behind that smile. Keke fled into the school gates, as if escaping. Walking at the entrance, surrounded by girls exuding youthful vitality, she felt like an alien who had stumbled into a world she didn't belong to. The air was thick with the mingling scents of various shampoos and perfumes, cloying and almost suffocating. He lowered his head, his hands unconsciously pulling down at the hem of his skirt, hoping to cover a bit more of his thighs. Finally, he found the teaching building, and finally, he found the venue. Standing at the door, his hand hovered in midair, unable to push it open for a long time. Through the small window in the door, he could see that more than half of the seats inside were already occupied, the clamor seeping through the wooden barrier. Oh well, since I'm already here. Keke sighed and finally pushed the door open. Whoosh! The classroom, once abuzz with chatter, fell silent the instant he stepped in. In an instant, every gaze in the classroom converged on him, sharp and unified. A tangled web of surprise, curiosity, and contempt enveloped him. Look, it's Keke, who took a year off. She actually came to school. I heard she has some mental issues. Keke ignored the hostile murmurs. His eyes swept swiftly across the room, finally settling on the last seat by the window. There was an empty seat, solitary, set far apart from the desks in front, as if deliberately isolated. All other seats were taken. This was likely Keke's spot. So under the weight of everyone's stares, Keke walked over step by step. As the distance shrank, he noticed the students nearby instinctively shifting away, as if avoiding something. Arriving at the seat, Keke froze. The surface of the wooden desk was covered in carvings, some deep, some shallow, some old, some new. Some had blackened with age as if they had been there for a long time, others were still fresh, the splinters not yet worn away. Go die, the mute freak, unwanted burden, ugly, even your brother doesn't want you. All kinds of venomous, unbearable words scarred the entire desktop like hideous wounds. What was most chilling was a small, crooked carving in the corner. Brother Chen Xi saved me. The handwriting was childish as if carved long ago. Each word stabbed into his heart like a knife. An indescribable surge of anger and guilt overwhelmed him, making it hard to breathe. He suppressed his emotions, slowly sat down, and his fingers traced over the uneven carvings. So this was the reason Keke had refused to come to school. So what he had always dismissed as his sister's capriciousness was actually hiding such a cruel truth. And he had been utterly oblivious. Just yesterday, he had even thought about sending Keke back to this place that was for her a living hell. Intense self-blame and guilt engulfed him like a tidal wave. This is my retribution. He murmured, his voice so low only he could hear. Heaven's punishment for my failure. Just then, 3 girls heavily made up and dressed in a flashy vulgar style surrounded him. The ringleader had a garish head of bleached yellow hair. She leaned lazily against the desk, incessantly chewing gum, occasionally smacking it with a loud pop. Oh, if it isn't our Keke. What finally decided to grace us with your presence at school today? The blonde girl's voice was shrill and caustic, dripping with undisguised malice. Her 2 lackeys behind her followed with snickers, attacking like sharks that had caught the scent of blood. The short-haired girl on the left spoke with insinuation, poking at Keke with her pen. What's the matter? Can't keep playing dead at home anymore. No, she must be sick from missing her brother again, right? The long-haired girl on the right pinched her nose, mimicking a crying voice. Boo-hoo, brother Chen Xi, Keke misses you so much. Haha, that's spot on. The 3 burst into a cacophony of piercing laughter. Keke glanced around the classroom. The other students kept their heads down, feigning absorption in their books, but their eyes darted furtively toward the scene. Clearly they feared becoming the next target, yet couldn't resist the spectacle. Truly, everyone loves a good show without caring about the trouble. What cat got your tongue? The blonde girl, finding his silence dull, reached out and shoved Keke's shoulder forcefully. I'm talking to you, can't you hear? Keke's body swayed slightly, but he still said nothing. He simply stared at her, his gaze growing colder. These 3 must be the main perpetrators of the long-term bullying against Keke. He looked at the dense carvings on the desk, his heart aching deeply. Facing these hooligans every day, no wonder Keke's personality had twisted. Oh, still daring to glare at me. The blonde girl felt a chill under his stare, but quickly turned to fury. If you're not convinced, come on, fight me, you mute. Boring. Keke spat out 2 cold words. These petty thugs who bullied others for fun weren't worth his breath. Huh. I'm talking to you. What kind of attitude is that? The blonde girl's temper flared. Oh, she raised her hand to slap Keke across the face. A cold glint flashed in Keke's eyes, his body moving faster than his thoughts as he struck out. His right hand shot out like lightning, seizing the blonde girl's wrist, his thumb precisely pressing into the hollow of her joint, while his left hand gripped her elbow and lifted it upward. His feet moved swiftly, leveraging her forward momentum into a graceful turn. The entire motion was crisp and clean, dizzyingly fast. A sharp crack echoed through the classroom as the joint locked. The blonde girl screamed in agony, instantly subdued by the clever force her face pressed against the desk covered in insulting graffiti. Her right arm was twisted behind her back, as pitiful as a pinned cockroach, utterly immobilized. Keke silently thanked his luck. Good thing he hadn't forgotten the self-defense techniques he learned before. Though Keke's body was pathetically weak with strength and speed lacking, basic joint locks and leverage still worked. Enough to handle these bluffing thugs. You? Let me go. The blonde's face was crushed against the desk, her voice twisted with pain. What are you standing there for? Help. All right, boss. The short-haired and long-haired girls snapped out of their shock and lunged at him with claws bared. Keke let out a cold laugh, applying a bit more pressure. The blonde shrieked in pain, freezing her lackeys in their tracks. Take another step and it'll dislocate her arm. Keke's voice was terrifyingly calm. The classroom fell into a dead silence once more. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene. Was this still the same Keke who was always timid, never daring to lift her head, the one everyone bullied? Let go. Keke, let go of me, damn it. The blonde girl struggled and cursed, her wrist twisted painfully, her face flushed red. Keke looked down at the blonde, not a flicker of emotion in his eyes. What should he do next? He couldn't really dislocate her shoulder, could he? Maybe just escort her straight to the dean's office. What's all this commotion? A scolding female voice suddenly came from the doorway. A stern-faced, middle-aged female teacher with glasses strode in, her high heels tapping an angry rhythm on the floor. The classroom fell silent instantly. Even the onlooking students quickly turned their heads away. Keke looked up at the teacher, a flicker of hope rising in his heart. The teacher was here. Surely she would deal with these bullies right. Yet the female teacher just frowned, strode quickly over to him, and said in a very impatient tone, Keke, what do you think you're doing? Let go. This is a classroom, not a fighting ring. Not a single word of reprimand for the bully. Not a single word of concern for him, the victim. Just an order to let go. Kuka looked at the teacher's cold face, his heart sinking bit by bit. He let go. The blonde girl immediately scrambled up from the desk, clutching her twisted wrist, glaring at him venomously. Her look could have flayed him alive, and she muttered curses under her breath. Teacher, look at her. She came back to school and started hitting people, shouldn't she? All right, both of you get back to your seats. The rest of you two, class is about to start. The teacher clapped her hands, urging the curious onlookers to turn around. But she turned a blind eye to everything that had just happened, not even asking about the cause or effect. The vile words scrawled on the desk were right under her nose, yet she didn't even glance at them. It was as if the conflict that had just occurred was nothing more than a harmless little drama between classmates. The blonde girl shot Kuku a triumphant smile, full of provocation and mockery, then swaggered back to her seat. On her way, she deliberately bumped into Kuke's shoulder. Kuku said nothing, just pulled out his chair and sat down. The chair legs scraped across the floor, making a harsh screech. Ring. The bell for class rang. The teacher began her lecture, and chalk drew white lines across the blackboard. But Kuku couldn't take in a single word. The knowledge points seemed to come through a glass wall. Kuku stared at the female teacher on the podium, who was diligently lecturing. She was dressed in neat professional attire, her voice clearly explaining the textbook content, the picture of a responsible educator. Yet this seemingly normal adult had just chosen to be selectively blind. He finally understood why the bullying had persisted for so long enough to drive Kuku to self-harm. Because no one was willing to intervene. The words on the desk were so vicious. As a teacher, could she really not know what was happening? Probably she just found it troublesome and couldn't be bothered to deal with it, just like this time, turning a blind eye even when it happened right before her eyes. As for the real victim, Kuku, who would care about him? And as for himself, who claimed to care about her, what had he actually done? His fingers traced the small, crooked words carved into the desktop. Brother, Chen Xi, save me. With what kind of desperate despair had Kuku written those words? Kuku, I'm sorry. Kuku endured the remaining morning classes in a state of extreme torment. The gazes of his classmates around him carried a peculiar mixed emotion of curiosity, fear, and schadenfreude. Although the trio with yellow hair did not cause further trouble, their occasional glances still made Kuku feel uncomfortable. After much difficulty, he finally made it to the lunch break. Kuku followed the crowd to the cafeteria, which was packed with people. The air was thick with the aroma of various dishes, along with an overwhelming blend of cheap perfumes from different brands. Kuku had a keen sense of smell, or rather this body belonging to Kuku possessed an abnormally acute olfactory sense. The strange mixed fragrance stifled his appetite completely. He casually got a portion of food and found a corner seat. After just 2 bites, he could no longer eat. He put down his chopsticks and glanced at the afternoon schedule. The first class afternoon was physical education. The corner of Kuke's mouth twitched uncontrollably. He looked down at the sailor uniform he was wearing. Then he thought of the equally embarrassing gym clothes. And this frail body too weak to even unscrew a bottle cap. A deep sense of foreboding surged within him. The afternoon PE class would likely be another ordeal. His premonition proved true. The moment he followed the girls in his class into the changing room, he felt his scalp nearly explode. The cramped space was packed with chattering girls. They unabashedly stripped off their uniforms and changed into gym clothes in front of everyone. The air was filled with a unique scent of adolescent girls mingling sweat and hormones. Kuku felt like Tang Sanzang, who had strayed into the kingdom of women. He found the locker in the most secluded corner, turned his back to everyone, and changed into the gym clothes as fast as he could. Then he fled out of the changing room. The PE class was simple: first 2 laps around the track to warm up, then a sit-up fitness test. Running 2 laps sounded easy, but for the current Kuku, it was a tremendous challenge. He had only run half a lap when he felt he was about to collapse. His chest bounced up and down with each stride, chafing his skin painfully. His breathing grew increasingly rapid, and he felt his lungs were about to burst. What made it even more unbearable was that next to the track was the boys' high school basketball court. A group of boys in basketball uniforms, while playing, kept casting malicious whistles and jeers toward their direction. Kuku felt his face burning with shame. He wished he could vanish from the track instantly. After barely surviving the warm-up, the sit-ups that followed made him wish for death. They worked in pairs, one to hold the legs, one to do the exercise. Kuku was paired with a short-haired girl whose name he didn't even know. He lay on the cool mat, hands behind his head. The short-haired girl pressed down on his feet. Begin. At the teacher's command, Kuku took a deep breath, tensed his core, and tried to sit up. However, nothing happened. His body seemed nailed to the mat, completely immobile. Kuku refused to give up. He tried again. Still no success. The core strength of this body was almost non-existent. He couldn't exert any strength at all. An undisguised snicker came from beside him. It was the girl with yellow hair. She and her 2 lackeys were lying on the mat next to Keke. They had already finished their test, and were now watching him with expressions of sheer amusement. "Oh, isn't this our young lady?" the yellow-haired girl said sarcastically. "What happened? You were so fierce when you hit someone this morning. Now you can't even do a single sit-up. What a useless all-show-no-go waste." Her 2 followers chimed in with laughter. Kuke's face flushed crimson. Humiliation. Rage. He wanted to rush over and throw her into a shoulder slam. But he held back. Now was not the time. Lying on the mat staring at the glaring lights on the gymnasium ceiling, he repeated to himself over and over. Hold on. Chen Xi, you must hold on. A gentleman seeks revenge even after 10 years. He'll remember this debt. We'll see. During dinner, an eerie silence hung over the dining table. Keke lowered her head, silently shoveling rice into her mouth, without uttering a single word. Everything she had endured at school weighed like a massive stone upon her chest, suffocating her. Guilt, self-blame, anger, and helplessness intertwined, making it impossible for her to swallow even a single bite. Keke, Chen Xi sitting across from her suddenly spoke. How was school today? His tone sounded as though he was merely making casual conversation. Yet Keke caught a flicker of barely perceptible tension and anticipation in his eyes. It was fine, Keke replied indifferently, lifting her head. Did those people bully you? Chen Xi set down his chopsticks. If they give you trouble, just tell me. They'll go and educate them properly. Keke paused mid-bite, looking up to cast a complex, searching glance at Chen Xi. The worry and genuine concern in his eyes were unmistakable. He was indeed deeply anxious about her. No need. I've already dealt with those three, Keke said in a low voice. Huh. Chen Xi froze for a moment, then his eyes lit up with astonishment and admiration. She lunged forward abruptly, nearly knocking over the soup bowl in front of her. Really? You took care of them? Keke nodded. Way to go, Keke. Well done. That's exactly how it should be. Why should you put up with their craps? Chen Xi showered her with praise, his face alight with genuine excitement. But this excitement faded as quickly as it came. The smile on his face gradually vanished, replaced by a fragility and sadness Keke had never seen before. How wonderful. Brother Chen Xi is so brave and strong, able to protect himself. Unlike Keke in the past. When she was bullied, she could only endure in silence. His voice was so soft, so faint. It was as if he were recounting a story that had nothing to do with him. Back then I had just transferred schools. Because of my accent and the way I dressed, the boys in my class isolated and ostracized me. They would throw my books into the trash. How wonderful. Brother Chen Xi is so brave and strong, able to protect himself. Unlike Keke in the past. When she was bullied, she could only endure in silence. His voice was so soft, so faint. These things she had never known. Before that tragedy occurred, she hadn't known either. She had even naively believed that he had been well taken care of, just like her. How foolish. How utterly despicable. She had never realized that he had been enduring such torment at school. Back then I really wished. Chen's eyes reddened slightly. I wish that Brother Chen Xi could be by my side. I wish that you could appear like a true hero and drive away all those who bullied me. But you weren't there. A smile that was more bitter than tears twisted across Chen's face. Every time I called you and told you I was unhappy at school, you would only say, Keke, be strong, Keke, learn to get along with your classmates. You had no idea what I was really going through. Keke's throat felt as though it were clogged solid. She couldn't utter a single word. She recalled those phone calls Keke had made to her. She remembered the hesitant, slightly tearful voice on the other end of the line. And what had she done? She had believed Keke's words, thinking it was just a minor conflict, so she had offered a few light-hearted words of comfort. She had never truly cared about whether he was doing well. Never once had she considered the cry for help hidden in his words. As his sister, she had failed miserably in her duty. Guilt and rage surged together, crashing over Keke until her vision went dark. No wonder. No wonder he had become so dependent on her, so twisted. All of this was my fault. I'm sorry. Keke lowered his head, his bangs covering his eyes, and the surging pain and self-reproach within. Chen Xi sat up, gently wiping away the tears on Keke's face with her fingertip. Why does Chen Xi have to apologize? Keke opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. What use was an apology? Could it erase the vicious words carved into the desk? Could it dispel the fear of being cornered in the restroom? Could it make up for the years of missing protection? The dining table fell into silence, only the ticking of the wall clock reminding them of time's passage. Chen Xi. Her voice was muffled, tinged with a nasal tone. You know what? After Keke came here, what she feared most was going to school. Because she never knew how she'd be bullied. Clearly Keke was terrified of those things, but you kept urging me to go to school. Keke opened his mouth, wanting to say something to comfort her, but found his throat choked, unable to utter a word. Yes, this was indeed his negligence. Even if Keke was unwilling to speak, there must have been ways to find out, whether by calling the teacher or asking her classmates, but he had never considered it. If in complete ignorance he were to send Keke back to that school again, heaven knows what might happen. But it's okay. He lifted his head, gazing at Keke, his eyes flickering with a nearly fanatical light. Now you finally understand how I felt back then. You can finally understand me, right? Keke fell silent. He didn't know how to answer. Understand. Perhaps. He could indeed now feel the helplessness and pain of being isolated and bullied. But that couldn't justify the reason behind her doing all those crazy things. Keke. Chen Xi stood up from her seat, walked around the table, and step by step approached Keke. Then she crouched down to meet his eyes. Her gaze was so sincere, so full of longing. From now on, let's just live like this forever, okay? Chen Xi reached out, gently cradling Keke's face. Their eyes met. One face was Chen's eyes, yet brimming with a crazed possessiveness. The other was Keke's, yet housed a soul tormented by its own pain. See, isn't this wonderful? He'll be Chen Xi, and he'll protect you. You can just rest easy as my Keke. I promise he'll make you the happiest girl in the world, and no one will ever bully you again. Chen Xi doesn't have to think about anything, doesn't have to do anything, just be a good Keke. Okay. Keke stared into her eyes, so full of pleading. He looked at that face, his own face, wearing a fragile expression he had never seen before. He wanted to argue. He wanted to say no. He wanted to say, give me back my body. But those words, when they reached his lips, simply wouldn't come out. Because he felt he had no right. He owed her a childhood without fear, owed her the protection she should have had. It was he who had pushed Keke down the path of paranoia. Now what right did he have to blame or command a sister he had neglected and driven to the brink of mental collapse? He could only remain silent. Keke's silence was like a pebble dropped into a stagnant pond. Ripples spread silently. Brother Chen Xi, you've finally come to your senses. Chen Xi clasped her hands tightly to her chest, her voice trembling. As she spoke, her eyes gleaming with an abnormal fervent light. His body leaned slightly forward, radiating a morbid excitement. Keke did not lift her head, only stared fixedly at the few grains of rice in her bowl, mashed beyond recognition. Come to my senses. No, I haven't. I just don't know what to do anymore. This is what I owe Keke. Chen Xi slowly rose and walked over to Keke. She reached out her hands, gently cradling Keke's face. The hands were warm and soft, yet they sent a bone-chilling cold through Keke. Their eyes met. He had just uttered a single word when Chen Xi's index finger gently pressed against his lips. Shoo. Her gaze was tender, but beneath that tenderness lurked something far more dangerous. Keke must be exhausted after a long day, right? Chen Xi withdrew her hand, picked up Keke's bowl, scooped up a large portion of tomato and egg stir-fry, and brought it to Keke's lips. Come on, open wide. Keke watched his own body feed him with that doting expression, a wave of nausea churning in his stomach. He wanted to refuse to push the spoon away, but Chen Xi's gaze made him dare not move rashly. That look held expectation, tenderness, and a veiled threat. He could open up. Chen Xi's voice grew softer, the spoon tapping lightly against Keke's lips. Keke closed his eyes and mechanically opened his mouth. The tomato and egg stir-fry was good, but Keke felt an unprecedented nausea. Not because of the taste, but because of the humiliation of being fed like this. He felt like a patient who had lost the ability to care for himself, or rather like a kept pet. Eat more, Keke, you're too thin. With that, Chen Xi picked up another mouthful and brought it to Keke's lips. Helpless Keke accepted the feeding bite by bite. Chen Xi watched Keke eat the food she had fed him, a satisfied smile curving at the corners of her mouth. Slow down, no one's going to take it from you. She let out a light laugh. Keke is always like this, eating so hurriedly. Keke's hand trembled, nearly spitting out the food. He stared wide-eyed at Chen Xi, his heart pounding wildly. Those words he had said to her before. The exact same tone, the exact same concern. Keke was indeed becoming more and more like Chen Xi. What's wrong? Chen Xi tilted her head, blinking her innocent big eyes at him. Doesn't it taste good? No. Keke struggled to control his trembling voice, forcing a smile. It's delicious. That's good. Chen Xi nodded with satisfaction. Since Keke's cooking skills have gotten rusty from now on, he'll cook for you every day. The meal ended in a suffocating, eerie atmosphere. Keke stood up to clear the dishes, but Chen Xi grabbed his wrist. No need, Keke should rest today. With that, she flashed Keke a smile, warm and considerate, exactly the same as his own used to be. I'm going to my room. Keke stood up hastily, wanting to escape this suffocating atmosphere. Wait. Chen Xi's voice sounded behind him. Keke's footsteps halted. He stiffly turned his head. What? It's this late time for a shower, you know. Chen Xi said slowly, her tone brooking no argument. You reek of sweat. Even for a girl, you'll start to stink, got it? Keke's temple twitched. But in the end, he merely took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the rising anger. Thinking back, he had indeed worked up a sweat at school today, and now his body felt sticky, the uniform fabric clinging unpleasantly to his back. And the bra area was stiflingly tight. Got it, he answered in a muffled tone, then turned and walked toward the bathroom. Closing the door, the cramped space shut out the outside world. Keke leaned against the door panel, exhaling a long breath as if trying to expel all the pent-up frustration from his chest. Was he really going to live like this for the rest of his life? Becoming Keke, being kept by her, controlled by her, completely losing himself? No, he couldn't. What about Yuro? That innocent, kind girl who trusted him was still waiting for him. He couldn't let her fall into the hands of that madwoman Keke. And there was his own life, his studies, his future. He couldn't just give up. Guilt was guilt, but it couldn't be a reason for him to abandon everything and let Keke manipulate him. He had to find a way to switch back. But how? What exactly was that strange powder? Where did Keke hide it? He had no clue at all. Keke sighed, dragging his feet to the mirror. He looked at the face of his sister reflected there. His eyes were slightly red from fatigue, with faint dark circles underneath. Though still very cute, it completely lacked the superficial sunshine of the real Keke. Really, he didn't know whether to say Kuke's stress tolerance was good or bad. After dawdling for a while, Keke finally began to unbutton his school uniform. He tried to avoid looking quickly taking off his clothes, but an inadvertent glance still made his cheeks flush crimson instantly. The girl reflected in the mirror was exquisitely delicate. Her fair skin glowed with a pearlescent luster under the warm yellow bathroom light, her slender waist and soft curves forming a picture he had never known before. Damn! Keke suddenly turned his face away, his heart pounding wildly in his chest, as if it would break through his ribs and escape. What the hell? He had just gotten a girlfriend and hadn't even held her hand properly, yet the first female body he got to observe in detail was his own. What kind of nonsense was this? He smiled bitterly and shook his head, forcing himself to stop thinking wildly. He bent down and tossed the changed uniform into the laundry basket beside him. In the basket, there was also a set of men's clothes, of blue and white striped t-shirt and dark jeans. They were the clothes he had worn yesterday. A faint scent wafted over, a light smell of sweat mixed with the fresh fragrance of his usual body wash. In the past, he would have just thought it was the normal smell after exercise, sometimes even complaining about sweating so much. But now, as the scent entered his nostrils, Keke felt a strange heat surge from deep within his body. He swallowed hard, his gaze uncontrollably fixated on that pile of clothes belonging to Chen Xi. His heart skipped a beat for no reason, then began to race wildly, making him dizzy. As if possessed, Keke walked over. He bent down and picked up his own t-shirt. Bringing the t-shirt to his nose, he took a deep breath. This was the scent. The familiar, reassuring scent. Yet the next second a strange heat surged up from deep within him without warning. This rush of heat was even more violent and domineering than the reaction after licking the blood. Thump! Thump! His heart lost control in an instant, pounding like a drum in his chest. His blood seemed to ignite, roaring and racing through his veins. His body was becoming so strange. Kuke's face flushed bright red and his breathing became rapid. He felt his body undergoing some change he could neither understand nor control. He wanted more. No. Something's wrong. Keke suddenly threw the t-shirt away as if it were a red-hot iron. He staggered back a few steps, his back slamming hard against the cold tile wall. He gasped for air, trying to calm his wildly beating heart. What the hell was going on? It was his own clothes that he had worn for over a decade, a scent he had smelled for years. How could it feel so appetizing now? This was too abnormal. Too unreasonable. He rushed under the shower head and turned the water temperature to the coldest. The icy, piercing water poured from above, making him shiver. The strange heat seemed to subside somewhat under the cold stream. But that restless heart could not calm down no matter what. He crouched on the cold floor, hugging his knees, letting the cold water wash over him. His mind was in turmoil. This body, Kuke's body, what was wrong with it? Could it be that Keke? A terrifying thought quietly surfaced in his mind. No. Impossible. But when he looked at the girl in the mirror, she appeared completely. This was simply unfathomable. When this garment had appeared in his hands, how he had buried his face into it, those details had already slipped from memory. It feels so good. Yes, it felt good. It was as if the void inside him, the one that clamored and yearned, had finally been filled. He must be insane. He was probably going mad. That was what Keke told himself in his heart. Yet his arms tightened their grip on the garment. Knock, knock. A gentle tap came at the bathroom door. Keke, are you done washing? From outside the door came Chen Xi's somewhat nonchalant voice. Did you forget to grab a change of underwear? I've brought some for you. Wait a moment. Kuke's body stiffened and he jerked his head up. But it was already too late. Before he could hide the clothes, or even take a single step, a soft click echoed abruptly as the lock turned. The bathroom door swung open. Chen Xi's own face appeared in the doorway, holding a brand new set of clearly feminine underwear. He hummed a little tune, a faint, enigmatic smile curling at the corner of his lips. His gaze swept across the cramped washroom before finally settling on Kuke's face, and on the garment clutched tightly in his hands. At that moment, time itself seemed to stand still. The air grew thick and stagnant. Kuke's mind went completely blank. It was over. He had been seen by the very person he least wanted to witness this. His most pitiful, most shameful side. Chen Xi couldn't help it. He let out a soft laugh. He leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, watching Keke with amusement. Tell me, Keke, what exactly are you up to? He deliberately drew out his words, each syllable hammering against Kuke's frayed nerves. I wasn't doing anything. He stammered, trying to defend himself. It was an accident. An accident. Chen Xi raised an eyebrow, his smile deepening. An accident that involved burying your face in my clothes and making such an ecstatic expression. Keke was left utterly speechless. Chen Xi toyed with the strap of the pink underwear in one hand while waving the other dismissively. It's fine. Big brother understands. It's perfectly normal for a teenage girl to be curious about the opposite sex. Understand? What did you understand? You don't understand a damn thing. It's you who's wrong here. Keke screamed internally, yet he was too flushed with shame to utter a single word. He could only glare at the Chen Xi before him. All right. Seeing Keke on the verge of tears from embarrassment, Chen Xi finally took pity and stopped teasing him. He straightened up and turned to leave. Next time you want some, you can just ask your big brother directly. There's no need to be so sneaky about it like a thief. Big brother's clothes are yours to sniff whenever you like. With that he turned back and winked at Keke. Keke's pupils contracted sharply and the corner of his mouth twitched wildly. I really wasn't. Keke felt he was about to lose his mind. He wanted to rush over and grab that guy by the collar to tell him it wasn't like that at all. But Chen Xi seemed to see through his intentions and gave him no chance to explain. Enough. Hurry up and wash, it's getting late. He placed the underwear on the nearby shelf and turned to walk out. Just before closing the door, Chen Xi's voice drifted back through the crack, laced with a seemingly earnest teasing. But Keke, you need to be careful too. After all, you're a cute girl now. Girls should maintain a bit of modesty. Bang! The bathroom door clicked shut again. Keke remained frozen in that stiff posture, utterly motionless. Chen Xi's words were still echoing in his mind. Maintain a proper image. Keke suddenly looked down at himself. His belly. His arms. Was this how I looked when Chen Xi saw me completely? Boom. Blood surged to his head with a deafening roar. A wave of indescribable heat more ferocious than before swept through his entire body. It was shame. It was humiliation. Yet there was also an inexplicable thrill. He could no longer bear it. He collapsed, clutching his head, and crouched on the floor. Why did this have to happen? What was this all about? Keke had no recollection of how he dazedly finished his bath, or how he returned to that pink room. He threw himself heavily onto the soft bed, burying his head under the blanket, trying to shake off all those chaotic images from his mind. But it was futile. Chen Xi's teasing gaze, and every one of his mocking words echoed relentlessly in his mind like a demonic melody. And there was that lingering sensation in his body. This bogus reaction is too strange, isn't it? Would a normal girl react like this? Keke tossed, and turned restlessly on the bed. Suddenly a troubling thought surged into his mind. Could it be that it wasn't because she was a girl, but because of Keke herself? That her body had a reaction to his scent. It wasn't Keke in Chen Xi's body, but Keke herself, who had such a strong reaction to Chen Xi's belongings. Could it be? With this thought, he abruptly sat up, kicked off the blanket, and paced back and forth in the room, rubbing his hands anxiously. Could it be that before they swapped bodies, that usually gentle and somewhat timid girl had already? Perhaps she had even secretly done things like sniffing clothes countless times before. Knock knock. Just then a knock came at the door. Keke, are you asleep? It was Chen Xi's voice. Keke's heart clenched and his steps halted instantly. What did this madman want now? He quickly rushed to the bed, pulled the blanket over himself tightly, and deliberately closed his eyes, pretending to be asleep. I know you're not asleep, Chen Xi said from outside the door, his voice laced with obvious delight. I heard you pacing in the room. Keke gritted his teeth under the blanket, but finally let out a resigned sigh. Please come in. With a click, the door lock turned, and the door swung open. Chen Xi walked in slowly, his steps unhurried. In his hand, he still held that silver paper knife. This again. Chen Xi walked straight to the bed, pulled up a chair, and sat down. Then, just like before, without hesitation, he made a fresh cut on his own wrist. Bright red blood gushed out instantly. Here, lick it clean. Chen Xi extended his bleeding wrist once more before Keke. Keke stared at the ghastly wound, his stomach churning, and instinctively recoiled. Yesterday, he had been caught off guard. Today, he was genuinely repulsed. But looking at Chen Xi's face, which was his own, and the unyielding determination deep in his eyes, Keke knew resistance was futile. And a sudden thought crossed his mind. Could this bizarre act of licking blood have something to do with their body swap? Was it some kind of ritual to maintain the exchange? It sounded absurd, but everything happening now was absurd enough. Perhaps as long as the blood wasn't swallowed, it would be useless. With this thought, a faint glimmer of hope ignited in Keke's heart, and his gaze grew resolute. He hesitated for a moment, then still extended his tongue and gently licked the droplet of blood. The rusty metallic sweetness spread across his mouth. But this time Keke only held it in his mouth, without as if sensing his subtle movement. Chen Xi's brow furrowed, a flicker of displeasure flashing in his eyes. Keke, not being obedient, are you? With that, his other hand reached out, fingers curling together to firmly grip Keke's chin, forcing his head up. Is it not to your taste? No. Keke, his chin held in a vice-like grip, managed to squeeze out those two words in a muffled voice. Or perhaps. Chen Xi's gaze suddenly turned sharp. He leaned down, bringing his face, that face belonging to Chen Xi, close to Keke's, so near that they could hear each other's breath. Do you think you can defy me, eh? He paused for a moment, his voice dropping even lower, each word dripping with icy menace as it slowly escaped his lips. Keke, you need to think carefully. If you don't cooperate obediently, tomorrow Yuro might not be able to contact you anymore. This again, using Yuro to threaten him once more. Keke jerked his head up, his fists clenched, a raging inferno of fury burning inside him with no outlet. For Yuro, he must not act rashly. Gulp. Keke closed his eyes, his Adam's apple, though currently absent, bobbed with difficulty as he forcibly swallowed the mouthful of blood. The warm, metallic-tasting liquid slid slowly down his throat. Chen Xi squinted, clearly not convinced. He reached out a finger, pried open Keke's mouth and probed inside, checking back and forth. MMPH. Keke's eyes flew wide, his pupils contracting in shock. His body instinctively recoiled, but Chen Xi held him fast. This bastard was actually checking. Too much. Too perverted. Too humiliating. When the finger withdrew, there was no trace of blood, only sticky saliva. Chen Xi nodded with satisfaction, and like soothing a small animal ruffled Keke's hair. That's a good boy, Keke. Don't worry, when brother Chen Xi has time, I'll take you to buy some pretty clothes. Buy your sister. Keke screamed internally, but on his face he could only force a smile uglier than tears, the corners of his mouth stiffly turning upward. Good night, Keke. Rest well. Tomorrow we still have to go. With that he turned and strode to the door, which closed softly behind him. Keke collapsed onto the bed like a broken marionette, letting that scorching heat slowly devour his reason bit by bit. He rolled over, lying face up on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Was there still a chance to switch back? Though Keke was important, thinking of Yuro, how she might be hurt by Chen Xi's machinations. No, this couldn't go on. He had to find a way. For Yuro, no matter what, he had to find a way to switch back. Just then, ring ring, ring ring, a crisp, pleasant phone ringtone suddenly sounded from the next room. That ringtone. It was Yuro. It was the exclusive ringtone he had set for her. Yuro was calling. Keke's mind went blank, then snapped back to near clarity. He sprang up from the bed, ignoring the still churning heat in his body, and stumbled off the bed barefoot, rushing to the door of Chen Xi's room. He pressed his ear tightly against the door, holding his breath to listen to the sounds inside. Keke's heart was in his throat. He could even vividly picture his own current expression, that Catan mouse morbidly playful smirk that was enough to turn one's stomach. Hey, Yuro. Chen Xi's tone was as gentle as ever, carrying even a hint of well-timed surprise. It's so late, why aren't you asleep yet? Chen Xi, you finally picked up. Where are you now? It was Yuro's voice, laced with undisguised worry and aggrieved reproach. Of course I'm at home. Chen Xi's reply was as brief as a telegram. At home. Yuro's voice was thick with obvious confusion. Did you forget something? Forget something? Keke's heart suddenly leaped into his throat. He pressed himself against the wall, holding his breath. He only heard Chen Xi in the next room pause for a moment, then ask in an apologetic, tentative tone, Forgot what? Is it homework? Hearing this reply, Keke suddenly remembered. Tonight was the night he and Yuro had long ago agreed to go see a play together. It was a performance by a small theater troupe that Yuro loved most, and tickets were incredibly hard to come by. He had once begged several friends just to snag 2 seats together. Yuro had been looking forward to this play for an entire month. She had even bought a new dress especially for tonight's date. Chen Xi was unaware of all these things. On the other end of the line, Yuro fell completely silent after hearing the word homework. After a long while, Keke heard her voice, thick with a nasal tone and choked with sobs. Did you really forget? We agreed tonight. Tonight we were going to see Waiting Under the Starry Sky together. Yuro's voice trailed off, deflated like a punctured balloon, filled with disappointment. That. Chen Xi seemed to realize he had misspoken, a hint of panic in his voice. Sorry, I was too busy and forgot. How about another day? I really don't have time today. He began to fumble for excuses. Silence on the other end of the line. A deathly silence. The stillness seeped through the door panel, plunging Keke's heart into an icy abyss. He knew that Yuro, being so good-natured, would never suspect the person on the phone wasn't him. She would only blame herself for everything. Sure enough, a few seconds later, Yuro's voice, thick with a nasal tone, sounded again. All right then. Chen Xi, even if you're busy, don't forget to eat. Her voice sounded so understanding, yet so heartbreaking. I know. Chen Xi's tone sounded relieved. So how are you going to make it up to me this time? Yuro said, her voice tearful and coaxing. Make it up. Of course I'll make it up. Chen Xi immediately seized the opportunity, speaking in a doting tone. Next time, it'll definitely go with you, okay? Whatever you want to watch, well, watch. Yuro seemed to be appeased by him, her emotions stabilizing a little. The two chatted affectionately for a few more moments before Chen Xi hung up. The room fell into a dead silence. Keke remained frozen in that eavesdropping posture, not moving a muscle. But inside, a storm was raging. Anger, heartache, and a flicker of secret delight. Anger at that madman for hurting Yuro like this. Heartache for Yuro, such a wonderful girl, being toyed with by that lunatic. And as for the secret delight, it was because he had finally found a possible breakthrough to expose that Keke's disguise. Just then, knock knock. The door he was leaning against was gently tapped twice from the other side. Keke's body stiffened abruptly. Brother Chen Xi, you're outside the door, aren't you? That little minx really seems to love you, doesn't she? Hearing you weren't going, she sounded like she was about to cry from grievance, huh? Chen Xi's voice came through the door panel, filled with malicious, undisguised mockery. Keke swallowed his saliva nervously, continuing to listen to Chen Xi's words. But Keke, rest assured, I won't be so quick to break up with that woman named Yuro. Her exit must be nothing short of spectacular. In the dead of night, the moonlight spilled through the window like a gossamer veil, casting a pale glow across the floor. Keke tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. Partly because her heart was burdened with worries, but also because this body felt utterly alien and uncomfortable. In his past life, he was accustomed to sleeping on his back, sprawled out, however he pleased. But now whenever he lay flat, two heavy mounds of flesh pressed down on him, making it hard to breathe, like two boulders crushing his chest. It felt stifling. He had no choice but to sleep on his side, yet even that was uncomfortable. Something seemed to be poking him. Frustrated, he grabbed a pillow from the head of the bed and stuffed it under his waist, trying every angle, but none offered relief. How does Coco even fall asleep like this? Coco sat up irritably, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, a few strands sticking to her sweaty neck. Her throat felt dry. She glanced at the alarm clock on the nightstand. 2:17 a.m. Forget it, better to get a glass of water from the living room than lie here tormented by these two lumps. He threw off the covers, slipped out of bed quietly, and stepped barefoot onto the cold floor. The sudden chill made him shiver. Even the soles of this body are this sensitive. Coco muttered, pulled open the door, and cautiously poked his head out. The living room was pitch black save for the faint moonlight seeping through the window, outlining the furniture's silhouettes in the dark. As he passed the adjacent room, he instinctively softened his steps. The door wasn't fully closed, left slightly ajar. Through the crack, he could faintly hear snoring. Coco froze. He crept closer and peered through the gap carefully. There, lying sprawled on his bed, was Chen Xi, wearing his face, sleeping soundly, even letting out soft snores. Coco was speechless. How does Coco manage to mimic even the way I sleep so perfectly? Suddenly a thought struck Coco like lightning. His phone. His phone must be in that room. If he could get it, he could contact Yuro immediately and tell her everything about the play exactly as it happened. Even if she didn't believe him, at least it would serve as a warning in case Coco went mad and broke up with Yuro outright. If things went smoothly, maybe Yuro could even help him escape this predicament. Coco's heart began to pound wildly. Tension, excitement, and a hint of fear surged within him. What if that lunatic caught him? Given his nature, he wouldn't let him off easily. But fortune favors the bold. If he didn't take the risk, he'd be trampled under that madman's heel forever. Coco took a deep breath, his gaze hardening with resolve. He gently grasped the door handle and pushed it slowly. A faint creak echoed, small, yet jarringly loud in the silent night. Coco's heart leaped into his throat. Holding his breath, he listened intently. Fortunately, the snoring continued. He hunched his back, moving like a thief, each step cautious, ensuring the snoring never faltered. The room was filled with the familiar scent of himself, a blend of subtle cologne, sweat, and laundry detergent. But now this female boda's keen sense of smell detected another layer, the unique fragrance of Chen Xi's skin. He inhaled deeply, forcing himself to calm down. Under the moonlight, he quickly scanned the room. On the desk. No. The nightstand. Also no. Where did that guy put the phone? Coco's gaze finally landed on the bulging blanket on the bed. Chen Xi was lying on his side, facing away. And the phone was right by his pillow. The screen reflected a faint glimmer in the dark. Found it. A surge of joy filled Coco's heart as he tiptoed toward the bed. He bent down, stretched out his arm, and reached for the phone. Closer. Even closer. His fingertips were about to touch the screen. But he made a fatal mistake. He forgot that this body was nothing like his old one. As he leaned forward, those two mounds of flesh also tilted forward. And so he lost his footing. His entire body lurched forward uncontrollably. Then, he felt himself collide with something soft. It was the chest. Those heavy, infuriating, and embarrassing mounds of flesh pressed firmly against Chen Xi's face. Coco's mind went blank. Time seemed to freeze. He could clearly feel the warm breath against the skin of his chest. It's over. Totally screwed. The next second, survival instinct kicked in. He grabbed the phone from the pillow, pushed himself up with all his might, and tried to bolt out. But a strong arm suddenly wrapped around his neck, locking him in place. Chen Xi's face buried itself deep into his chest once more. The night was as dark as ink, so silent that the sound of his own heartbeat was audible, yet at this moment it thundered like a war drum. He strained with all his might, attempting to break free. But that hand, firm, powerful now like a welded iron hoop, held him immobile. In the darkness, Chen Xi did not immediately sit up. Instead, he pulled Coco closer. Inhale. Exhale. What are you doing? Coco felt an instant surge of shame, every hair on his body standing on end as he desperately leaned back, trying to escape. But Chen Xi still held Coco firmly. Chen Xi opened his eyes, a teasing smile curling at the corner of his lips. My dear Coco, what exactly are you doing? His voice was slow and deliberate. In the dead of night, not sleeping, and you come to your brother's room. Are you trying to ambush me? Ambush? The corner of Keke's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Who's trying to ambush you? He retorted, his face flushed. Oh. Chen Xi raised an eyebrow. Then what are you here for? I am thirsty. Can I just get some water? Get water? Does getting water require you to grope around my pillow? And wake me up this way? Was the facial cleanser fun? Chen Xi deliberately moved his pressed face. Facial cleanser. Keke's face instantly turned as red as a pig's liver, whether from shame or anger. Chen Xi reached out and poked his cheek. Little sister, lying will make your nose grow long, you know. As he spoke, he pinched Keke's nose. Keke slapped the mischievous hand away. Don't make such disgusting expressions with my face. My face is mine to do with as I please, isn't it? Chen Xi let out a laugh, the sound especially clear and equally sarcastic in the quiet room. Seriously, let me go. Keke growled, but his voice, due to the timbre of this body, came out soft and utterly lacking in menace. He suddenly tried to break free, but the strength difference between a man and a woman was vast, especially when the other was on guard. His meager strength was utterly inadequate. Let go. Chen Xi finally sat up slowly and actually released his grip. Due to inertia, Keke tumbled off the bed entirely, landing with a thud on the cold floor. Hiss! His buttocks throbbed with pain. Keke sucked in a sharp breath of cold air, tears nearly springing forth. But now he couldn't afford to care about that. He clutched the phone tightly in his hand, leaped up from the floor, and turned to flee. Then Chen Xi suddenly stepped forward and pinned Keke beneath him. Chen Xi lowered his gaze, his eyes landing on the hand, clutching the phone, his stare icy. Impressive, little sister. Growing bolder, are we? Learning to steal a phone. That's not your phone. It's mine. Keke blurted out in panic. Oh, but now it's here with me, isn't it? Chen Xi extended his other hand and effortlessly pulled out the phone that held all of Keke's hopes. No. Keke watched helplessly as the phone was taken, his heart sinking to the depths. He wanted to snatch it back, but his wrist was still firmly restrained. What exactly do you want? He ground out through clenched teeth, a mix of fury and helplessness churning within him. What do I want? Chen Xi toyed with the phone, his fingertip gliding over the cold screen. Under the moonlight, his eyes were fathomless. I don't want anything, Onaikin just wants you to be good. He leaned in closer, his warm breath misting against Keke's face. Tell me, Keke, what did you want to do with the phone? Were you trying to secretly contact Yuro? Keke's body went rigid, his pupils trembling violently. Seeing his instantly pale face, Chen Xi curled his lips in satisfaction. You wanted to use it to contact that woman named Yuro, didn't you? Chen's eyes tone turned abruptly cold. You wanted to tell her the truth about our body swap. You wanted her to come and save you, isn't that right? Keke bit his lower lip hard, remaining silent. At this point, denial was utterly meaningless. Keke, have you forgotten what I told you? Chen Xi released the hand pinning Keke's wrist and gently patted his cheek. I told you, as long as you behave obediently, I won't make things difficult for you nor make things hard for Yuro. You? Keke's lips trembled, but he couldn't form a complete sentence. Do you think she'll believe you if you tell her? Do you think just because of a play agreement she'll believe that you are the real Chen Xi? Will she believe it? Or will she think Keke has gone mad? Chen Xi leaned down and pinched his chin. Before you can make her believe you, I have 100,000 ways to make her completely become mine. Isn't she the one you care about most? Don't you think she's the purest, the most beautiful, eh? Then tell me, if I take her most precious first time, do you think she'll still love Chen Xi as innocently as she does now? You wouldn't dare. See if I dare. A cruel, demonic smile spread across Chen Xi's face. So I advise you to behave yourself. Be good and act like my dear little sister. Stop making these unnecessary little moves. Chen Xi stood up, patting his pale cheek, as if soothing a pet. Otherwise, next time I can't guarantee that I won't do something that will make you regret it for the rest of your life. Why? Keke could no longer suppress the collapse within her. Clenching her fists tightly, she screamed hoarsely at the demon, wearing her own face. Why are you doing this? Give me back my body. He scrambled up from the ground, trembling all over, and charged forward recklessly. Yet this body of a young girl was far too fragile. His resistance appeared utterly feeble before Chen Xi. A morbid arc curled at the corner of Chen Xi's lips. With a casual raise of his hand, he pressed a finger against Keke's forehead. No matter how Keke flailed his limbs or kicked his legs, he could not advance an inch. Keke stopped fussing. Chen Xi tilted his head slightly, a dangerous glint flickering in his eyes, his tone still dripping with that nauseatingly doting cadence. Look at yourself now, don't you look like an angry little kitten? He extended his other hand, gently stroking Keke's disheveled hair. So adorable. Adorable, my foot. Keke's cheeks flushed with rage as he flailed his arms wildly, trying to push him away, and cursed out loud. You pervert. Lunatic. Let me go. Shoo. Chen Xi slowly raised a finger to his lips, making a silencing gesture. You're too loud, you'll disturb the neighbors. A sickly gentle smile spread across his face. Keke, haven't you noticed? He leaned in closer, his voice as soft as a feather. You're becoming more and more like a real girl now. See, when you're angry, your feet instinctively stomp the ground. When you're shy, your cheeks flush pink. Even the way you curse carries a hint of coquettishness. You? Keke trembled with fury, his chest heaving violently, nearly spitting blood. When did I stomp my feet? When did I act coquettish? This lunatic is blatantly lying through his teeth. I did not, he retorted angrily, stomping his right foot hard on the floor in agitation, producing a crisp sound. Is that so? A triumphant smile flickered in Chen Xi's eyes as he let out a light, non-committal laugh. He released the hand pressing Keke's forehead and opened his arms, pulling the person before him into a tight embrace. Keke, don't you understand yet? His voice whispered against Keke's ear, the warm breath sending shivers down the spine. Everything I've done is so that I can stay by your side, openly and forever. Before I could only admire you from afar. But now it's different. His arms tightened, as if trying to meld the other into his very bones. Now I've become Chen Xi. I can legitimately take care of you, protect you, and possess you. Let go. Who needs your care? Who needs your protection? Cuckoo struggled, desperately pushing against his chest with both hands. Cuckoo is so shy. Chen Xi dismissed Keke's resistance, resting his chin gently on Keke's shoulder, his warm breath spilling over Keke's ear, his voice low and dangerous. Now we can forever. His lips almost touched Keke's ear, his voice as light as a murmur. We can even as Cuckoo once wished go, and marry. Marui. Keke felt as though her worldview had been shattered once again. This madman. What on earth was going on in her mind? You shameless bastard. Keke trembled with rage, yet could only muster such a feeble, powerless retort. Shameless. Perhaps. Chen Xi suddenly stepped forward, pinning Keke against the wardrobe, his hands braced on either side of her head. But if it means keeping Chen Zijij by Keke's side forever, what does a little shamelessness matter? You. Keke's body stiffened with fury. She should have felt disgust, yet her body uncontrollably grew hot. Alright, it's getting late. Little sister should go back to sleep at school tomorrow. He suddenly pulled back, waving his hand, as if shooing away a stray cat or dog. Keke stood rooted to the spot, glaring at him, with eyes full of anger and resentment. Chen Xi, however, acted as if he hadn't noticed, lying down, pulling the covers over himself, and even turning his back to her, leaving only the back of his head. As if that heart-stopping confrontation had been nothing more than a harmless prelude to sleep. His phone lay on the pillow beside him, so close yet so far. Keke clenched her fists, her nails digging deep into her palms, bringing a sharp sting. She knew it was pointless to stay any longer. A physical fight. She was no match. Reason with him. He was a logical genius of the insane variety. What's wrong, Keke? Want me to carry you back to your room? Chen Xi taunted. No need. She spun around abruptly, her steps unsteady as she fled the suffocating room. Bam! The slam of the door was jarringly loud in the silent night. Back in her room, Keke finally let loose, slamming her fist against the door panel with all her might. A searing pain shot through her knuckles, yet it was nothing compared to the agony in her heart. She mechanically looked down at the 4 crescent-shaped wounds on her palm, where her nails had dug in. What should she do? What on earth could she do? That lunatic had no intention of swapping back. Was she truly doomed to be trapped in this body, forever controlled, like a pet, by the one who had stolen hers? No, never. A flicker of defiance gleamed in Keke's eyes. She couldn't give up. If she did, everything would truly be lost. What about Yuro? What about her own life? And she couldn't just let him wander further down the wrong path. She had to pull him back. Keke slowly raised her head. The despair and helplessness of moments ago were replaced by a fierce, unyielding fighting spirit. She walked to the desk, sat down, and forced herself to think calmly. Since a heated confrontation was impossible, she would have to rely on wit. The bizarre blood-feeding ritual flashed through Keke's mind. Why? Why did he keep forcing her to drink his blood? Based on his reaction, when she didn't swallow before, it seemed only swallowing had an effect. Did that mean not swallowing, or finding a way to expel what was swallowed could break part of the control? Though it sounded disgusting, it was a possibility. In any case, she couldn't just sit and wait for doom. She lifted her head and looked out the window. The night remained thick and dark. In art class, the easel stood propped up as charcoal pencils scraped against the paper, emitting a soft rustling sound. The air was filled with the dry scent of plaster and wood shavings. Keke was sketching a plaster cast, finding the shadow of the nose particularly tricky to handle. But even trickier was the deliberately hushed yet unmistakable gossip around him. Like flies, persistent and buzzing. Hey, have you heard? The blonde girl raised her voice deliberately. She didn't look at Keke, but her gaze hooked toward him like a barb. Someone saw Keke arriving at school on the back of a guy's scooter this morning. Sure, it was just an electric bike, but the guy was super handsome, and apparently he's from that prestigious university nearby. Her long-haired sidekick immediately caught on, chiming in with a sarcastic tone. I was wondering why that idiot suddenly got bold enough to fight back. Found herself a backer, huh? Could it be that chintzy brother she's always going on about? The short-haired girl's lips twitched, her gaze briefly met Keke's in the corner, before she quickly lowered her head, saying nothing. The blonde sneered, her tone turning more venomous. A mute log with nothing but a pretty face. What decent university student would fall for that? In my book, she's probably hooking on the side, turning tricks. That guy's just after her body. The words turning tricks hit the relatively quiet classroom like a bucket of filthy water. The scratching of charcoal pencils abruptly stopped as classmates, some shocked, some amused, turned their attention to the center of the gossip. The murmurs swelled instantly. Really? She does that? No wonder she's seemed different lately. Tisk, you'd never guess. A barrage of probing, contemptuous, and gleeful stares landed unashamedly on Keke in the corner. Keke's fingers tightened around the charcoal pencil, the slender lead snapped with a crisp sound. What flashed through his mind wasn't the image of beating up the trio, but Keke's helpless face bullied into submission. Veins pulsed faintly at his temples as rage ignited like gasoline, meeting a spark, exploding in a blaze. Keke suddenly kicked out, slamming his foot hard against the leg of the display table holding the plaster cast. A loud crash echoed as the heavy cast toppled to the floor, shattering into pieces, fragments flying everywhere. The entire class fell into dead silence, everyone frozen in shock at the sudden outburst. Amid the chaos, Keke withdrew his foot, leaned back, leisurely crossed his legs, and lifted his chin slightly. His eyes swept coldly over the three pale-faced girls, carrying a contemptuous, disdainful air and undisguised brutality. The blonde and her two sidekicks turned ashen, staring at the defiant Keke as if they'd seen a ghost. The venomous words they'd spewed moments ago now stuck in their throats. The other students barely dared to breathe, their gazes darting between Keke and the shattered plaster on the floor. Shock, disbelief, and even a hint of secret excitement stirred within them. Was this really Keke? Such audacity, such presence. Wasn't she supposed to be a pushover? Inside, Keke's heart pounded with a trace of unease. That kick had been pure instinct driven by a surge of fury. The thought of his sister, that timid, sensitive Keke, enduring such malicious speculation and humiliation day after day at school had overwhelmed him. Kicking out felt satisfying, but how was he supposed to clean up this mess? Keke's body was frail, and that kick had nearly drained all his strength. His legs were already feeling weak. Plus, with such a commotion, the teacher would surely arrive soon. Maintaining a cold expression, he deliberately mimicked a young person's rebellious arrogance as his gaze swept over the three terrified girls while his mind raced for a strategy. Since things had come to this, he had to blow it up big. At least make these people understand that the current Keke was not someone to mess with. Otherwise, suppressing it today would only make them worse tomorrow. He could even imagine the uglier rumors that would spread at school if he backed down now. Spit could drown a man. He couldn't let the fragile Keke face this after they swapped back. So everything had to be resolved before the switch. Just then the urgent clicking of high heels on the floor approached from afar. What's going on? All this noise. How did the plaster cast break? A middle-aged female teacher dressed in a modified cheongsam, with an elegant demeanor but a furrowed brow, strode in quickly. Seeing the scattered plaster fragments on the floor, her face instantly turned grim, as if her cherished antique vase had been shattered. She was the art teacher for this class. The yellow-haired girl, as if finding a savior, immediately put on a tearful face and pointed at Cuckoo, tattling. Teacher, it was her. Cuckoo did it. We were painting peacefully when she suddenly went crazy and kicked the table over. Look, the plaster cast is broken. She glossed over the crux, completely omitting what she had just said. The other two girls quickly chimed in. Yes, teacher. We all saw it. She deliberately destroyed school property. The art teacher's gaze shot toward Cuckoo like a sharp blade, her tone stern. Cuckoo, did you do this, eh? Cuckoo met the teacher's gaze without flinching, slowly uncrossing her legs and standing up. Though not tall, even somewhat frail at that moment, the calm and chilling aura she exuded inexplicably made the art teacher's heart skip a beat. This child, why are her eyes so terrifying? I did it. Cuckoo spoke, her voice soft, yet clearly echoing through the now silent classroom. Admitted it. She admitted it so bluntly. Everyone was somewhat taken aback. The art teacher's brow furrowed even deeper. Why did you do that? Kicking over the table and breaking the plaster cast for no reason. Do you know how much that cast costs? Is school property meant for you to destroy like this? No reason. Teacher, why don't you ask them what they were just saying? A mocking smile curled at the corner of Kuke's lips as she cast a faint glance toward the yellow-haired trio. The yellow-haired girl's heart fluttered with panic, her eyes darting away. We didn't say anything. Just chatting normally. Is that so? Kuke stepped forward, her gaze pressing on her. Then should I repeat it for the teacher? Something about me finding a backer in selling myself. The moment the words selling myself left her mouth, the yellow-haired girl's face turned deathly pale. She opened her mouth, but no sound came out. The two sidekicks beside her also lowered their heads, not daring to look at the teacher or Cuckoo. The previously oppressive silence in the classroom now carried an extra layer of subtle awkwardness. Many students shifted their gazes from the yellow-haired trio to the floor, as if finding something more captivating there. But their ears were perked up, straining to catch every word. The art teacher's face shifted through various expressions. Though she hadn't heard the full conversation earlier from the reactions of the yellow-haired trio, in Kuke's calm, yet threatening tone, she vaguely guessed what had transpired. As a teacher, she was well aware of the malice and rumors lurking in the shadows of the school. But she was more accustomed to dealing with visible conflicts than this kind of intangible harm. Cuckoo, even if they said something out of line, you can't destroy school property. The art teacher tried to steer the issue back to the relatively manageable matter of vandalism. Cuckoo let out a cold laugh, the smile not reaching her eyes, carrying a bone-chilling frost. So teacher, you mean to say that my reputation, my innocence, even my dignity are all less important than a plaster cast? She stepped forward, standing before the fragments of the plaster cast, her tone as calm as if stating a fact, yet the immense anger and sorrow within it resonated with everyone present. Teacher, do you know what they said? They said I sell myself. Do you know what those two words mean? They mean I have no basic dignity left, that I deserve to be scorned and humiliated by everyone. She lifted her head, her gaze sweeping over the yellow-haired trio, before settling on the art teacher, her voice laced with profound exhaustion and irony. Do you think when someone is publicly slandered like this, stripped of their basic human dignity, what should she do? cower in a corner, and let them pour more filth on her until she drowns. She paused, pointing at the fragments on the floor. Or should I like this shatter the thing they think they can bully it while right in front of them? To show them that I am not garbage they can trample on. Her words struck like daggers, piercing the heart. It was not only an indictment of the yellow-haired trio, but also a challenge to every bystander present, including the teacher. The classroom fell into a dead silence, who no one dared to speak. The faces of the three with dyed hair turned even paler, their bodies trembling slightly. They had never expected that Keke, whom they had always bullied, could utter such words, each one piercing straight to their core. The art teacher was also taken aback by Keke's gaze and words. In all her years of teaching, she had encountered countless students, but never one like Keke at this moment, whose eyes held a desolate and resolute clarity that seemed to see through everything. She knew full well how venomous words like prostitute could be, and she understood the terror of school bullying. This was not a simple student conflict, but the roar of someone pushed to the brink. Yet she also knew how troublesome and thorny handling such matters could be. She was an art teacher wanting nothing more than to quietly teach her students to paint, not to meddle in such complex student disputes. Teacher, if you think I was wrong to break the plaster statue, I am willing to take responsibility and pay for it. Keke's voice rang out again, interrupting the art teacher's silence. But may I ask, what responsibility should they bear for their personal attacks and malicious slander? Her words threw the question back at the art teacher. Compensating for damaged property was a trivial matter. Tackling school bullying was the real issue. The latter often entailed endless investigations, mediations, parent meetings, and could even tarnish the school's reputation. The art teacher's expression grew exceedingly complicated. She glanced at Keke's questioning and expectant eyes, then at the flustered trio with dyed hair, and finally at the surrounding students who were all ears. Today's incident could not be brushed aside with a few stern words like the previous teacher had done. This Keke had changed. She had become formidable. Thighs matter. The art teacher hesitated, her mind racing. If she sided with the trio and silenced Keke, she might suppress the issue. But Keke's recent performance made her wary. What if Keke escalated it to the school authorities, or worse? If she handled it fairly, it would mean delving deep into the bullying problem, undoubtedly bringing her much trouble. Just as the art teacher found herself in a dilemma, Keke's phone suddenly vibrated. She took it out and glanced at the screen. It was a text from Chen Xi. Don't make a big deal out of it. Seeing this message, Keke's eyes narrowed slightly. Though she didn't know where or how Chen Xi was monitoring her, don't make a big deal out of it. How could she not? Making a big deal was precisely to protect the real Keke from ever suffering such injustice again. She put away her phone, and the faintly mocking expression on her face vanished, replaced by a calm, inscrutable emotion. Teacher, I was indeed wrong to break the plaster statue. I apologize, and am willing to pay compensation. Keke spoke again, her tone softer, but her gaze remained steadfast. However, slander and personal attacks are equally wrong and cause greater harm. I believe this matter should be handled fairly. She emphasized the word fairly. The art teacher looked at her, even more uncertain about this student. Just moments ago she had been aggressive, now she seemed willing to compromise. Was this a sign of weakness or a strategic retreat? How about this? The art teacher finally spoke, deciding on a compromise. Keke, first register the broken plaster statue, then report the damage to the General Affairs Office. The school accountant will notify you about the compensation. As for what just happened, you three, she said, looking at the trio with dyed hair. From now on, no more personal attacks on classmates. In school, everyone must respect each other, understand? She sternly scolded them, but imposed no substantive punishment, and did not require them to apologize to Keke. Clearly she still wanted to sweep the matter under the rug. The trio, relieved, quickly nodded yes, teacher. They shot Keke a venomous glare, their eyes filled with resentment and spite, but dared not say more, intimidated by the scene. Keke was not surprised by the art teacher's handling. She had long known that the adults in this world often acted this way, perfunctory, shirking responsibility, or outright siding with the strong, while turning a blind eye to the weak victims. The previous teacher was like that, and this art teacher was little better. However, she didn't expect a single teacher to solve the problem entirely. Her goal was simply to let the trio know she was not to be trifled with. At least on the surface, she had partially succeeded. She said nothing more, nor did she register the broken statue. Instead, she returned to her seat, picked up her charcoal pencil, and continued drawing. She was determined not only to reclaim her own life, but also to protect Keke's. Though the trio had been scolded by the teacher, they were hardly intimidated. The girl with dyed hair and her two sidekicks huddled together, whispering, occasionally casting malicious glances at Keke. Who thought she was tough, but she still has to pay up. Yeah, who does she think she is? How dare she act tough with me? Their voices were low, but their malice was undisguised. Chen Xi hummed a cheerful tune as she walked across the campus. Things were progressing smoothly on both sides, whether with Keke or with Euro. At this rate, she would achieve her goal in just a few more months, wouldn't she? Yo, Chen Xi, what are you doing here? You finally got together with Euro, shouldn't you be spending more time with her? A loud voice came from behind. Chen Xi turned around to see a sunny, handsome guy with a trademark bright smile on his face. Her mental database raced as she matched the face and voice. Li Hang, a noisy, enthusiastic, and boundaryless guy. He was a close friend of both Chen Xi and Euro, and it was even thanks to him that the two had met. Unfortunately, the Chen Xi standing here now was no longer the same person. I have urgent matters, I need to go. The smile on Chen Xi's face instantly vanished as she squeezed out the words through gritted teeth, already turning away. What was there to talk about with the culprit? But Li Hang, oblivious, only grew more enthusiastic. He caught up in a few strides and grabbed Chen Xi's shoulder. What's wrong? Did you swallow a firecracker? You seemed pretty happy just a moment ago. I have urgent matters. Chen Xi's body stiffened slightly as she struggled to control her tone. I have something urgent to discuss with you too. Li Hang raised an eyebrow, clearly not intending to let her off easily. Chen Xi stopped and slowly turned. Go ahead. Well, it's about Keke. I heard she's back already. Is everything okay with her? Li Hang scratched his head, his tone laced with concern. Keke. The word stabbed into Chen Xi's most sensitive part, like a needle. Come to think of it, according to Chen Xi's brother's memories, this guy seemed to have a crush on Keke too. And they had only met once. Li Hang, completely unaware of the change in Chen Xi's expression, continued boisterously. You better take good care of Keke. When she gets better, bring her out to hang out. My treat. I've been earning quite a bit from my part-time job lately. She won't come out. Chen Xi's voice was chillingly cold. Don't be so stingy. She's bound to be a real beauty someday. Introduce her to your bro sometime. Each word was bitten off, sharply dripping with undisguised possessiveness. Because Chen Xi's face, usually carrying a lazy smile, was now terrifyingly dark. The temperature in the air seemed to drop several degrees. Keke is mine. I won't let her go to anyone else. Each word was emphasized heavily, carrying an undisguised possessiveness. The smile on Li Hang's face froze. Huh? Chen Xi, what did you say? He wondered if he had misheard. I said Keke is mine, Chen Xi's. Don't even think about it. Chen Xi spoke each word slowly, still using Chen Xi's voice, but with a sinister resentment. Confusion and bewilderment flickered in Li Hang's eyes. Chen Xi, are you under too much pressure lately? Keke, she's. So what? Chen Xi sneered, abruptly shoving Li Hang away with such force that he stumbled back a few steps. Stay away from her, and stay away from me. Got it. With that, she turned and walked away without looking back at Li Hang's stunned, distorted face. Li Hang stood there staring at Chen Xi's retreating figure, a chill creeping into his heart. Was that really Chen Xi just now? At dinner, Chen Xi set down his chopsticks, dabbed the corners of his mouth with a napkin, and said softly, Chen Xi, Gij, after dinner come to my room for a moment. Keke paused mid-motion, looking up at him warily. What trick are you trying to pull now? Chen Xi curved his lips into a sweet, innocent smile. Just something to discuss. Keke instinctively wanted to refuse, but the image of Euro flashed through his mind. In the end, he remained silent, which counted as tacit agreement. Dragging his feet through the last few bites, Keke followed Chen Xi into the bedroom. Chen Xi casually closed the door and locked it. The click of the lock made Keke's heart skip a beat. He watched as Chen Xi pulled something from the drawer, a black object with a tiny bell. A collar. And a marker. Come here. Holding the collar and pin, Chen Xi beckoned to him. Keke stood rooted to the spot, an ominous premonition washing over him. What are you going to do? Chen Xi tilted his head, his smile still sweet. Just giving Keke a little gift. He stepped forward, and without explanation fastened the collar around Keke's neck. Keke instinctively tried to resist, but physically he was no match for Chen Xi. The clear jingle of the bell accompanied his movements. A wave of shame surged over him. You. He glared at Chen Xi. Chen Xi admired the sight, nodding in satisfaction. Then he shook the marker in his hand. All right, now he tapped Keke's clothes with the pen tip, lifted up. Keke's pupils contracted sharply. Dream on. This was utterly perverted. Oh. Chen Xi raised an eyebrow, his tone turning suggestive. Chen Xi, Gij isn't willing. He dropped the smile, a hint of chill in his eyes. That's fine. He'll go play this game with Euro instead. She should be happy to cooperate after all. He leaned in, lowering his voice. She is Chen Xi's girlfriend, isn't she? Keke's face went pale. Euro. Always Euro. He clenched his fist, his nails nearly digging into his palms. After a few seconds of standoff, he gritted his teeth and forced out two words. He'll do it. Chen Xi's smile returned as he patted Keke's face. That's a good boy. Keke closed his eyes, took a deep breath as if heading to the execution ground, and tremblingly, little by little, he exposed himself to the air. Though he had been in this body for a few days, being subjected to this still brought endless shame and humiliation. A cold touch came. Chen Xi held the pen, writing stroke by stroke. Keke kept his eyes tightly shut, afraid to look. The tickling sensation and degradation. After a while, Chen Xi stopped. Done. He capped the pen, speaking lightly. Keke quickly covered himself, glaring at Chen Xi with a mix of shame and anger. What did you write? Chen Xi raised his phone, pointing it at him. Don't rush, Chen Xi, Gij. Let me take a picture as a keepsake. You. Keke trembled with rage, a surge of anger trapped in his chest, nearly causing him to faint, but in the end, he humiliatingly complied. Click. Chen Xi took the photo and turned the screen toward him. Keke stiffly lowered his head. In the photo, clearly visible large characters read XXXXXXX with a crude little paw print drawn beside it. Boom. Keke's face flushed, crimson blood rushing to his head. This was no different from the plots in certain doujinshi. Too humiliating. Delete it. He lunged to snatch the phone, but Chen Xi dodged nimbly and tucked it into his pocket. No can do. This is an important memento, he said with a grin. I'm going to wash it off. Keke turned to dash into the bathroom. Chen Xi quickly grabbed his arm. Wait, I forgot something important. What? Tell me fast or the ink will dry and be harder to wash off. Keke frowned, shaking off his hand. Chen Xi spread his hands, a look of innocent malice on his face. About that, I think I grabbed the wrong pen just now. This one is oil-based, so it might be a bit hard to wash off. What? Oil-based? Keke froze completely, staring in disbelief at Chen Xi's infuriating smile. Without another word, he rushed into the bathroom, turned on the tap, and scrubbed the marks vigorously with soap. But the black characters stubbornly clung to his skin, only fading slightly. They wouldn't come off at all. Keke. Keke let out a frantic growl. 3 minutes later, he leaned against the cold sink, panting heavily. Calm down, calm down. Look on the bright side. At least it's under the clothes, so normally no one would see it. If it were written on, that would be truly disastrous. Wait. A flash of insight struck Keke. Given Keke's personality, wouldn't writing there be more humiliating and fun? Why did she choose another spot instead? Deliberately avoiding the face. That girl. She definitely did it on purpose. Early the next morning, Keke was awakened by the aroma of food. He opened his eyes to find Chen Xi entering the room, carrying a tray. Awake. Get up and have breakfast. On the tray were a glass of warm milk, a few slices of golden toast, and a perfectly fried egg with a runny yolk. After we eat, we're going to school. Oi. That's right. After the scene you caused yesterday, that blonde girl's parents want to talk with you at school tomorrow. Keke's mind went blank. He would have to face those bullies again along with their parents. And that teacher who always glossed over things. Just thinking about it made his scalp tingle. Don't worry. Chen Xi seemed to read his concern and reached out to ruffle his hair. They'll go with you. This time I won't let you face it alone. She set the tray on the nightstand, turned, and opened the wardrobe. Wear this today. She pulled out a white dress with delicate lace trimming along the hem. I remember Chen Xi once said girls look best in white. Keke stared at the dress, his stomach churning. Wearing that ethereal flowing dress to school for a confrontation. It would be worse than death. I want to wear my uniform, he protested softly. Chen Xi turned back, raising an eyebrow. Why? The uniform isn't pretty. I think wearing the uniform to school is more formal. Keke racked his brain for an excuse. Oh. Chen Xi's gaze swept over his face, then she smiled. Fine, wear the uniform then. Keke was surprised, but mostly relieved. He changed into his uniform as fast as he could, while Chen Xi supervised, occasionally reaching out to adjust his tie or smooth his skirt. Those intimate, natural gestures made Keke deeply uncomfortable, but he dared not resist. After breakfast, they left together. Chen Xi still rode the electric scooter with Keke on the back, struggling to keep distance from her body. At the school gate, Chen Xi parked the scooter and took his hand, walking into the campus together. A man's palm was broad and warm with calluses he knew well. Being held by his own hand felt utterly bizarre. Along the way, many students cast curious glances. Isn't that Keke? Who's that guy next to him? He's so handsome. I heard he's the rich guy supporting Keke. After the big scene Keke caused yesterday, he's probably here to help. Really? I can't believe it. He looks so gentle. The whispers were just loud enough to reach their ears. Keke's head hung lower. Chen Xi, however, walked on as if he hadn't heard a thing, his posture straight and a gentle smile on his face. The disciplinary office was on the 3rd floor of the administration building. When they arrived, several people were already inside: the middle-aged female teacher from yesterday, the blonde girl and her parents, and the parents of the other 2 bullies. The blonde girl's father was a burly, rough-looking man with a beer belly, a thick gold chain around his neck, and a face full of menace. Her mother had an exaggerated perm and bright red nails, and was touching up her makeup with a compact mirror, barely lifting her eyelids. When they entered, the blonde's father shot up. So you're the older brother of the student who hit my daughter? The man gestured with his chin toward Chen Xi, his tone extremely hostile. It's me, Chen Xi replied, neither servile nor arrogant, shielding Keke behind him. Fine. My daughter was beaten at school, and you, her brother, still have the nerve to show up. I'm telling you, this isn't over. She must apologize to my daughter and compensate for medical expenses and emotional distress. The man's spittle flew as his voice boomed, audible throughout the entire hallway. Sir, please calm down. A female teacher stepped in to mediate. We're still investigating what happened, so let's not get too worked up. Investigate what? My daughter's wrist is still swollen. That's the evidence. The man rolled up Huang Mao's sleeve, revealing her still red and swollen wrist. Teacher. Huang Mao immediately put on a pitiful act, pointing at Keke and tattling. It's her. The day before yesterday, she hit me without saying a word. Yesterday, she insulted me in front of everyone. Our classmates saw it all. The other 2 parents chimed in. Yeah, teacher, what's wrong with students these days? They resort to violence over nothing. This must be dealt with seriously. Give us an explanation. In an instant, all accusations were directed at Keke, who was shrinking behind Chen Xi. The female teacher's expression turned grim. She turned to Keke, her tone laced with clear reproach. Keke, look how big you've made this mess. Now apologize to Huang, and we'll settle this privately. How about it? She actually wanted the victim to apologize. Keke trembled with rage. He abruptly lifted his head ready to retort. But just then Chen Xi gently squeezed his hand, signaling him to stay silent. Then Chen Xi stepped forward, shielding him. Apologize. He let out a soft laugh, the warmth on his gentle face gradually turning cold. Teacher, before demanding an apology from Keke, may I ask if you've inquired about what actually happened? The female teacher was taken aback by his question. Well, didn't Huang say so? Your sister struck first. Oh, is that so? Chen's eyes gaze shifted to Huang Mao. You say my sister hit you first? Yes, it was her. Huang Mao yelled, jutting out her chin. Then before you were hit, what did you and your friends do to my sister? Chen's voice was not loud, but it carried an invisible pressure. Huang Mao's eyes flickered and she stammered, We just said hello. Said hello. A mocking curve formed at the corner of Chen's lips. Did you say hello by surrounding her desk with words like little mute, an unwanted burden? Or perhaps your hello involved shoving your hands onto my sister's shoulders? Huang Mao's face turned pale instantly. You? What evidence do you have? Not only she but the other two girls and their parents were stunned as well. The female teacher also looked at Chen Xi in astonishment. Ignoring their shocked Chen, she pulled a voice recorder from his backpack and pressed play. What? Can't play dead at home anymore. No, she's probably sick from missing her brother again, right? Boo-hoo, brother. Chen Xi Keke misses you so much. How that's so like her? If you're not convinced, come on, hit me, little mute. Her. A mute log who's got nothing but a pretty face. Which decent college student would fall for her? I bet she's hooking up with someone she met while working as a prostitute, and he's just after her body. Clear malicious taunts and laughter echoed in the silent disciplinary office. It was the recording of the three girls bullying Keke. Keke stared in shock at Chen's retreating figure. When had he recorded that? He had no idea. Or rather, when had he placed a recording device on him? The blonde girl and the other two females' faces instantly drained of all color. Their parents exchanged bewildered glances, their faces shifting from pale to flushed. What is this? The blonde's father pointed at the recorder in disbelief. As you've heard, this is what happened in the classroom yesterday. Chen Xi switched off the recorder, his gaze sweeping coldly over the three girls. Tell me, does this seem like a normal greeting? This is just a joke among kids. One of the parents still insisted stubbornly. A joke? Chen Xi sneered. Using insulting language for personal attacks, even resorting to pushing. Do you call this a joke? His eyes shifted to the female teacher, his voice suddenly turning stern. Teacher, the reason Keke had to take a leave from school is precisely because of long-term bullying. Her desk was carved with abusive words. As her homeroom teacher, are you telling me you truly knew nothing about this? He reached out and pulled Keke, who was behind him, forward. Or do you also consider this just a harmless little drama between classmates? The female teacher's face flushed crimson. She opened her mouth but couldn't utter a word. How could she not have known about the carvings on the desk? She had always thought Keke was an aloof, unsociable student, so being ostracized was inevitable. Better to let sleeping dogs lie. She had turned a blind eye. Little did she expect that today her brother would expose everything directly in front of so many parents. A deathly silence fell over the disciplinary office. The blonde's father, looking at his daughter's pale face and hearing the recording's content, let his arrogance deflate. Even he knew how serious exposing school bullying could be. This classmate, his tone softened. This is our kid's fault. He'll apologize to your sister on her behalf. Apologize? Chen Xi stared at him with icy eyes. If apologies worked, what would we need the police for? Because of long-term bullying, my sister has developed severe psychological issues. She's even self-harmed. He abruptly rolled up Keke's sleeve, revealing the faint, but still visible scars on her wrist. Keke shuddered and instinctively tried to pull her hand back, but Chen Xi held it firmly. Everyone present gasped. Those scars, like silent accusations, rendered all excuses powerless. And now you think a flimsy apology will settle this? Chen's voice carried a bone-chilling coldness. I demand that the school immediately impose severe disciplinary action on these three bullies, a public apology, and a demerit. Furthermore, I reserve the right to pursue legal consequences. At the same time, regarding this teacher's dereliction of duty and inaction, I also demand a reasonable explanation and disciplinary outcome from the school. Each of his words struck like a nail, hammering into everyone's hearts. The blonde's parents panicked completely. The female teacher's legs began to weaken, cold sweat trickling down her temples. She knew she was in serious trouble this time. As for Keke, she just stared blankly at the tall figure before her, the one who belonged to her, watching him assert dominance with absolute authority to reclaim justice for herself. At that moment, she suddenly felt that Keke wasn't so crazy after all. In fact, almost likable. No way. The door to the dean's office was pushed open. A middle-aged man with a receding hairline, gold-rimmed glasses, and an imposing demeanor stepped inside. It was the dean of students. What's going on? All this noise. Is this an office or a marketplace? The dean frowned, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. The female teacher, as if spotting a savior, hurried over. Director Wang, you're here. She quickly recounted the incident with embellishments, emphasizing Chen Xi's aggressiveness and her own efforts at mediation. Director Wang listened, his expression darkening. He adjusted his glasses and looked at Chen Xi. Student, I understand your feelings, but we should focus on resolving the issue. There's always room for negotiation. Making a big scene benefits no one, don't you agree? His words, ostensibly conciliatory, carried an underlying pressure. Director Wong. Chen Xi said, his tone still calm, but his gaze unwavering. I'm here to solve the problem. Keke has suffered long-term bullying at your school, enduring severe physical and psychological trauma, while the school and teachers turn a blind eye. Isn't that the issue? If even a student's basic safety can't be guaranteed, how can we trust the school? His argument was reasoned and powerful. Director Wong, caught off guard, looked displeased. The school will investigate this thoroughly and give you a satisfactory response. He spoke in bureaucratic tones. Very well, Chen Xi nodded. I await your response. He glanced at his watch. But my patience is limited. If I don't see the outcome by the end of today's school hours, this recording pin and the wounds on my sister's wrist will soon appear on the education bureaus and major news sites. By then, I doubt the issue will be limited to campus bullying. A blatant threat. The dean's expression shifted entirely. He stared at Chen Xi, a flicker of malice in his eyes. If this were exposed, not only his position as dean, but even the principal's seat would be at risk. Weighing the consequences, he took a deep breath and forced a stiff smile. Student, rest assured, the school will not shield anyone. He turned to the three girls and their parents, his voice suddenly harsh. You three, apologize to Keke right now. And you parents, how have you been raising your children? The burly father of the blonde girl, his face flushed purple, dared not utter a word. Between expulsion and public humiliation, he knew which was worse. Grabbing his daughter's arm, he shoved her forward. Now, apologize. Trembling, the blonde girl walked up to Keke and bowed reluctantly. Sorry. Her voice was barely a whisper. Louder. Haven't you eaten? Her father roared from behind. Sorry. She flinched, her voice cracking with tears. The other two girls' faces sullen, also muttered apologies. All right, Director Wong interjected, trying to smooth things over. Since the apology has been made, I think this matter. Not enough, Chen Xi cut him off coldly. An apology is just the first step. My demand is a public self-criticism and a major demerit. Director Wong, the female teacher, protested. A major demerit will affect their further education. Did they think about affecting my sister's life when they bullied her? Chen Xi retorted, leaving the teacher speechless. In the end, under Chen Xi's unyielding stance, Director Wong gritted his teeth and agreed to all conditions, including a public reprimand and disciplinary action against the negligent female teacher. With the matter resolved, Chen Xi took Keke's hand and walked out of the dean's office under the complex gazes of the crowd. In the corridor, the sunlight was brilliant. Keke, with his head lowered, followed behind Chen Xi, his heart roiling with an indescribable turmoil. The scene from moments ago had struck him with overwhelming force. He had never known that his own body could unleash such a formidable aura. No, it wasn't his aura. It was Keke's. It was the vengeance executed with cathartic fury by the sister he had deemed insane and obstinate, using his body to fight for her former self. What are you thinking about? Chen Xi's voice suddenly sounded above him. Keke looked up, meeting those eyes that were his own, yet now brimming with a hint of amusement. Nothing. It's nothing. You think I was pretty cool just now? Chen Xi raised an eyebrow. Keke's face flushed crimson in an instant, and he turned his head away. Not at all. Chen Xi let out a low chuckle, the vibration in his chest transmitting through his arm. Come on, I'll take you somewhere. Chen Xi pulled him along, heading out of the school. Where to? To celebrate our victory today. Chen Xi winked at him. He'll buy you a reward. They arrived at a dessert shop near the school. The shop was decorated cozily, with the air filled with the fragrance of cream and chocolate. Chen Xi ordered a strawberry millefeuille, a mango pancake, and 2 cups of milk tea. They were all Keke's former favorites. When the desserts arrived, Chen Xi pushed the exquisite strawberry millefeuille in front of Keke. Eat up. This is a reward for the brave Keke. Keke picked up his fork and ate the cake in silence. The cloying cream melted in his mouth, but he could taste no sweetness at all. Keke, Chen Xi suddenly spoke. Moi. From now on, don't think about switching back, okay? Her voice was very soft, as if testing the waters. Keke's hand holding the fork tightened abruptly. Isn't it good this way, the two of us? He'll solve all your troubles and make you happy every single day. You just have to obediently stay by my side, and that's enough. Every word pierced his most vulnerable spot. Indeed, wasn't this good? No longer having to face those vexing social interactions, no longer having to worry about studies and the future. Just being a cherished younger sister with someone else to bear all the burdens. How easy. How tempting. Perhaps this was fine too. The moment this thought surfaced, he startled himself. No, Chen Xi, what are you thinking? That is your life. That is your body. How could you give up the fight because of a moment of weakness and guilt? He jerked his head up, ready to refuse. Ring, ring, ring. Just then, Chen Xi's phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID, her brow furrowing almost imperceptibly, but she still answered it. Hello, Euro. At the sound of that name, Keke's heart clenched painfully. Yeah, I'm free today. Where are you? Okay, I'll be right there. Hanging up, Chen Xi picked up a napkin to wipe her mouth. Something's come up. I have to go. She stood up, looking down at Keke. Take your time with the cake. If you can't finish it, pack it up. I've already paid. You can get home by yourself, can't you? Her tone was as flat as if she were merely giving instructions on a trivial matter. Keke said nothing, just looked at her. "I'm off then." Chen Xi turned and left the dessert shop without a trace of reluctance. Through the glass window, Keke watched her figure disappear around the street corner. The momentary hesitation and warmth from before were instantly doused by a bucket of cold water. The mere thought of Keke using his body and his identity going on a date with Yuro made his chest feel so constricted that even breathing brought a stabbing pain. He grabbed the milk tea on the table and took a fierce long gulp. The icy liquid slid down his throat, yet it could not quell the nameless rage burning in his heart. No, he absolutely could not resign himself to this fate. Chen Xi leaned against the large tree by the school gate, quietly waiting for the arrival of the little stray cat. "Sorry, Chen Xi, have you been waiting long?" Yuro ran over holding a few books. The sunset's glow spilled over him, outlining a soft silhouette with a faint blush on his face. Today she wore a dress, her long hair draped over her shoulders, looking pure and adorable. Truly worthy of being the one my brother likes. Both in personality and appearance, she's quite good. But even so, I won't allow you to steal my Chen Xi. No, I just got here too. Chen Xi wore a perfectly gentle smile, naturally taking the books from Yuro's arms. "I see, that's good." Yuro smiled softly, a little embarrassed as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. The two walked side by side on the way home. Chen Xi deliberately slowed his pace to match Yuro's steps. She turned her head, looking at the girl's ear, which seemed translucent in the sunset's glow, and casually brought up, "By the way, Yuro, do you have any plans later?" Yuro's heart skipped a beat as she looked at him nervously. "Ah, nothing special." "Perfect." Chen Xi smiled, a clean smile tinged with anticipation. "Since we're both free, how about we go out and have some fun? After we're done, I'll take you home." "Can I?" Yuro's eyes lit up instantly. The surprise was too sudden, leaving her at a loss. "Of course, consider it. Making up for our last promise." Chen Xi found a perfect excuse. Great. Yuro nodded vigorously, her cheeks flushed, her voice brimming with excitement. Watching Yuro's unsuspecting demeanor, the malice in Chen Xi's heart crept like vines, silently taking root. How lovely, how innocent. Like a butterfly, unaware yet about to be ensnared in a web. How should she punish her? Those who covet Chen Xi must pay the price. Especially this Yuro who naively believes she has won Chen Xi. They entered the cinema together and sat in the middle. The movie began, its dazzling effects and tense plot immediately captivating everyone's attention. Yet Yuro was distracted, occasionally turning to steal glances at Chen Xi beside her. The dim light outlined his sharp profile, the screen's light dancing in his eyes. He watched intently, as if fully immersed in the movie's world. Yuro's heartbeat quickened uncontrollably. She quietly reached out, wanting to hold his hand. Just as her fingertips were about to touch Chen, she suddenly moved, taking a piece of popcorn from the bucket beside him and putting it in his mouth. Yuro's hand froze awkwardly in midair. She withdrew it, sheepishly pretending to adjust her skirt. The entire movie left Yuro restless. She felt that Chen Xi today was different. Though it was the same face, the feeling was distant, as if there was an invisible pane of glass between them. The movie ended and the lights came on. They left the theater and, at Chen Xi's suggestion, went to a nearby cafe. The cafe was quiet. They found a seat by the window. Yuro ordered a latte while Chen Xi asked for hot cocoa. "Since when did you start drinking cocoa?" Yuro looked at the steaming cocoa, puzzled. "Didn't you used to hate anything sweet?" Chen Xi's heart skipped a beat. She had forgotten Chen Xi's preferences and instinctively ordered her own usual drink. "I've been wanting to try something new lately," she said, trying to stay calm. "People change after all." "Is that so?" Yuro picked up her coffee cup, looking at her thoughtfully. "I feel like you're different today." "Oh, how so?" "Well, it's nice that you're not shy and can compliment me directly, but being praised by you feels a bit different somehow." Chen Xi, have you been troubled by something lately?" she asked cautiously. Chen Xi was silent. After a long pause, she sighed. "Sorry, maybe it's the cocoa thing that's bothering me a little." "Cocoa?" Yuro immediately thought of the seemingly withdrawn girl. "What's wrong with her?" "Nothing much, just that she started coming to school lately, but her mood seems unstable." Chen Xi glossed over it, then changed the subject. "Yuro, what do you think of my sister?" Yuro was taken aback, not expecting him to suddenly ask that. She recalled the Coco she had seen before, always hiding behind her brother, timid, hardly speaking, seeming very shy. "I think she's quite quiet, just a bit introverted." Yuro chose her words carefully. "Maybe she just needs to get to know people." "Chen Xi, did you have a fight with your sister?" "No, even if Coco is fussy, she's still my Coco. We couldn't possibly fight." Chen Xi shook his head, his gaze falling on her puzzled face. "Then could I visit your home next time to see Coco?" "Of course, it would be wonderful if you could come and chat with Coco." Saying this, he reached out and gently smoothed Yuro's wind-tousled hair. "I see, that's good." Her face reddened further as she lowered her head, stirring her latte. "Yes, exactly." Chen Xi watched her reaction, the satisfaction growing stronger within her. The plan was progressing smoothly. Yuro, this fish, was already taking the bait seemingly without any suspicion. Well, who would have thought something as unrealistic as swapping bodies could happen? All that was needed now was patience, slowly tightening the fishing line. Chen Xi walked Yuro to her doorstep and handed her books back. "All right, go on in. See you tomorrow." See you tomorrow." Yuro took the books and turned into the building. Chen Xi stood there until the girl's figure completely disappeared, then the smile on his face gradually cooled. On that face belonging to the gentle Chen, only cold calculation remained. She seemed to foresee, even eagerly anticipated the moment when Yuro would be utterly consumed loving her beyond measure, and she would personally tear that love apart. That scene would surely be quite interesting. I'm not going. Cuckoo clung desperately to the doorframe, his face etched with resistance. This body was frail to begin with, and now worn down by Chen Xi's antics, he barely had any strength left, but his survival instinct refused to let him step through that door. Not going. Chen Xi raised an eyebrow, a playful smirk curling at the corner of her lips. Dressed in her usual casual attire, hands in her pockets, she exuded a lazy yet undeniable authority. Cuckoo is a girl, you need to buy some new clothes, don't you? Besides, I'm paying for it. Why be so resistant? Her voice was syrupy sweet, identical to Chen Xi's tone. If Cuckoo were truly a sister, he would surely adore a Chen Xi like this. But Cuckoo only felt a chill run down his spine. I don't need any. Let me go, he growled through gritted teeth. TCH. Chen Xi clicked her tongue in annoyance. A good sister listens to her brother Chen Xi. She leaned in her warm breath, grazing Keke's ear, her voice dropping to a low, blatant threat. If you don't come with me obediently, I'll tell Yuro that you. She paused, deliberately savoring the instant pallor that drained Keke's face. That Chen Xi secretly did that kind of thing with Cuckoo last night. You. Cuckoo trembled with rage. The thought of Yuro's sorrowful expression upon hearing such filth tightened his heart. No, he couldn't let Yuro misunderstand. He'll go. Cuckoo released his grip in humiliation, lowering his head like a puppet on strings. Chen Xi smiled in satisfaction. She reached out, draping an arm affectionately over Keke's shoulder, her grip firm and unyielding. That's a good girl. At the mall and a women's clothing store, the dazzling array of dresses and accessories stung Keke's eyes. The stares from around him made him feel like needles pricking his back. He admitted his sister was adorable. He used to feel proud when they were stared at during outings. But this was his sister's body, and he was a grown man. Why should he endure these gazes? With a deep sigh, he lamented his plight. This one, and this one's great too. It'll suit Cuckoo perfectly. Chen Xi picked out clothes with gusto, piling lace floral prints and puff-sleeve dresses into Keke's arms. Go try them on. She gestured with her chin toward the fitting room, her tone commanding. Too girly. No way. He could tolerate ordinary clothes, but this. Oh, getting bold. Chen Xi wasn't angry. She leisurely picked up a Lolita dress and shook it out. If you don't wear it, shall I call Yuro right now? She pulled out her phone, pretending to dial. No. Cuckoo panicked, grabbing her hand. Then what should I do? Chen Xi smiled like a demon, her eyes icy. Meeting her gaze, Keke's heart sank bit by bit. In the end, he carried the humiliating pile of clothes into the fitting room. After dawdling for ages, Cuckoo finally pulled back the curtain. Wow. So cute. The nearby sales clerks immediately surrounded him, eyes sparkling. Little sister, your skin is so fair. That pink really brings out your complexion. Absolutely. And your figure is amazing. You're a perfect clothes hanger. Cuckoo clenched his fists, wishing the ground would swallow him whole. Ugh. This was too humiliating. Keke's face flushed crimson. Of course, Chen Xi stepped forward, proudly wrapping an arm around Keke's waist, showing off to the sales clerks. Look who my Cuckoo belongs to. She paused, then raised her voice to announce to the gossipy sales clerks. And she's also my girlfriend. Hey. The sales clerks were stunned, jaws nearly dropping. Girlfriend. That was a lot to take in. A few young clerks exchanged glances, their minds racing through countless melodramatic plots of forbidden love and roleplay. Seeing their shocked yet intrigued expressions, Chen Xi's smile grew even brighter. Meanwhile, Cuckoo, under the gaze of the crowd, was overwhelmed with shame and wished for death. During the lunch break, the campus was enveloped in a profound stillness, broken only by the ceaseless chirping of cicadas. After finishing his meal, he passed by a dessert shop, purchasing a slice of cake and a cup of milk tea. Ascending the stairs, he bypassed his classroom and continued all the way to the top floor. The rooftop. During his school days, whenever his heart grew restless, he would seek solace on this rooftop. There the wind howled fiercely, capable of sweeping away many worries. Yet as his hand touched the iron door, he discovered it was bolted from the inside. What the hell? He sighed, about to turn and leave, when a faint muffled sob drifted through the crack in the door. Immediately following, a voice he knew all too well, sharp, arrogant, and grating, rang out. What are you crying for? So annoying. It was the blonde. Yeah, you're so noisy. We're just asking you to fork over some cash. It's not like we're taking your life. Another voice chimed in, the long-haired lackey. But I really have no money left. The crying girl pleaded. Slap. A crisp sound echoed as a palm struck flesh. The girl's crying abruptly ceased, replaced by stifled sobs. Blood rushed to his head. Them again. Another case of campus bullying. These scumbags just having been taught a lesson, and they learned nothing. Rage blazed in his chest. He couldn't just walk away. If he pretended not to hear today, would that girl on the rooftop become the next Keke? No, he couldn't let such a thing happen under his watch. He glanced at the sealed iron door beside him, then looked up at the high ventilation window on the side of the stairwell. Without a moment's hesitation, he dragged a chair over and placed it beneath the window. Stepping onto the chair, he climbed directly through the window. After steadying himself, he immediately moved toward the source of the sound. On the other corner of the rooftop, 3 familiar figures were encircling a girl kneeling on the ground. Her hair was disheveled, her face marked with clear tear streaks, and a vivid red handprint, her shoulders trembling with sobs. It was the girl who had just been bullied. It's all that Chen Keke's fault. She's the reason I have no pocket money left. The blonde kicked at the ground, her tone dripping with venom. The long-haired girl yanked the victim's hair. Hey, I bet you don't have a recorder on you too, do you? No, really I don't. The girl shook her head in terror, tears streaming down her cheeks. The blonde sneered coldly. Strip then. Let us check. The girl's face went deathly pale. No. Please. Stop wasting time. You two go help her out. The long-haired girl and the short-haired girl moved toward the victim. I'm telling you now, this favor is going to cost you a pretty penny. The blonde licked her lips, a malicious glint flashing in her eyes. Sob. I'll do it myself. The girl closed her eyes in despair, her trembling hands reaching for the buttons of her school uniform. The first button came undone. The second. He could bear it no longer. Stop. He sprang to his feet, rushing in front of the girl to shield her from the trio. The 3 were stunned, clearly not expecting anyone to appear from that direction. Keke, how did you get here? The long-haired lackey frowned, her tone hostile. Weird, wasn't the rooftop door locked? The short-haired lackey looked as if she'd seen a ghost. He ignored their questions, his gaze fixed firmly on the blonde. So what's this all about? Did this classmate do something to you? Mind your own, Boosie. The long-haired girl was about to speak, but the blonde stopped her. Spitting out her gum, she stepped forward, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Oh, if it isn't our dear classmate Keke. What, after settling your own affairs yesterday, you're in a hurry to play hero and save the world today? You ask me what I'm doing. Toys like this, surely no one buys, just one, right? His fury burned. Say that again, and aren't you afraid I'll release the recording from last time? The blonde burst into loud laughter. The laughter echoed across the rooftop, grating and harsh. Afraid? Of course we are. That's why we're leaving now. This toy, we'll let you play with it for a few days. But don't think you can protect her forever. After all, that brother Chen Xi who's so into your bedroom skills only protects you, not her. With that, she shot a meaningful glance at her 2 lackeys. The trio turned and descended the stairs on the other side of the rooftop. Watching their figures vanish behind the door, Keke finally let out a sigh of relief. He had been putting on a brave face the whole time, but a cold sweat had already broken out on his back. After all, if it came to a fight, the odds of winning 1 against 3 were far too low. What's more, he was currently using Keke's delicate body with its slender arms and legs. He turned around to look at the girl still frozen in place. She remained on her knees, her clothes disheveled, her eyes vacant, as if she hadn't yet grasped the situation. Seeing her like this, Keke's heart felt as if something had tugged at it. He walked over to the girl, crouched down, and reached out to gently button up the undone buttons one by one. His movements were light and tender. The girl's body jolted violently, and she hastily stepped back. I can do it myself. Is that so? Anyway, stand up for now. The ground is cold. Keke extended his hand, revealing a bright smile. Lin Yusin hesitated for a moment before placing her hand in his palm. Her hand was ice cold and trembling slightly. Keke pulled her up with force. Thank you. Her voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz, thick with a nasal tone. You're welcome. Keke gave her as gentle a smile as he could muster. My name is Keke. And you? I am Lin Yusin, the girl replied softly, her voice still tinged with timidity. Lin Yusin. Keke silently repeated the name in his mind. What a beautiful name. Thank you. Lin Yusin's cheeks flushed slightly, seeming pleased by the compliment. So do they bully you often? Keke couldn't help but ask, looking at the slap mark on Lin Yusin's face. Lin Yusin lowered her head without speaking, only nodding gently. That silent, submissive demeanor made Keke's heart feel suffocated. Why don't you fight back? Why not tell the teacher? What about your parents? At the word parents, Lin Yusin's body stiffened noticeably. She looked up, her voice brimming with bitterness. I don't have parents. I'm an orphan. I've tried telling the teacher, but they only told me to get along. No one would help me. If I go along with them, at least I won't get beaten. Orphan. Those 2 words struck Keke's heart like a heavy boulder. So Lin Yusin endured all this because, like Keke back then, she had no one to rely on and no one to turn to for help. Resistance would only invite even harsher retaliation. Silence at least could buy temporary peace. Looking at Lin Yusin before him, he saw the same Keke who had been driven to desperation, forced to vent her pain through self-harm. A powerful surge of protectiveness and responsibility welled up from deep within his heart. He couldn't let another tragedy unfold. Well, from now on. Girl. An untimely sound interrupted Keke's vow of protection. Lin Yusin's face flushed crimson, and she awkwardly covered her stomach. Sorry. It's fine. Keke was amused by her adorable reaction, and the heaviness in his heart lifted considerably. He walked over to where he had been hiding earlier, picked up the dessert he had bought, and handed it to Lin Yusin. Haven't had lunch yet, have you? This is for you. Lin Yusin looked at the strawberry millefeuille and milk tea in the bag and swallowed. After a moment's hesitation, she still waved her hand. "N. No thanks. I feel embarrassed." "It's fine. What's there to be embarrassed about?" Keke insisted, stuffing the bag into her arms. "I can't finish it, and it'd be a waste to throw it away. Eat up, or you'll faint from hunger in class later." He tore open the cake's packaging and placed the fork in Lin Yusin's hand. The rich aroma of cream wafted through the air, whetting the appetite. Lin Yusin looked at the cake in her hands, then at Keke's sincere gaze, and finally stopped refusing. She murmured a soft thank you, picked up the fork, carefully scooped a small piece, and put it into her mouth. "Is it good, eh?" Keke asked. It's delicious." Lin Yusin looked up, revealing a faint smile. At that moment, the sunlight happened to fall on her face, bathing her in a warm halo. Keke looked at her smile, and silently made a resolution in his heart. This girl, he would protect her no matter what. The next day, during the lunch break, as soon as the bell rang, Coco sprang up from his seat. He glanced at the yellow-haired trio who were about to stand up and dashed out of the classroom before them. Instead of heading to the cafeteria, he ran straight to the door of the neighboring class. He peered inside, and quickly spotted the small, thin figure sitting in the corner. Lin Yusin was lowering her head, seemingly writing something. Coco took a deep breath and called out into the classroom. "Lin Yusin." Hearing her name, Lin Yusin's body visibly trembled. She slowly raised her head, and after recognizing the person at the door, her tense shoulders relaxed. "Coco, what's wrong?" She trotted over to the door and asked in a soft voice. "Let's go eat together," Coco said with a bright smile on his face. Lin Yusin was stunned for a moment, then a joyful expression appeared on her face. But that joy lasted only a few seconds before it turned into distress and hesitation. She glanced at her other classmates and shook her head, refusing in a low voice. "No. It's okay, you go ahead." "Why?" Coco was puzzled. Lin Yusin cast a look at the curious gazes from her classmates around, and her voice grew even softer. If I eat with you, they'll definitely cause trouble for you too." Seeing her so cautious, a pang of sympathy surged in Coco's heart. He reached out and gently grasped Lin Yusin's wrist. "Come on, who cares about them? I'm here to stir up trouble today." "But, no buts." Coco smiled, and without waiting for Lin Yusin to react, pulled her out of the classroom. "Let's go, we'll take you to a great place today." Her hand held in his palm, the warm touch felt surreal to her. As they descended to the second floor, they ran into the yellow-haired girl, Hedon. Seeing their clasped hands, the yellow-haired girl's expression instantly darkened. "Oh, isn't this our Coco? Why are you so fond of other people's toys?" Coco stopped and flashed the yellow-haired girl a harmless smile. "After all, Yusin is my friend. Isn't it normal to have a meal together?" "TCH." The yellow-haired girl clicked her tongue in displeasure and squeezed past them. Coco ignored her and continued pulling Lin Yusin downstairs. They crossed the playground and arrived at the school wall. The tall wall was covered in green vines. This was the most secluded corner of the school, usually deserted. "What are we doing here?" Lin Yusin asked uneasily. "You'll see in a moment." Coco gave her a mysterious smile and began searching along the wall. Lin Yusin looked around at the quiet surroundings, her heartbeat quickening. Remembering what the yellow-haired girl had done to her here before, her body couldn't help but tremble. But then she thought Coco had saved her before. Even if he wanted to do something, it would surely be much gentler than what the yellow-haired girl had done. After circling the wall, Coco finally found the gap he had discovered earlier. "Found it. Let's go." He turned around excitedly, ready to call Lin Yusin, but was stunned by the sight before him. Her fair shoulders glistened faintly in the sunlight, revealing the delicate softness of her skin. Lin Yusin had somehow already taken off her clothes, leaving only standing there. What are you doing?" Cuckoo quickly covered her eyes, her face instantly turning as red as a boiled shrimp. Lin Yusin, hearing his voice, paused in the act of unbuttoning her last piece of clothing. She lowered her head, her cheeks flushed with a look of desperate resignation. "Since we've come to the grove, weren't you planning to do that?" Cuckoo was stunned for a few seconds before realizing what she meant. Boom. It was as if a bomb had been dropped into his mind, leaving him dizzy and his limbs icy cold. No way Lin Yusin thought he had brought her to this secluded corner to do that kind of thing to her. And judging by her appearance, could it be that those blonde punks had already? An indescribable wave of anger and heartache instantly swept over him. Anger because those scumbags had pushed a young girl to such a desperate state that she had developed such a twisted perception. Heartache because the Lin Yusin before him, with her submissive demeanor as if she had grown accustomed to trading her body for peace, was just too heartbreaking to behold. He quickly took off his jacket, strode over to Lin Yusin, and draped it over her shoulders. No, what are you thinking?" His face was so red it seemed about to bleed, and he stammered as he spoke. "I just wanted to take you out for a meal." Who would want to do that to you?" He, a pure-hearted 20-year-old male college student with a soul trapped in a girl's body, was now being mistaken by another girl for having ulterior motives. What kind of mess was this? Lin Yusin looked at Kuke's flushed face, then at the jacket still carrying his body heat draped over her, and her mind took a moment to catch up. "Just a meal," as she repeated dully. "Yes," Cuckoo emphasized. "So you're not going to eat me? Just a meal." 2C. Lin Yusin instantly froze, her blush even deeper than Kuke's. "I am sorry." She quickly turned around and crouched down. It's fine." Keke scratched his head, equally embarrassed. After a long while Lin Yusin had dressed and came out. Okay. Only then did Keke dare to turn around. Lin Yusin had put her clothes back on, but her head was hung low and her ears were red enough to bleed. An indescribable awkwardness permeated the air. Let's go. If we don't leave now, lunch break will be over. Keke broke the silence, crawling out through the gap, first, then turning back to wave at Lin Yusin. Be careful, don't snag your clothes. The two slipped out of the school one after the other. Keke led Lin Yusin for a few minutes before stopping in front of a delicately decorated little restaurant. He had found this place because he couldn't stand the noise of the cafeteria. The shop was small but clean and elegantly decorated with soft music playing. Most importantly, it was quiet with few people. Let's eat here. They found a seat by the window. Keke pushed the menu over to Lin Yusin. Order whatever you like, it's my treat today. This is too much. It's fine. From now on we're friends. This meal is a celebration. Friends. Lin Yusin repeated softly, a faint smile curling at the corners of her mouth. She took the menu, flipped through it several times, but in the end only ordered the cheapest bowl of plain noodles. Oh come on, I said it's my treat. How can that be enough? Keke couldn't stand it and directly added 2 dishes, a serving of sweet and sour pork and a plate of shredded pork with green peppers. Lin Yusin's cheeks flushed and she lowered her head to fiddle with the tableware. For some reason, though she was the same age and a girl, the Keke before her gave her the feeling of an older brother. That reliable aura inexplicably put her at ease. The waiter soon approached carrying steaming dishes and setting them on the table. Keke picked up his chopsticks, took a bite of the shredded pork with green peppers and chewed. He looked up at Lin Yusin only to find a flicker of unease in her expression. Lin Yusin chewed her food, but her brow was slightly furrowed. What's wrong? Keke set down his chopsticks, leaning forward with concern. Is it not to your taste? Lin Yusin quickly shook her head, the motion a bit too vigorous, causing a few strands of hair to dance in the air. It's nothing, it's delicious. She forced a smile, pulling the corners of her mouth upward, then picked up her chopsticks and continued eating in small bites. Yet Keke couldn't shake the feeling that her smile seemed strained, as if she were deliberately putting on a brave face to keep others from worrying. The meal gradually wound down in an atmosphere that was neither too warm nor too cold. The initial tension and distance between them had indeed dissipated quite a bit over the course of the meal. On the way back to school, Lin Yusin kept her head, lowered her steps slower than before, as if lost in thought. Just as they neared the gap in the wall, she suddenly stopped. Keke. She lifted her head, her voice tinged with hesitation and uncertainty. Tomorrow, would you like to try the lunchbox I make? As she spoke, a flush of crimson spread across her cheeks. But her eyes were earnest, fixed intently on Keke. I promise it'll taste way better than what this place serves. Lunchbox. Keke blinked at the word, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. He gazed at Lin Yusin's bright, expectant eyes and found himself at a loss for words. A girl offering to make him a lunchbox. In the eyes of any normal guy, that carried an unusual weight. But the problem was he wasn't a guy now. Or rather, his appearance wasn't. In Lin Yusin's eyes, Keke was also a girl. Girls sharing lunchboxes and taking care of each other. That should be perfectly normal, right? He consoled himself with this thought, trying to convince himself not to overthink it. Besides, facing Lin Yusin, he simply couldn't find any reason to refuse. Her sincerity and eagerness made it impossible for him to say anything that might hurt her. Sure. A gentle smile curved his lips. Then I'm in for a treat tomorrow. Hearing Keke's affirmative answer, Lin Yusin's whole being lit up. A radiant smile bloomed across her face, sparkling with pure joy. He'll definitely give it my all. She clenched her fists against her chest and nodded firmly, as if making a solemn vow. The two slipped back into the campus and the lunch break was nearly over. At the fork where they were about to part, Lin Yusin suddenly halted. She turned to face Keke, hands clasped together in front of her chest. Then she bowed deeply to him. Thank you, Keke. Truly thank you. With those words, she covered her flushed cheeks with her hands and dashed off toward her classroom. Keke stood there watching her receding figure. He reached up and scratched the back of his head, a strange feeling stirring in his heart. Yet he couldn't quite put his finger on what felt so off. School was out in the afternoon. Keke packed his bag, but lingered in the classroom instead of leaving immediately. He was waiting for Lin Yusin. After what happened at noon, he couldn't bear to let her walk home alone. The yellow-haired girl and her gang had suffered such a loss, they surely wouldn't let things slide. Who knew if they'd ambush her on the way home? Sure enough, before long, Lin Yusin emerged from the neighboring classroom, her bag slung over her shoulder and her head bowed. Keke immediately approached her. Lin Yusin, let's walk together. Seeing him, she nodded obediently. They walked side by side on the way home. Keke deliberately took the outer side, shielding her within. But as fate would have it, just as they reached a secluded alley, several figures suddenly darted out from the side, blocking their path. It was the yellow-haired trio. Well, if it isn't classmates Chen Keke and Lin Yusin. The yellow-haired girl crossed her arms, eyeing them with malicious intent, a sneer curling at the corners of her mouth. Her two lackeys also sized them up with mocking glances. Lin Yusin trembled in fear and instinctively hid behind Keke. Keke frowned, pulling Lin Yusin closer to protect her. What do you want? His voice was ice cold. What do we want? The yellow-haired girl let out a cold laugh. Nothing much, just want to invite you two for a little chat. Keke frowned, pulling Lin Yusin closer to protect her. What do you want? His voice was ice cold. What do we want? The yellow-haired girl let out a cold laugh. Nothing much, just want to invite you two for a little chat. The alley was deep, dimly lit, and whatever happened here no one would know. It's okay. Sensing Lin Yusin trembling behind him, he turned back, offering her a reassuring look, while reaching back to grasp her cold hand. Lin Yusin's hand trembled even more, but feeling the warmth from his palm, some of her fear seemed to dissipate. She nodded firmly. Let's go. Keke turned back to face the yellow-haired girl, his tone calm. Lead the way. The yellow-haired girl hadn't expected him to be so straightforward. She paused for a moment, then a smug grin spread across her face. Smart move. She turned and led them deeper into the shadowy alley. The lane was cluttered with debris reeking of dampness and mold. At the end stood a dead wall. The yellow-haired girl stopped and spun around, her smile turning vicious. Chen Keke, I gave you face, so why won't you take the hint? Are you proud of stealing someone else's toy? At the word toy, Lin Yusin's body gave a visible shudder. Keke stared straight at the yellow-haired girl, unyielding. Lin Yusin is not a toy. She's my friend. Friend, aren't you afraid that once that Keke brother gets to know her, he'll dump you? What do you mean? What do I mean? Keke, you should know. Lin Yusin's got quite the charm, hasn't she? Yeah, once your Keke brother gets a taste, he'll definitely throw you away. Better hand her over to us, and you can keep playing your little princess. Their words were laced with insults and insinuations utterly vile. Lin Yusin's face turned deathly pale, and she swayed as if about to collapse. You? Keke ground his teeth in fury. At that moment his rage was fully ignited. What will it take for you to let her go? He fixed his gaze on the yellow-haired girl, demanding an answer word by word. She seemed taken aback by his question, pausing for a moment. She looked him over, recalling the humiliation of being pinned to the desk by his frail frame. A surge of anger rose within her. Fine, she snarled, her eyes turning cruel. You think you're tough? Fight me. If you win, this toy is yours. But if you lose, you'll kneel down and kowtow to us 3 times. The air in the alley seemed to congeal. Huang Mao's words, like a pebble cast into a placid lake, stirred up 1,000 ripples. Lin Yusin stared in disbelief at Keke's retreating figure, never imagining matters would escalate to this point. A fight. She gazed at Huang Mao, whose physique was a full circle sturdier than Keke's, her heart flooded with terror. Instinctively she tugged hard at Keke's hem, hoping to dissuade him from recklessness. Yet Keke, as if oblivious, simply fixed his gaze on Huang Mao. Within him a fierce internal battle raged. A fight. As a male college student who had received higher education, his life creed had never included solving problems with violence. But then, reason was lost on these scumbags. Call the police. By the time they arrived it would be far too late, and they might even twist the story to blame him. Compromise. Even more impossible. If he backed down today, Huang Mao and her cronies would only bully Lin Yusin even more relentlessly. And he himself would forever dwell in the shadow of cowardice and guilt. Keke took a deep breath, slowly releasing his grip on Lin Yusin. Then he stepped forward to face Huang Mao's provocation. Fine. A single cold word escaped his lips. He'll fight you. Huang Mao was taken aback, then a cruel grin spread across her face. You've got guts. She spat on the ground. You asked for this. Don't come crying for your big brother later. She tossed her backpack aside, flexed her wrists, and struck a pose she fancied as a cool fighting stance. Keke also handed his backpack to Lin Yusin behind him. Hold this. Stand back. His voice was calm. Don't worry. Trust me. Okay. Clutching both backpacks, Lin Yusin stood aside. Keke turned, focusing all his attention on Huang Mao before him. Honestly, he had no confidence whatsoever. His current body was that of a frail, powerless girl. In contrast, Huang Mao was tall and sturdy, clearly a seasoned brawler. By all accounts, this was a hopeless match. But the arrow had been shot. There was no turning back. Come on. What are you dawdling for? Huang Mao bellowed, impatiently launching the first attack. Relying on her brute strength, she threw a straight punch straight at Keke's face. The punch whistled through the air with a fierce force. Keke's pupils contracted, and he instinctively sidestepped. Luckily his reflexes were quick. Huang Mao's fist grazed past his cheek and slammed into the wall behind with a dull thud. That was close. Keke broke out in a cold sweat. If that punch had landed squarely, his face would have been a mess. Frustrated by her miss, Huang Mao grew even more enraged, her attacks becoming fiercer. Keke had no means to retaliate, merely dodging clumsily. Is dodging all you can do? Useless. Huang Mao taunted while attacking. Keke gritted his teeth, remaining silent. He knew he couldn't confront her heat. In both strength and stamina, he was at an absolute disadvantage. His sole advantage was his composure and his greater experience. As he dodged, he swiftly observed Huang Mao's movements and the surrounding environment. This narrow alley cluttered with debris restricted her mobility, but also offered him many potential weapons. A plan rapidly formed in his mind. Just as Huang Mao lunged with another kick, Keke deliberately stumbled toward a corner piled with cardboard boxes. Believing he was about to fall, Huang Mao's face lit up with a triumphant smirk as she pursued, ready to deliver the final blow. But the moment she drew near, Cuckoo, who had been on the defensive, suddenly moved. Instead of falling, he crouched down, causing Huang Mao to kick directly into a foam box. Cuckoo gave her no chance to recover. He lunged forward in a flash, and before Huang Mao could break free, he locked her in a scissor hold. Had enough. He hissed into her ear. Huang Mao winced in pain, still trying to be defiant. Aye. Crack. Cuckoo applied force with his hands, and a sharp, dislocating pain shot through Huang Mao's arm. Oh, I give. Let go. Finally terrified, Huang Mao pleaded tearfully. Only then did Cuckoo release her, standing up to look down at her. Remember what you said today? With that, he didn't spare another glance at Huang Mao on the ground. Turning, he walked to Lin Yusen and took his backpack from her hands. Let's go. He pulled the still-stunned Lin Yusen along and strode out of the alley without looking back. The two lackeys at the entrance, seeing him approach, fearfully made way, not daring to utter a word. Only after their figures vanished from the alley did they snap to rushing to help Huang Mao up. Emerging from the alley and back into the sunlight, Cuckoo felt his wildly pounding heart gradually calm. His hands still trembled slightly, and his back was drenched in cold sweat. Are you okay? Lin Yusen's worried voice sounded beside him. I'm fine. Cuckoo shook his head and gave her a smile. Are you not too scared? Lin Yusen looked at the smile on his face, shook her head, but her eyes reddened. I'm sorry for causing you trouble again. Don't be silly. Cuckoo reached out and ruffled her hair. I chose to get involved. It's not your fault. They exchanged contact information, and Cuckoo urged her to tell him immediately if she encountered any more trouble. The moment he turned around, he spotted a familiar figure leaning casually against a lamppost not far away. Dressed in casual clothes with hands in pockets, the person wore a faint, enigmatic smile and was watching him with keen interest. It was Chen Xi. The dim yellow light of the street lamp stretched Chen Xi's shadow long and thin. She stood there quietly, a smile on her face, yet it sent an inexplicable chill through Chen Xi's heart. Cuckoo instinctively tightened her grip on her school bag strap, forcing herself to stay calm. He stepped forward and walked toward her. Why are you here? Waiting for you, Chen, she replied matter-of-factly. Seeing you out so late made me worry, so I came to check on you. Her tone was light, like a genuinely caring older brother. But Cuckoo didn't believe a word. Just now. Did you see everything? I saw it, Chen. She nodded, the smile deepening on her face. It was brilliant. She stepped closer, reaching out to ruffle his hair as she used to. Cuckoo instinctively stepped back, evading her touch. Chen Xi's hand froze midair, but she merely raised an eyebrow, unfazed. I never thought Cuckoo would learn to fight now. She withdrew her hand, slipping it into her pocket, a hint of amusement in her voice. And you're not bad at it. Her praise sounded like mockery to Chen Xi. She leaned and lowering her voice to a whisper only they could hear. I like you more and more, Cuckoo. She deliberately emphasized the name Cuckoo, her warm breath brushing his ear, sending goosebumps across his skin. Fear, shame, anger. This feeling was suffocating. I'm tired. I want to go home. He didn't want to say another word to her and turned to leave. Go home then. Behind him came Chen Xi's delighted soft laughter. She followed, unhurriedly walking shoulder to shoulder with him. Along the way they exchanged no further words. That night on the other side of the city, in a small tidy rental room, Lin Yusen also lay in bed, tossing and turning. Unlike her usual insomnia, her heart held no fear or anger, only a never-before-felt bittersweet emotion. Closing her eyes, the image of Cuckoo surfaced in her mind. The figure who descended like a deity on the rooftop, rescuing her from her nightmare. The silhouette who stood firmly before her in the alley, fighting for her. As she thought, Lin Yusen's heart raced faster. Growing up in an orphanage, she had seen the coldness and warmth of the world. Deception, exploitation, betrayal. She had endured too much. So she learned to pretend to comply to protect herself in the most humble way. She believed everyone in this world was selfish, and every kindness came with a price tag. Until she met Chen Keke, a girl as fragile as herself, yet one who stood up for her. She asked for nothing in return, simply wanting to protect her. This pure, untainted kindness, like a warm beam of light, shone into her long-frozen heart, making it beat anew. Her cheeks burned. An unfamiliar warmth coursed through her body, stirring restlessly. Lin Yusen shifted uncomfortably, recalling the gentle warmth of Chen Keke's palm as she held her hand at the alley entrance that afternoon. This feeling, was it love? Lin Yusen bit her lower lip, her face flushing crimson. Her hand, beyond her control, slipped quietly into her nightgown, then slowly. Outside the window, the moonlight was like water. Yuro was tidying up her clothes in the dormitory when she received a call from Li Hang. Hello, Li Hang. What's up? Yuro, I need to tell you something. Li Hang's voice sounded hesitant. It's about Chen Xi. Yuro's hand paused midair, holding a piece of clothing. What about Chen Xi? Well, I think Chen Xi might have a sister complex. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the line, followed by Yuro's soft laughter. I know, after all, Keke is so adorable. Li Hang fell silent for a moment on the phone. Not that kind of complex, Li Hang hastily explained. I mean, it's a bit like that feeling from the Bond. I don't understand, Yuro replied honestly. Li Hang let out a helpless sigh. It's just, you really can't communicate without being into anime. Fine, let me explain it to you in simple terms. Aren't you two boyfriend and girlfriend now? Yura's face instantly flushed and her voice stammered. What? What boyfriend and girlfriend? Stop pretending anyone can see that. Li Hang's tone lightened. In fact, it's more surprising that you only just got together. Yura blushed and smiled without denying it. Li Hang suddenly snapped back to reality and quickly said seriously, No, that's not what I wanted to say. I mean Chen Xi's feelings for Keke are the same as for you. The romantic kind. Yura was stunned. That's impossible. Chen Xi and I have only been together for a short time. No matter how playful he is, he wouldn't go after Keke. Let me ask, Li Hang lowered his voice, have you two recently done it? Done what? You know? The bed thing. That kind of thing has to wait until after marriage. Yura's voice suddenly rose, filled with obvious shyness and determination. Just as I thought. Li Hang sighed on the other end of the line. Alright, I've got things to do, so I'll let you go. But Yura, you really should talk to Chen Xi about this. I don't want to see a friend end up in jail over something like this. Yura was silent for a moment, then nodded. I understand, I will. After hanging up, Yura stared at her phone screen, her heart a mix of emotions. Could Chen Xi really have that kind of feeling for Keke? During lunch break, Yura and Chen Xi were on their way to the cafeteria. Yura hesitated for a long time before finally speaking up. Chen Xi, what are your thoughts on Keke? Chen Xi's steps faltered slightly as he turned to look at her, confusion in his eyes. What do you mean? Do you like Keke? Yura gathered her courage to ask. Chen Xi smiled and nodded naturally. I do. Yura's eyes widened and she stood frozen in place. Seeing her reaction, Chen Xi continued with a grin. But compared to Keke, I definitely like Yura more. After all, you're my girlfriend. Oh, you. How annoying. Yura's face blushed like a ripe apple as she playfully pounded Chen Xi's back with her little fists. Hee, but why did you suddenly ask that? Chen Xi tilted his head, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Yura thought for a moment. She couldn't exactly say that Li Hang suspected Chen Xi of some shady business. It's just, lately you've been saying Keke needs you and not meeting me, so I got a bit jealous. Chen Xi was taken aback for a second, then let out a soft laugh. His gentle laughter, carrying the faint trace of doubt in Yura's heart, slowly dispersed across the campus. The next day, Keke arrived at school with 2 dark circles under his eyes. He hadn't slept a wink all night, his mind a whirlwind of images. The blonde thug's snarling face, Lin Yusin's tearful eyes, and Chen Xi's mocking smirk. He felt utterly drained. The moment he entered the classroom, he slumped onto his desk and began catching up on sleep. As the lunch bell rang, Lin Yusin appeared at Keke's classroom door, almost instantly clutching a pink lunchbox, her cheeks flushed with a hint of nervousness. Where should we eat? Lin Yusin asked softly. The rooftop, Keke replied after a moment's thought. After yesterday's clash, the blonde and her gang likely wouldn't dare cause more trouble. The rooftop was the quietest, most perfect spot for a meal. They walked to the rooftop one after the other. The breeze was gentle today, caressing their skin with a pleasant touch. Sitting down on the bench, Lin Yusin proudly opened the pink lunchbox, releasing an enticing aroma that instantly filled the air. Keke peeked inside, and his eyes lit up. The lunchbox held an exquisite arrangement of food, rice molded into adorable bunny shapes with seaweed dots for eyes and mouths, accompanied by golden egg rolls, vibrant green broccoli, and perfectly pan-fried chicken cutlets. The colors were so delightful that they instantly sparked his appetite. Wow, amazing! Keke exclaimed in genuine admiration. With skills like this, you could open your own restaurant. His praise made Lin Yusin's face flush even deeper. It's nothing. I just threw it together, she murmured, lowering her head in embarrassment. Please try it. I hope it suits your taste. It definitely will. Keke said, picking up his chopsticks ready to dig in. But when he opened the second layer of the lunchbox to retrieve his chopsticks, he found it empty. Huh, where are the chopsticks? Lin Yusin let out an ah, and her face fell with regret. I'm so sorry. I think I forgot to bring an extra pair. I only brought one. She held up her own pair of chopsticks as she spoke. It's fine, he forced a smile. He'll just grab a disposable pair from the cafeteria. He stood up to leave, but his sleeve was caught by a hand. Don't go. Lin Yusin tugged at him, her voice carrying a note of pleading. If you go back and forth, the food will get cold. Then, before Keke could finish, he saw Lin Yusin pick up a piece of golden egg roll with her chopsticks, and smiling bring it to his lips. It's okay, she said, her voice soft and gentle with a hint of undeniable insistence. Let me feed you. Keke stared at the chopsticks, then at Lin Yusin, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. This scene, why did it feel so familiar? He suddenly recalled a long-ago outing with Keke when a similar thing had happened. Back then, Keke had also accidentally brought only one set of utensils. Using that as an excuse, she had unabashedly fed him bite after bite. Looking at Lin Yusin's innocent and regretful expression, now alarm bells rang loud and clear in his mind. No way. The sunlight was just right, the breeze gentle and mild. On the rooftop, everything seemed so serene and peaceful. Except for Keke. He was far from okay. He stared rigidly at the egg roll poised at his lips, his mind a complete blank. History always has an uncanny way of repeating itself. He felt as if he had returned to the terror of being dominated by Keke. Back then, she too had used that same innocent expression to do things that made him deeply uncomfortable. And now it was Lin Yusin. a frail and innocent girl he desperately wanted to protect. This made even a refusal seem unbearably cruel. Yusin, isn't this a bit inappropriate? He forced a smile, making a last-ditch effort. We're both girls. This is a bit strange. He deliberately emphasized the words both girls, hoping to awaken her. However, Lin Yusin merely tilted her head, looking at him with confusion. Strange. But back at the orphanage, I often shared chopsticks with my close friends. Her gaze was clear and innocent. Could it be that Cuckoo is disgusted with me? As she spoke, her eyes reddened, and those big, watery eyes quickly filled with tears, making her look as if she might cry at any moment. That expression, that tone, was exactly like a coy Cuckoo from his memories. Cuckoo immediately surrendered. What he could not stand the most was seeing a girl cry, especially someone like Lin Yusin, a girl with such a pitiful background. No, I'm not disgusted. He sighed in resignation, a wave of desolation washing over him. Forget it, it's just being fed right. He consoled himself, thinking it was like being fed by an adorable little animal. Then, with the resolve of one facing death, he opened his mouth. Seeing his capitulation, Lin Yusin's tears transformed into a smile. She carefully placed the egg roll into his mouth. It was sweet, with a faint aroma of egg and milk. How is it? Is it good? Lin Yusin looked at him expectantly. It's good, he answered vaguely. Then try this too. Lin Yusin picked up a piece of pan-fried chicken steak and brought it to his lips. Cuckoo could only open his mouth again. And so for the entire lunch break, a Yuri scene unfolded on the rooftop. A delicate and lovely girl was feeding bite by bite another equally delicate girl whose expression was one of utter resignation. Pink bubbles seemed to float all around them. Cuckoo felt he was going mad. He dared not look Lin Yusin in the eyes the entire time, keeping his head down, staring at his own shoes. He could feel Lin Yusin's gaze, hot and intense, fixed on his face. That look, focused and tender, made him feel as if he were sitting on pins and needles. He was now 100% certain that this Lin Yusin harbored feelings for him that went far beyond ordinary friendship. But why would she fall for a girl? Wasn't she a girl herself? This plot was far too absurd. The meal finally ended with Cuckoo enduring torment and Lin Yusin brimming with joy. Lin Yusin contentedly packed up the lunchbox. Cuckoo, what do you like to eat? They'll make it for you again tomorrow, she asked while tidying up. Tomorrow? You're making it again? Cuckoo's voice was a bit strained. Of course, Lin Yusin nodded matter-of-factly. You saved me yesterday and fought for me. I don't know how to repay you, so cooking is the least I can do. She paused, then added, besides, I enjoy cooking for you. Cuckoo was speechless. He didn't know what to say anymore. Looking at Lin Yusin's innocent yet expectant face, he wanted to break free, but found no way to start. Yusin, he decided he had to make things clear. Actually, you don't have to do this. I helped you not to get something in return. I know. Lin Yusin looked up at him, her eyes sparkling. Cuckoo, you're a good person. Cuckoo, Lin Yusin suddenly interrupted him. Her cheeks flushed, her gaze carrying a hint of shyness and determination. Can I always make bento for you? Her clear eyes were filled with an unreserved, fervent hope. She just looked at him, waiting for his answer. Faced with Lin Yusin's expectant eyes, she felt he had stumbled into an unprecedented predicament. Agree. Wouldn't that be equivalent to acknowledging this ambiguous relationship between them? How could a straight guy give a girl such false hope? It would be immoral. Refuse. Looking at Lin Yusin, so cautious and seemingly fragile enough to shatter at a touch, how could he bear to utter a rejection? She had finally opened her heart to him, seeing him as her only support. If he pushed her away now, how devastating would that be for her? Chen's heart waged a fierce tug-of-war. In the end, he sighed. Okay, but I'll pay you. That's fine. Lin Yusin smiled, radiant with joy. After school, Cuckoo walked out of the school gate and looked across the street. Chen Xi stood there, head down, staring at her phone, her profile somewhat blurred in the sunset. Cuckoo raised a hand to greet her. Suddenly, a rough, large hand abruptly covered his mouth from behind. The force was immense, carrying a scent of tobacco and sweat. Cuckoo's pupils contracted sharply, and he struggled instinctively. But this body was too weak, his strength could barely budge the assailant. He was dragged with tremendous force, his feet nearly leaving the ground, pulled toward another deeper alley. Chen Xi across the street seemed to hear something. She looked up, glancing this way with confusion. The empty intersection showed only a few students hurrying past. She frowned, found nothing unusual, and lowered her head again, focusing on her phone screen, fingers swiping quickly. Let go. Cuckoo's mouth was tightly covered, allowing only muffled whimpers. He was roughly thrown into a narrower, darker dead end. His back slammed against the cold wall, the pain making him gasp sharply. The hand covering his mouth finally released, but was replaced by two familiar, loathsome faces. The blonde and the short-haired follower. They blocked the alley entrance, sneering. Behind them stood a man. Not tall but stocky, wearing a grimy tank top with blurred tattoos on his arms, glaring fiercely. This was the man who had covered his mouth and dragged him in. Run. Why aren't you running? The blonde crossed her arms, stepping closer, her heels clicking on the ground, the sound piercing in the silent alley. Cuckoo leaned against the wall, panting, struggling to steady himself. He quickly scanned his surroundings. It was a dead end, the only exit blocked. Isn't the school matter already settled? He asked coldly, his gaze sharp on the blonde. What else do you want? The blonde didn't answer immediately, but signaled to the long-haired follower. Frisk him. What a... Keke's eyes widened. Are you insane? The long-haired follower approached, roughly patting down Keke's entire body. No recording device. She reported. The blonde finally spoke slowly. Keke, you really know how to play innocent. I don't know what you're talking about. Keke gritted his teeth. This is illegal. Illegal? The blonde sneered. Then explain why my dad received a recording of me bullying Lin Yusen. Keke was stunned. What recording? I don't know what you're talking about. Still pretending. The blonde's face darkened. We agreed to keep Lin Yusen's matter private, and you wouldn't interfere. But then, last night my dad called me over and played that recording. I really don't know. Keke hurriedly defended himself. I didn't record anything. If not you, then who? The blonde stepped closer. Only a few of us were there. Was it one of my people? Keke's mouth twitched. Wait, only a few were there on site, but... He thought of Chen Xi. The first recording was probably his doing too. Ah, you've really screwed me over this time. The long-haired follower spat. Pa. With that dumb look, this is probably your brother Chen Xi's doing again, right? She looked Keke up and down, her eyes full of jealousy and contempt. Honestly, is your skill really that good? To make that kind of fuck buddy protect you so fiercely? The blonde turned and cursed into the air. Humph, that coward Luli got scared and didn't dare come after hearing this plan. Useless. Keke's anger flared. He had tried his best not to get them expelled. And what was the result? These people still thought about bullying and spewed filth, saying his skill was good, calling him a fuck buddy. They insulted not just him now, but the true owner of this body, his sister. Watch your mouth, he snapped. Oh, still talking back. The blonde was thoroughly enraged. Hold her down. The man immediately stepped forward, grabbing Keke's arm. Let go. Keke suddenly raised his knee, trying to attack the man's groin. His fighting skills were still there, but his body couldn't keep up. Too slow, too weak. The man easily dodged, twisted his arms, and pinned them behind his back. Sharp pain shot through him. Keke grunted, pressed hard against the wall. The short-haired follower also rushed up, grabbed his hair, and yanked it back. A tearing pain spread across his scalp. Damn it. Still resisting. The blonde watched the subdued Keke, a triumphant, cruel smile spreading across her face. She walked to the man and whispered, Brother Biao, gag her. Let's see how she screams. The man called Biao grinned, showing yellowed, blackened teeth, his eyes roaming over Keke's flushed face from anger and humiliation, filled with malice. Got it, he replied, pulling a ball from his pocket. The blonde watched Keke's terrified expression, laughing even more joyfully. Gag her, and we'll have some fun. Today you'll learn what happens when you cross me. She leaned close to Keke's ear, whispering venomously, Brother Biao hasn't touched such tender schoolgirl skin in a long time. The man called Biao Gu grinned viciously as he closed in, twirling the ball in his hand. The yellow-haired and long-haired henchmen stood by with arms crossed, their faces bearing undisguised malice and anticipation. MMPH. Let me go. Keke struggled violently, trying to dodge the hand reaching out. But Biao Gu's hand clamped down on his shoulder like an iron vice, pinning his entire body against the cold, rough wall. Another long-haired henchman stepped forward with a sinister grin, helping to restrain his thrashing legs. Stay still. Biao Gu growled in a thick accent, his other hand roughly forcing Keke's jaw open. Keke turned his head to evade, clenching his teeth tightly. Enraged, Biao Gu applied more force and shoved him hard. Keke's head slammed against the wall, his vision blurring and ears ringing. Damn, it's still stubborn. Biao Gu cursed as he shoved the Keke into Keke's mouth, freeing one hand to grab his collar. Ryup. The sound of tearing fabric echoed sharply in the dead silence of the alley. A wave of humiliation engulfed Keke. His mind screamed frantically, countless counterattack ideas flashing through, elbowing Biao Gu's ribs, kneeing his groin, head-butting the one holding him down. These moves, he had mastered them to perfection. Yet, his body felt as heavy as lead, refusing to obey. It wasn't mere fear. It was a deep-seated tremor and despair from within this body, a woman's instinctive reaction to absolute violence. He could feel his muscles trembling uncontrollably, cold sweat drenching his back. Why? Why is this happening? This body is afraid. Is it Keke's fear? Or, amidst his chaotic thoughts, the image of a figure looking down at a phone across the street flashed through his mind. Chen Xi. The thought was absurd and ridiculous, yet at this moment, he clung to it like a lifeline, screaming silently in his heart. Biao Gu seemed to lose patience, or perhaps he was eager to do something else. He released Keke's jaw and reached for his skirt. Fingers touched the fabric. Wait! The yellow-haired girl's shrill voice suddenly rang out, halting Biao Gu's action. He paused and turned impatiently. What? The yellow-haired girl stepped forward, her eyes fixed venomously on Keke's face, flushed with anger, humiliation, and fear, a cruel smirk curling on her lips. Biao Gu, letting her get away with just being toyed with by you is too easy, she said, pulling something from her small bag. A utility knife gleaming coldly. The blade was pushed out not long, but under the dim light it still appeared sharp and menacing. What if I slashed that seductive face of hers? The yellow-haired girl brandished the knife before Keke's eyes, her tone dripping with malicious glee. Would that guy on the bike still protect her like a treasure? Would he still think she's pitiful? The long-haired henchman immediately chimed in excitedly. Yeah. Slash her face. Let's see if she can still play innocent. Biaogo looked at the undeniably beautiful face, then at the knife in the yellow-haired girl's hand, chuckled twice, and stepped back to make room, clearly more intrigued by this idea. The cold blade drew closer. Keke could even feel the faint chill emanating from the edge. His pupils dilated, heart pounding, as if about to burst from his chest. Thoughts of resistance still screamed in his mind, but the boda's fear bound him like an invisible net. All he could do was watch helplessly as the knife tip inched toward his cheek. Uncontrollable fear finally turned into hot tears. Keke shut his eyes tightly, tears streaming down his face. It's over. Just then, the sharp screech of an electric scooter's brakes echoed from the alley entrance. Vroom. Accompanied by the grating noise of tires scraping against the ground, a familiar scooter came to an abrupt halt at the mouth of the alley. Two people jumped off. One was the rider Chen Xi. The other was none other than Lu Li, the short-haired lackey, who hadn't shown up before. Lu Li. The yellow-haired girl's eyes bulged at the sight of her, and she shrieked, "How dare you come back, you traitor!" Lu Li's face was pale, her lips trembling as she looked at Keke, who was pinned down in the alley, and the yellow-haired girl wielding a knife. Her eyes were filled with nothing but terror. "Sister Huang, let's call it off," she stammered, her voice quivering. We can't keep doing this. Something terrible will happen. Then, we'll never be able to turn back. Turn back." The yellow-haired girl sneered. "I gave up on turning back a long time ago. If I don't ruin her today, they'll never swallow this anger." She turned her head, pressing the icy blade gently against Keke's cheek. A sharp faint sting shot through. The tip of the knife had broken the skin. A single drop of blood slowly oozed down her cheek. Tisk tisk. The yellow-haired girl admired her own masterpiece, then lifted her gaze to Chen Xi at the alley entrance, speaking with malicious glee. "See that? The precious one you're protecting. Her face is ruined now, isn't she ugly?" She tapped Keke's cheek with the knife tip, her tone dripping with twisted pride. "Once Brother Biao's had his fun with her, shall be even more worthless. You still want this piece of trash?" The yellow-haired girl looked Chen Xi up and down with a contemptuous glare. "Take my advice, buddy. Dump her. Let me handle this one. I know plenty of girls cleaner and prettier than her. How about I introduce you to some?" Chen Xi stood at the alley entrance, staring at the trail of blood and the expression of pain, humiliation, and despair on Keke's face. The blood in his veins surged straight to his head. Veins bulged on his forehead, and his knuckles turned white from clenching. Without a word, he took a step and slowly walked deeper into the alley. His gaze was chillingly cold. "Stop him," the yellow-haired girl commanded sharply. Brother Biao and the long-haired lackey immediately blocked Chen Xi's path. "Kid, don't stick your nose where it doesn't belong." Brother Biao threatened viciously. Chen Xi didn't slow his pace. The moment Brother Biao reached out to shove him, bang! A dull thud rang out. Chen Xi's fist slammed hard into Brother Biao's stomach. The burly man's body doubled over like a boiled shrimp, staggering into the wall before sliding to the ground, curled up and convulsing. The long-haired lackey beside him stood frozen, dumbstruck. Chen Xi didn't even glance at her. Step by step he advanced toward the yellow-haired girl. "Let her go. Now. Right this instant." His voice was low, barely containing a raging fire. Startled by his sudden ferocity, the yellow-haired girl stumbled back half a step, but then a surge of even greater fury and humiliation washed over her. "Useless. Both of you useless," she screamed at the fallen Brother Biao and the short-haired lackey. Then her face twisted with rage, she glared at Chen Xi. "Hit me. You dare." She was completely enraged, her reason gone. They'll destroy her today no matter what. The yellow-haired girl roared, raising the utility knife. With all her strength, she drove it down toward the bleeding cheek of Keke, who was pinned against the wall. "No." Chen Xi's eyes widened in fury as he lunged forward with a roar. But he was too far away. The glinting knife tip was about to plunge into Keke's eye. Thud! A gush of warm liquid splattered out. Blood stained the vision before them. Time froze. The anticipated searing pain of the blade piercing his eye did not come. The spurting blood did not belong to Keke's face. Chen Xi's pupils contracted sharply as she stared fixedly at the scene before her. Standing before Keke was Lu Li. That gleaming utility knife was now deeply embedded in Lu Li's outstretched arm. Fresh crimson blood gushed from the wound, trickling down her slender arm and forming a small, glaring pool of red on the ground. Agonizing pain forced a suppressed cry from Lu Li, her face instantly turning deathly pale, drenched in cold sweat. She bit her lower lip fiercely, her other hand gripping the blonde's wrist tightly, preventing the blade from sinking deeper. The blonde was stunned, completely unprepared for Lu Li's sudden intervention. She looked at the knife embedded in Lu Li's arm, then at Lu Li's pained face, and a surge of fury rushed to her head. "Damn it, Lu Li, are you fucking insane?" The blonde shrieked, trying to yank the knife out. But Lu Li held on tightly. "Sister Blonde." Lu Li's voice trembled with pain, but her gaze was resolute. "Stop. This can't go on. Let go of me." The blonde roared in fury, struggling violently. "You're protecting her. Have you forgotten who your real sister is?" "I haven't forgotten." Lu Li's tears mingled with her cold sweat as they fell. "But we can't kill anyone. We can't ruin her. We'd go to jail." our lives would be truly over. My life was over long ago. The blonde screamed hysterically, her eyes wild. It's her. It's them who caused this. Today it's either her or me. Enough. Luli interrupted, her voice choked with sobs. I'm begging you, Sister Blonde. Stop. Let's leave. The alley was filled only with heavy breathing and the pained groans of Brother Biao and the short-haired lackey. The blonde glared at Luli, then cast a venomous look at the pale, terrified Cuckoo against the wall, and finally at Chen Xi, whose gaze could kill from the alley entrance. Her chest heaved violently, veins bulging on her hand gripping the knife handle. The standoff lasted for seconds. Fuck this. The blonde spat, suddenly shoving Luli, who was still gripping her wrist, away. Luli staggered, clutching her bleeding arm, bending over in pain. Without sparing a glance at her two useless lackeys on the ground, the blonde shot Cuckoo a vicious glare, then swept her gaze over Chen Xi. You win. She spat out the words, turned, and walked away, her back brimming with resentment and malice. Brother Biao and the short-haired lackey, still groaning on the ground, followed. Luli watched the blonde leave, sighed in relief, then enduring the pain nodded hastily at Chen Xi. Chen Xi practically sprinted to the wall. With trembling hands, she quickly untied the ropes binding Keke's wrists. The moment the ropes were undone, Keke's body went limp, nearly collapsing. Chen Xi was quick to react, pulling him tightly into an embrace. Keke leaned on Chen's eyes, his former self's broad shoulder. He was after all a man of unyielding spirit. But at this moment, after experiencing the terror and humiliation of being on the brink of death, feeling the warmth of this post-traumatic embrace, an indescribable sense of grievance and fear surged past his psychological defenses. Warm liquid uncontrollably slid from his eyes. He cried. In this most familiar, yet now strangely alien embrace, he sobbed like a child. It's okay. It's okay. Chen Xi held the crying himself in her arms, gently patting Keke's back, feeling his tremors. I was really scared just now. She raised her hand, using her fingertip to gently wipe away the tears on Keke's cheek, her movements uncharacteristically tender. The bloody gash left by the knife looked even more gruesome now. Looking at this face that belonged to her stained with blood and tears, Chen Xi's heart clenched in pain. Just then Luli walked over, clutching her arm. Looking at the embracing pair, especially at the wound on Keke's face, her eyes were complex and full of guilt. I'm sorry, she whispered, her voice weak. On behalf of Sister Blonde, I'm sorry. Keke looked at her through tear-blurred eyes. Luli avoided his gaze and continued, I know an apology is useless and I don't ask for your forgiveness. Sister Blonde, she has her own troubles. She said no more, only gave them a deep, lingering look. I have to go find her. With that, Luli, holding her bleeding arm, staggered into the hospital at the corner. She chased after the direction the blonde had gone, quickly disappearing at the alley's entrance. In the alley, only Chen Xi and Keke remained, holding each other tightly, along with the lingering scent of blood and fear that still hung in the air. At 11 o'clock at night, Keke curled up on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling with hollow eyes. She had changed into clean pajamas, and the gruesome blood-stained gash on her face had been carefully treated and covered with medical tape. Yet the icy blade in the alley that afternoon, the suffocating closeness of death, and the mad, twisted face of the yellow-haired man still replayed in her mind, lingering and inescapable. Her body trembled slightly, and she instinctively hugged herself. Though she lay in the warmth of the blanket, she felt only cold. Creak. The bedroom door was gently pushed open. Chen Xi entered with a glass of water, her footsteps light. Keke turned her head to look at her, her eyes as empty as a deflated balloon. In those once clear irises there was nothing but bewilderment and blankness. Chen Xi walked to the bedside and placed the glass on the nightstand. Then, without a word, she silently extended her own wrist. On her wrist was a faint, healed old scar. She deftly picked up the sterilized blade beside her and added a fresh cut next to the old one. Bright red blood immediately seeped out. This was the nightly routine. Come here. In the past, Keke had always been forced to complete this ritual with humiliation and resistance. But today she only stared blankly at the bleeding wound. Then silently she sat up and crawled over. She tilted her head back, extended her tongue, and gently licked Chen Xi's wound. There was no struggle, no disgust, not even an expression. Her movements carried a near-numb compliance. Chen Xi looked down at the puppet-like Keke before her, a wave of bitterness surging in her heart. This sight instantly overlapped with her own reflection from the time she had nearly been. When her brother Chen Xi had rescued her. I must have worn that exact expression back then. She suddenly reached out her other hand and pulled Keke tightly into her embrace. MMPH. Caught off guard, Keke's nose bumped into her chest, and she instinctively tried to escape. Let me go. No. Chen Xi's arms locked around her like iron clamps, giving her no chance to break free. The strength that originally belonged to Chen Xi now firmly imprisoned this delicate body. She rested her chin on the top of Keke's head, her voice low. Brother Chen Xi, stopped struggling. Stay in my arms. You actually feel at ease here, don't you? What? What nonsense are you talking? No need to lie to me. The reason I hold Brother Chen Xi every day is because of this sense of security. How could it be? Keke's cheeks flushed with shame and anger as she tried to break free with greater force. But strangely enough, her mouth protested while her body betrayed her. The nerves taut with fear slowly relaxed in this embrace. The scent, the warmth, the heartbeat. Everything told her safe now. Ku. Kesh's struggles grew weaker, her breathing gradually steadied. Don't. Her voice was as faint as a mosquito's. Admit it, Kuku. You feel at ease now. Chen Xi gently stroked her back. Don't worry. He'll always stay by Kek's side. Kuku can just stay safely in my arms, and let me protect you. No. Kuku wanted to argue, but drowsiness surged over her like a tide. The warm embrace, the familiar scent, the feeling of being protected. Her eyelids grew heavier and heavier. Huff. Huff. Before long, Kuku fell asleep. Chen Xi felt the steady breathing of the girl in her arms, and slowly curled her lips into a smug smile. Everything was proceeding according to plan. The next day, Keke was roused by the sunlight filtering through the gap in the curtains. Because of yesterday's incident, Chen Xi had already asked for leave from school on Keke's behalf, so there was no need to attend today. He threw off the covers, sat up, and habitually walked toward the wardrobe. Inside hung an array of adorable dresses, lace tops, and pleated miniskirts. Only in the corner was a slightly androgynous pair of shorts and a t-shirt. This was the outfit Keke had previously insisted Chen Xi buy. Yet his hand bypassed that neutral clothing directly, naturally picking out a black Lolita dress and putting it on. Stepping out of the room, breakfast was already laid out on the table, a perfectly fried sunny-side-up egg accompanied by a glass of warm milk. Keke sat down at the table, picked up the pepper shaker, and habitually sprinkled it over the egg. Then he cut off a small piece and brought it to his lips. A fierce spiciness exploded instantly on the tip of his tongue. Cough, cough, cough. Keke was so overwhelmed by the heat that tears streamed down his face. He gulped down a large mouthful of milk, barely managing to suppress the burning sensation. He stared at the pepper shaker on the table in bewilderment. What was going on? He had eaten this before, so why did it feel so spicy now? Wait. Keke looked down at himself. The lace trim of the black Lolita dress brushed gently against his thighs, and a small bow swayed on his chest. When had he put on this outfit? It was something he would never have given a second glance before. A terrifying thought began to sprout wildly in Keke's mind. No way. Am I turning into Keke? He rushed into the bathroom, twisted the faucet open, and splashed cold water on his face in a desperate attempt to sober up. Ow, ow. The contact with the wound on his face made Keke cry out in pain. He lifted his head and looked into the mirror. On the delicate, beautiful face, a blood-stained scar, covered with medical tape, was glaringly conspicuous. He reached out and gently touched the edge of the tape. The cold knife from yesterday, the suffocating sensation of death closing in. Ugh. His body began to tremble uncontrollably, and Keke instinctively wrapped his arms tightly around himself. Just as fear threatened to engulf him, the memory of Chen Xi's embrace from last night surfaced in his mind. That warmth, that sense of security. His heartbeat gradually steadied, and a faint smile involuntarily curled at the corner of his lips. But then a surge of anger welled up inside him. Bang! He punched the mirror, his chest heaving violently. It was Keke, that recording, that perfectly timed rescue, that embrace. It must all be her plan. She was accelerating this process, trying to make me completely turn into Keke. After finishing his meal, Keke returned to the bedroom in dismay and laid down on his back on the bed. Staring at the ceiling, his mind was a complete blank. What should he do? Could he switch back? Was there still a chance to be himself again? Buzz, buzz, his phone suddenly vibrated. Keke sat up and pulled out his phone. It was a message from Lin Yusin. Keke, why didn't you come to school? I made a bento today, but when I went to your classroom, they said you never showed up. Staring at the caring words on the screen, Keke felt a mix of emotions. Lin Yusin. If she knew that the current Keke was actually Chen Xi, what would she think? Keke let out a bitter laugh, his fingertips tapping on the screen as he crafted a lie in reply. Sorry, Yusin, I caught a chill yesterday and have a bit of a fever today, so I asked for leave from school. I just woke up and saw your message. A fever? Is it serious? Should I come see you? Lin Yusin's reply came almost instantly, every word dripping with concern. It's nothing, just a common cold. They'll be fine after a good sleep. I'm really sorry about your bento. It's okay, we can eat together another time. Make sure you rest well and drink plenty of warm water. Ending the conversation with Lin Yusin, Keke tossed his phone aside. Lifting his head, he inadvertently caught sight of himself in the full-length mirror. The reflection showed a petite and delicate figure with the hem of the skirt just covering the knees. His legs were naturally together, his posture graceful and elegant, the epitome of a pretty girl. Startled, he quickly spread his legs apart, adopting a masculine sitting position. But within seconds, his legs automatically closed again. No. Keke forcefully pried his legs apart, yet the moment he let his guard down, they snapped back together. This instinctive bodily reaction sent him into a panic. Keke stood up, walked to the mirror, and gazed at his own reflection. My name is Chen Xi, Keke said to the mirror, enunciating each word. My name is Chen Xi, and I am a male. The girl in the mirror repeated the words with the same determined tone. But on that face belonging to Keke, a trace of bewilderment and confusion slowly crept in, as if even she herself was beginning to doubt the truth of those words. No, this couldn't go on. It wasn't just his appearance, but also his sense of taste habits subconscious. All of it was being assimilated by this body bit by bit. He had to do something. Keke clenched his fists, his mind racing frantically for a countermeasure. But the more he thought, the more despairing it became. Faced with the all-controlling Chen Xi, there seemed to be no way out. The sunlight outside the window was so warm, yet Keke could only feel a bone-chilling cold. Time was ticking away second by second, and he was fading away little by little. Throughout the entire afternoon, Keke locked himself in his room. He lay on the bed, burying his head under the quilt, trying to escape reality through sleep. But as soon as he closed his eyes, all sorts of chaotic thoughts surged forth. Would he be trapped in this body forever, living out the rest of his life as Keke? By dusk it was time to prepare dinner as usual. Keke reluctantly rose and headed to the kitchen. After cooking, he collapsed onto the sofa, staring blankly at the ceiling with vacant eyes. His movements in the kitchen had become more practiced than before. The taste, too, was increasingly reminiscent of the meals Keke used to make for me. I'm so afraid. Afraid that if this continues one day, he'll completely forget who I am. He'll forget that I was once Chen Xi. A click, the sound of the door opening. Keke couldn't be bothered to move, couldn't even be bothered to lift his head. There was no need to guess, it had to be that woman returning. Keke, I'm home. Chen Xi's voice came from the entrance. Keke closed his eyes, ready to face her with silence. However, an unexpected voice followed. Excuse me. It was a crisp and gentle female voice. That voice. It was Yuro. Keke abruptly sat up from the sofa, his eyes widening as he stared at the door. At the entrance, Chen Xi walked in alongside a girl carrying a cake box. It really was Yuro. Why was she here? Keke watched in a daze as the two of them entered the living room one after the other. Keke, look, I brought cake. Keke, what happened to your face? Upon seeing the injury on Keke's face, Yuro immediately set the cake on the coffee table and hurried over. She crouched in front of Keke, holding his hands, her eyes brimming with concern. Keke, yesterday Chen Xi told me you were bullied. Does your face still hurt? Keke stared blankly at his girlfriend, whom he hadn't seen for so long, 1,000 words lodged in his throat. Yuro was still so gentle. Even though she wasn't the one injured, she looked like she was about to cry. He opened his mouth wanting to say something, but not a single word came out. What could he say? Could he tell her that the Keke before her wasn't Keke at all, but Chen Xi, whose body had been stolen? What if after revealing the truth, Chen Xi did something to Yuro? In this body, he couldn't protect her at all. Keke, why are you staring at me without saying anything? Yuro touched her face in confusion. Is there something on my face? Chen Xi laughed from the side. Maybe seeing Yuro made her jealous. Usually when I come back, she's the first to rush out and greet me. Keke clenched his fists, barely suppressing the urge to punch him. Jealous my ass. I would never welcome you. Oh, is that so? Yuro's expression softened as she gently ruffled Keke's hair. It's okay, Keke, don't worry. I want to take Chen Xi away from you. I like Keke a lot too. Keke felt Yuro's touch, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. He looked at Chen Xi's mocking smile, then at Yuro's clear, unknowing eyes brimming with concern. He couldn't hold it in any longer. He had to speak now. He had to tell Yuro the truth immediately. He couldn't let this insidious, cunning bastard continue to deceive Yuro using his identity. Yuro, listen, since Yuro is here, I'll fry a few more dishes. We'll eat together later. Chen Xi cut off Keke's words, his voice soft, yet just loud enough to drown him out. His tone and demeanor were so natural, as if he were the real Chen Xi, the man of the house, while Keke was merely Keke. Really? When did Chen Xi learn to cook? He'll help too. Yuro had always been virtuous. Now she stood up directly, ready to assist in the kitchen. Keke's mouth, poised to reveal the truth, slowly closed. No need. You keep Keke company. After what happened, she must be feeling terrible. Really? You won't burn it. Trust my skills. Alright, then I'm looking forward to it. You got it. Before entering the kitchen, Chen Xi shot Keke a meaningful smile. In that instant, Keke felt every hair on his body stand on end. What was this? He was willingly leaving me alone with Yuro. Wasn't he afraid I'd find a chance to tell her the truth? Although Keke had said Yuro wouldn't believe me, what if she did? No, she couldn't be that kind-hearted. What the hell was that Keke up to? The living room was so quiet that only the clatter of a spatula from the kitchen could be heard. Keke and Yuro sat facing each other, neither speaking. Yuro occasionally stole glances at Keke, wanting to say something, but not knowing where to begin. Keke. Yuro spoke softly, are you really okay? You look a bit pale. Keke looked up, meeting Yuro's eyes filled with concern, and felt a pang of unease. No, really. Yuro reached out, wanting to touch Keke's forehead. Keke's body tensed up abruptly, instinctively recoiling. He feared her touch, feared feeling the concern from her warm fingertips that did not belong to a girlfriend. Yuro's hand froze midair, a flicker of hurt crossing her face. She slowly withdrew her hand, lowered her head, and her voice choked with emotion. I'm sorry, was I too abrupt? No, not at all. Keke waved his hands frantically, his entire body taut with nervousness. I'm just a little unaccustomed. I see. Yuro smiled, but the smile was clearly forced. Yes, that's it. Keke also lowered his head. The atmosphere between them grew even more awkward. Oh, Keke, look what I brought. Remembering something, Yuro quickly opened the cake box, hoping to ease the awkward tension. It's strawberry cake. Your favorite. She carefully pushed the cake toward Keke, her face beaming with an expectant smile. An exquisitely decorated strawberry cake appeared before Keke. Bright red strawberries, snowy white cream, fluffy cake layers. This was indeed Keke's favorite dessert, but it was something Chen Xi didn't particularly like. Keke stared at the cake, his stomach churning. He had never liked sweets since childhood, especially this kind of cloyingly sweet cream cake. Although he had been force-fed by Keke before, the texture was still hard to swallow. I don't feel like eating right now. As soon as the words left his mouth, Keke regretted them. The light in Yura's eyes quickly dimmed, and the curve of her lips slowly faded. Is that so? Her voice was barely a whisper then. Let's eat it later. Silence once again enveloped them, the air growing heavy. After a long while, Yuro suddenly asked softly, Keke, are you still angry with your brother? Huh? Keke blinked, not understanding why she would ask that. Chen Xi said you've been emotionally unstable lately, maybe because he has a girlfriend now, and you feel neglected. Yuro couldn't meet Keke's eyes as she spoke, her voice growing softer, her face etched with guilt. I'm sorry, Keke, if it's because of me that there's a rift between you and your brother Chen Xi, then No. Keke suddenly stood up, waving his hands frantically to cut her off. That's absolutely not the case. Yuro. Sister, please don't think that way. Really. But you won't even eat the cake I bought, even though this shop was recommended by Chen Xi. This? Keke looked at Yuro's guilt-ridden face, a sharp pain piercing his heart. Yuro had done nothing wrong. She knew nothing, still thinking Keke was just a spoiled, naive little girl throwing a tantrum. Well, he couldn't let Yuro get hurt no matter what. Sigh. Keke took a deep breath, sat back down, and took the strawberry cake. He picked up the small fork from the cake box and scooped up a large bite of the strawberry cake. Closing his eyes, he stuffed it into his mouth. The cloying sweetness exploded on his tongue, but oddly there was none of the nausea he had expected. Instead, delicious. It was truly delicious. Keke's eyes widened, and he froze in place. That sweet taste made him feel warm all over, as if something was blossoming within his heart. He had never experienced such happiness before. Really, I'm so glad it suits Keke's taste. The gloom finally lifted from Yura's face, revealing the gentle smile Chen Xi knew so well. It's good. Keke flashed Yuro a bright, sparkling smile. He couldn't care less anymore. Looking at the fork in his hand, he scooped up another big bite. He couldn't stop. Suddenly he froze. Staring at the fork in his hand, and then at the cake that was already more than half eaten, a wave of immense panic surged within him. Why would he find it delicious when he had always hated sweets? That feeling. It was just like the feeling Keke had when eating her favorite strawberry cake. At this rate. Oh no, was he really turning into Keke? Yuro watched Keke devour the cake with rapt concentration, a surge of warmth swelling in her heart. She reached out, hesitated for a moment, then gently placed her hand on Keke's head. My. Keke turned around in confusion, a smear of white cream still clinging to the corner of her mouth. Yuro smiled, pulled a tissue from her bag, and tenderly wiped the cream from Keke's lips. If you like it so much, I'll bring you a few more next time, okay? Well, Keke looked as if she might cry. A voice screamed inside her, no. I really don't want sweets. But another voice whispered, I want them. I want to eat them again next time. The thought of refusing was utterly beyond expression. Yuro watched Keke's conflicted little expression and couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. She suddenly opened her arms and gently pulled Keke into an embrace. A faint scent of perfume mingled with her unique fragrance enveloped Keke. Keke stiffened against her shoulder, tilting her head up to see Yura's tender profile. Keke is truly brave. Finding the courage to go back to school is really remarkable. Yuro gently stroked Keke's back. Even if something unpleasant happened, don't be afraid. Brother Chen Xi and I will protect you together. Thank you, Sister Yuro. Keke's lips twitched, but she answered in a low voice. If there's anything you're too embarrassed to tell Chen Xi, you can call me. Yuro leaned close to Keke's ear and lowered her voice. Even if that guy won't buy you cake, he'll secretly get it for you. Keke looked at such a gentle Yuro, remembering how according to that imposter Chen Xi he was going to cruelly abandon her. An uncontrollable impulse surged from the depths of his heart. He suddenly grabbed Yura's hand. Yuro. Keke stared into her eyes, wanting to tell her the whole truth. He wanted to tell her that Keke was the real Chen Xi. He wanted to tell her that the Chen Xi before her was a fake. But Keke's lips felt as if they were sealed with glue, unable to open. If he spoke, setting aside whether Yuro would believe him, that madwoman might do something terrible to Yuro. She had already laid hands on him, her own Chen Xi brother, so what would she do to Yuro? He couldn't risk Yura's safety. Rescue resistance. It couldn't start from Yura's side. A bucket of cold water called reason doused the fervor in Keke's heart to expose the truth. Keke slowly loosened his grip on her hand. Keke was wrong. Yuro was startled, looking at Keke with confusion. It's nothing. For now he would play the part of Keke and test the waters. He suppressed the surging impulse in his heart, forcing his voice to sound normal, tinged with Keke's characteristic timidity. Sister Yuro. Brother Chen Xi. How has he been treating you lately? Has he ever bullied you? He asked cautiously, his eyes fixed on Yuro's reaction. Bullying me? Yuro laughed softly at the question. How could he? Your brother treats me very well. She withdrew her hand from his grasp and gently stroked Keke's forehead, especially since I confessed to him. Before, when I brought up romantic things, he was always shy and avoided the topic. But now he's much more proactive. He even prepares all sorts of surprises for me from time to time. Her cheeks flushed, her face radiant with a happy smile. Pure happiness. Listening to Yura's account, Keke breathed a sigh of relief. At least that imposter Chen Xi hadn't done any real harm to Yura yet. Keke turned his head to look towards the kitchen. Dinner was quickly prepared. 4 dishes and a soup filled the table, a feast for the eyes and the palate. Yet the atmosphere at the table was eerily strange. Yura sat beside Chen Xi, chatting animatedly, exchanging stories about amusing incidents at school and the latest movies. They looked like a perfectly normal couple deeply in love. Keke sitting across from them felt like an unnecessary third wheel. He kept his head down, mechanically shoveling rice into his mouth, the food tasteless. Here, Yura, try this sweet and sour spare ribs. I made them especially for you today. Chen Xi picked up a rib and placed it in Yura's bowl, his voice dripping with tenderness. Thank you. Yura smiled sweetly, picked up the rib, and took a bite. Wow, it's delicious. Chen Xi, when did you learn to cook? It's a secret, but I'm glad you like it. Chen Xi looked at Yura, his eyes brimming with adoration. Then he picked up a chicken wing and brought it to Yura's lips. Ah. Yura's face instantly flushed, but she shyly opened her mouth and ate the wing. Keke watched the scene, nearly snapping the chopsticks in his hand. That bastard. Using his face. Using his voice. Feeding his girlfriend. A surge of nameless rage erupted within him. Keke slammed his chopsticks heavily on the table, producing a sharp, piercing sound. Bang! The couple, engrossed in their moment, were startled by Keke. They both turned to look at him. Keke remained silent, puffing out his cheeks and glaring fiercely at that Chen Xi. Though the sight was utterly devoid of intimidation. Yura saw Keke's puffed-up face, paused for a moment, then burst out laughing. She gently nudged Chen Xi with her elbow and chided playfully. Look at you, so focused on me that you've neglected Keke. You can't play favorites. You have to feed Keke too. Hearing this, the corner of Keke's mouth twitched involuntarily. Feed me? Are you kidding me? However, before Keke could refuse Chen, she had already picked up a chicken wing and with a mischievous smile brought it to Keke's lips. Here, Keke, open up. A playful grin adorned her face. Keke clenched his teeth and turned his head away in defiance. Keke, what's wrong? Don't you want any? Yura looked at him with concern from the side. Chen Xi's chicken wings are delicious. Won't you try one? Keke held out for a few seconds, but ultimately, under Yura's worried gaze, he opened his mouth in humiliation. The tender chicken wings slipped into his mouth. It tasted good. See, your brother Chen Xi is so good to you. Yura looked at their affectionate scene, her face full of satisfaction. Keke, don't you think brother Chen Xi is especially reliable? Keke forced out a few words through gritted teeth. Yeah. Too reliable. Of course, who do you think brother Chen Xi is? Stop being so cocky. The meal was agonizing for Keke. He barely endured until dinner ended. Chen Xi stood up and said he would walk Yura home. Yura initially wanted Keke to join them, but he was in no mood and made an excuse to decline. After seeing them off, the living room was once again left with only Keke. He collapsed onto the sofa once more. Now what should he do? How could he fight back? Yura had no suspicion whatsoever of that Chen Xi. The path of using Yura to expose Keke's scheme was essentially blocked. It seemed he was truly going to lose. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew in through a crack in the window, carrying a hint of chill. Keke shivered instinctively and sat up. Huh, strange, I thought I closed all the windows. Puzzled, Keke followed the breeze and noticed that the door to Chen Xi's room was not completely shut. Chen Xi usually never allowed him to enter and would always lock it immediately. What was different today? Had he forgotten? A thought flashed through Keke's mind. Perhaps this was an opportunity. Could there be clues in that room? Could there be a way to switch back? Keke's heart began to pound wildly. He walked to the door and pushed open the ajar door. Keke cautiously pushed open the door, craning his neck to peer inside. The room was silent, with only the moonlight streaming through the window, casting dappled shadows on the floor. Keke took a deep breath, stepped into the room, and gently closed the door behind him. A familiar scent wafted through the room, the unique fragrance of Chen Xi belonging to this body. It was a scent that stirred a restless heat within Keke. His face flushed instantly. Truly, this body of Keke's was becoming unbearable. His heart began to race, and his body inexplicably grew feverish. His feet moved uncontrollably toward the large bed. As if possessed, Keke climbed onto it and buried his face in the pillow. Huff, huff. The overwhelming aroma flooded his senses, leaving his mind a blank. He breathed heavily, his body burning hotter, his heart pounding as if it would burst from his chest. His hand unconsciously drifted toward a certain place. No. Keke shook his head violently, springing up from the bed. He slapped his cheeks firmly. This is not the time for such things. He forced himself to calm down and looked around. Then a pink laptop on the desk caught his attention. Keke remembered this computer. It was the one that had been in Keke's room before, the one he had tried to open but always failed due to a password. Had Keke deliberately brought this computer here because he needed to find it? Could there be clues inside? Keke immediately sat down in the chair and pressed the power button. The screen lit up revealing a login interface demanding a password. But every password he had entered before was incorrect. He couldn't think of any password. Keke pondered in confusion. Suddenly a memory surged into his mind. He saw this very computer on the password setting page. It was a summer afternoon, sunlight filtered through the curtains onto the desk. Keke sat before the computer, the screen displaying the password setup interface. Emil set the password as 0815. The memory abruptly ended. How strange. What was this? Skeptically he typed it on the keyboard and pressed enter. The welcome screen appeared. Could it actually be correct? Was it possible that not only the body but even memories were merging? Keke let out a helpless sigh. Well, at least now he had a direction to move in. He grasped the mouse and began searching through the computer. There were several folders on the desktop, all with peculiar names. Keke's favorites, real cases, abandoned plans. Keke clicked on the first folder. It was filled with photos of Chen Xi. No big deal, he was already used to it. He opened the folder named Real Cases. Keke let out a helpless sigh. Well, at least now he had a direction to move in. He grasped the mouse and began searching through the computer. There were several folders on the desktop, all with peculiar names. Brainwash someone. Imprisonment tutorial, brainwashing manual, how to make him never leave you. Keke's scalp tingled as he quickly closed the folder. Handle it. Handle my foot. This was pure madness. He checked the other drives, but found nothing useful. Undeterred, he opened the browser and examined the history. The history mostly consisted of shopping sites, anime sites, and some. Well, let's not go into detail, suffice it to say that kids nowadays had astonishing search skills. After scrolling for a long time, just as Keke was about to give up, a strange URL caught his attention. The link had no title, only a string of gibberish characters. Intrigued, Keke clicked on it. The page loaded slowly. First, a peculiar pattern resembling a magic circle appeared on the screen. Then the pattern vanished, revealing a very simple, almost crude shopping website before Keke's eyes. The website had a pure black background with white text listing various items for sale. Love potion, mind control device, dream manipulator. Each product name reeked of adolescent fantasy. Keke scrolled down silently, mocking the site. What kind of shady website was this? Probably a scam. Just then a product name made him stop the mouse. It was accompanied by an image of an exquisite bottle filled with sparkling pink powder. And the product's name was written in 3 words, body swap powder. Keke's eyes bulged as he stared intently at the pink vial on the screen. Body swap powder, the body swapping powder. This was it. This was the very culprit that had reduced him to his current wretched state. Found it. Finally found it. Keke's hands trembled with excitement as he immediately clicked the purchase button. However, upon being redirected to the payment interface, he abruptly halted. Wait, something was wrong. If he made the purchase using this computer, wouldn't the transaction history be discovered by Keke? Then everything would be exposed. That so-called imprisonment and brainwashing contingency plan would be brought into play, and that would be disastrous. The mere thought of being locked in a room, having every aspect of his life controlled, and being forced to listen to Chen Xi's indoctrinating speeches every day. A bone-chilling cold surged from the soles of his feet straight to his head. No, he absolutely could not use this computer. Keke closed the payment page and returned to the product details. He pulled out his phone, snapped a few pictures of the screen, and recorded the product information and URL. Then he cleared the browser history and closed the web page. After confirming that everything was exactly as he had left it, Keke let out a long sigh of relief and tiptoed out of the room. Back in his own room, he sat on a chair staring blankly at the photos on his phone. If I can't buy it myself, then I'll ask someone to help. But who could he ask? Euro. The thought barely surfaced before Keke immediately dismissed it. Euro was so close with Chen Xi. If he asked her to make the purchase, She would surely find out. He needed someone that Keke didn't know, but that he himself knew. Keke quickly searched through his social network in his mind. A classmate. Keke wouldn't know them, but the problem was he didn't know them either. An online friend. No, that was too unreliable. Just as Keke was at a loss, a name suddenly popped into his head. Lin Yusin. That's right, Lin Yusin. He had done quite a few things for her, asking her to help purchase a product. Should be fine, shouldn't it? Besides Chen, she didn't seem to know much about her, only that they got along well. Yes, she was the one. Keke took out his phone and opened his chat with Lin Yusin. He stared at the dialog box, hesitating for a long time. How should he put it to her? Should he tell her directly that he wanted to buy a powder that could swap bodies? Well, better to come up with a seemingly reasonable excuse. Keke's fingers flew across the screen as he typed. Yusin, could you do me another favor? Go ahead, Keke. Lin Yusin's replies were as swift as ever. It was as if she had set him as a special contact. Keke took a deep breath and began to fabricate a reason. It's like this, I want to buy something, but my family is extremely strict. If I get caught, I'll be scolded or even beaten. So Yusin, could you help me make the purchase? He'll transfer the money to you later, okay? A half-truth, a very common excuse. Of course. No problem. Keke's business is my business. You can pay me when the item arrives, no rush. Seeing Lin Yusin's enthusiastic and trusting words, a pang of guilt flickered through Keke's heart. Yusin trusted him so much, yet he was using her to buy this strange thing. But there was no other choice. This was the only opportunity. They'll send you the link and the picture. Just follow them to make the purchase. He sent the photos he had taken. What is this? It looks so mysterious. It's just a little prop, nothing special. Alright, I'll go buy it right now. Thank you, Yusin. I'll find a way to repay you properly when I get the chance. Don't talk about repaying, we're friends. Putting down his phone, Keke felt a whirlwind of emotions. Yusin, after I swap back, I will definitely make it up to you. Although you probably won't believe me by then. Just imagining the scene where he would show up with a bunch of things and explain that the original Keke was actually a handsome guy like him. Yusin would probably be terrified out of her wits. Keke let out a bitter laugh. Forget it, he would find a way to repay her later. For now, the most important thing was to wait for the item to arrive, and then, click, the sound of the door lock turning echoed. Chen Xi was back. Keke's heart tightened as he swiftly deleted the chat history, feigning nonchalance. The door creaked open. Keke, it's time for your supplement, Chen Xi's voice said, still so gentle it sent shivers down his spine. Keke turned around and saw Chen Xi holding the familiar pruning shears. Here it comes again. Every time he saw Chen Xi with the blade, the fear of being forced to drink blood resurfaced. That suffocating sense of utter helplessness that nearly drove him insane. You met Yuro today, must have been delightful, right? Chen Xi walked over and sat on the edge of the bed, a warm smile gracing his handsome face. If one didn't know his true nature, who would ever imagine that such a sunny-looking handsome young man could commit such twisted acts? He was so handsome. Staring at Chen Xi's face, Keke should have felt anger, but instead found himself lost in admiration. No, what am I thinking? It was okay, he muttered, turning his head away, his voice trembling. Chen Xi nodded with satisfaction, then unhesitatingly slashed a cut on his own wrist with the shears. Crimson blood welled up instantly. Come open wide. Keke fought back the urge to vomit, obediently parting his lips and extending his tongue to lap at the wound. The warm liquid dripped onto his tongue, carrying a heavy metallic taste. Each drop churned his stomach, yet he dared not resist. Good boy, Chen Xi murmured, stroking Keke's hair with his other hand. You've done well today, no resistance. It seems Keke has grown accustomed to our life now. Keke's heart churned with turmoil, but he forced a compliant expression onto his face. He had finally found an opportunity, now he must endure. Once Yusin bought that body-swapping powder, he could fight back. Keke, I have good news for you, Chen, she said, wiping the wound on his wrist with a tissue, his tone light and cheerful. Since you've been so obedient today, I've decided to postpone matters with Yuro. Keke's heart jolted. What do you mean? It means I was planning to break up with Yuro this month, Chen, she said, smiling at Keke. But seeing your good behavior, I can stay with her a little longer. He paused, his tone turning mocking. Still, it'll end it eventually. After all, she's not the one I truly want. Keke clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh. Yuro was such a gentle girl. If Chen Xi dumped her, Keke would feel guilty for life. The thought of her confusion, self-blame, and tears after the breakup pierced his heart with pain. Thank you, he forced out. No need to thank me. You deserve it, Keke. Chen Xi stood up and stretched. Keep this up, and maybe you'll give Yuro more of my love. With that, he shot Keke a teasing grin and left the room. Once the door closed, Keke leaped off the bed and rushed to the bathroom, frantically rinsing his mouth. He was fed up with this humiliating life. The daily forced blood drinking, being treated like a pet, watching Chen Xi use Yuro to blackmail him. Just wait, Keke, he snarled at his reflection in the mirror, teeth gritted. Once I get that body-swapping powder, I'll settle the score with you. Your plan will never succeed. In the following days, Keke outwardly acted as docile and obedient as a little lamb, yet inwardly, she was as restless as an ant on a hot pan, anxiously awaiting that package. That mysterious powder had become her sole hope. Chen Xi seemed to detect nothing unusual, still administering her supplement impunctually each day. That sense of humiliation only steeled Keke's resolve for revenge. Finally, on the morning of the third day, as Keke stared blankly at the blackboard, in class her phone vibrated. It was a message from Lin Yusin. Keke, the thing has arrived. Let's meet on the rooftop at lunch break. Those few words made Keke's heart leap into her throat. It's here. Finally here. Keke barely managed to control her expression, quickly lowering her head to feign attentiveness in class. For the remaining classes that morning, Keke didn't absorb a single word. Her mind was entirely consumed by that pink powder. With it, she would have a chance to switch back. As soon as the bell rang, she grabbed her bag and was the first to rush out of the classroom. She jogged all the way to the rooftop of the teaching building. Yet the rooftop was empty. Came too early. Keke shrugged, walked slowly to the edge, and leaned against the railing. Watching the university's students strolling in pairs below, a faint smile curled at the corners of her mouth. The sunlight felt warm on her face, and for the first time the future seemed so bright. Soon I'll be able to return to my own life, just like them. Then I'll have to teach Keke properly, make her understand what's right and wrong. With patient guidance, we can surely get back to the way things were. Then Yuro and I can walk together into the halls of matrimony. Keke, a voice from behind called out. It was Lin Yusin. Keke turned around to see her jogging over. In her hand was a small plastic packet of powder. Keke's eyes lit up instantly. Yusin, I've been waiting for you. She rushed forward excitedly, her voice trembling slightly. How much is this? They'll pay you right. Before she could finish, something unexpected happened. Oops. As Lin Yusin ran up to Keke, her foot suddenly slipped. As if tripped by something, she lost her balance entirely and fell towards Cuckoo. Watch out. Cuckoo instinctively reached out to catch her, and the two collided. Bang! The packet flew from Lin Yusin's hand, soaring into the air. Its wrapping burst open, and a cloud of pink powder instantly covered both their faces. Cough, cough, cough. Choked by the powder, Cuckoo coughed violently. Suddenly the entire world began to spin. Just like that time. This powder seems to be the real deal. Keke's vision went dark as she completely lost consciousness. After an unknown duration, she was awakened by a cold breeze. Opening her eyes, she found herself lying face down on the rooftop floor. What happened? My head's so dizzy. Keke shook her head and pushed herself up from the ground. How my body feels so much lighter. Keke moved her body in confusion, blinking as she looked around. Not far away lay a girl in a miniskirt, the hem fluttering in the breeze. It was Keke's body. That miniskirt was all too familiar. The one Chen Xi had forced her to wear this morning. She had insisted on not wearing it, but under Chen Xi's coercion, she eventually gave in. Well, for you, Rao Sake, it's not shameful. Wait, if Keke is over there, then who am I? Keke looked down in confusion at her own hands. Though slender, they were not Keke's fair and tender ones. There were many tiny scars on the wrists, like marks from a blade, revealing the pain of this bodice owner. Keke then glanced down at her chest. It was noticeably smaller. I've become Lin Yusin. Is this for real? The powder was real after all. A wave of immense shock and ecstasy instantly overwhelmed Keke. I did it. I did it. Keke leaped with excitement, behaving like a young girl. Although the process had been fraught with twists, the outcome was favorable. Since this powder allowed me to swap bodies with Lin Yusin, did it also mean I could use it to switch back with Chen Xi? Finally, there was hope of reclaiming my own body. Just then Keke, who was lying on the ground, stirred. Lin Yusin. No, now it should be said that Lin Yusin, who had taken over Keke's body, slowly opened her eyes. What happened? She sat up, and the moment she opened her eyes, she froze. Her gaze fell upon her own chest. It was at least 2 sizes larger than her former self. A flicker of confusion crossed Lin Yusin's face, followed by shock and disbelief. She reached out and touched it. Soft. Warm. Big. The sensation was incredibly real. She lifted her hand in bewilderment. It was fair and delicate, without a single blemish. This was Keke's hand, wasn't it? What was going on? She looked up and saw Lin Yusin, who was swaying back and forth with a delighted expression. Is that me over there? Keke, she asked tentatively. Yusin, you're awake. This? What is this? Lin Yusin's. No, Keke's face was a picture of panic and helplessness. What exactly is that powder? This? Lin Yusin's heart skipped a beat. How was she supposed to explain this? She couldn't very well tell her that Keke wasn't actually Keke, but her brother Chen Xi, who had been robbed of his body by Keke and was now desperately trying to get it back, could she? She probably wouldn't believe that. He cleared his throat, pretending to look just as flustered as she did. I am not really sure either. I just saw online that this thing can swap bodies. I was curious and wanted to give it a try. I never expected it to be real. Keke stared blankly at Lin Yusin, as if trying to discern the truth in her words. After a long moment, she finally nodded, seemingly convinced by Lin Yusin's explanation. I see. So supernatural things like this really do exist. Then, what do we do now? As she asked, utterly at a loss. Let's try again. Lin Yusin picked up the package, gathering the remaining powder inside and clutching it in her hand. Then she threw it forcefully at the two of them. The familiar cloying sweetness, the familiar dizziness. Yet nothing happened. They remained as they were, unchanged. How could this be? Could it be that the powder was single use? Ring, ring, ring. Just as he was at his wits' end, the class bell rang across the entire campus. I'm sorry, Yusin. Lin Yusin looked at her face full of guilt. It's all my fault for being so curious. It's okay. Huh? To Lin Yusin's surprise, Keke wasn't angry at all. Instead, she was comforting him. We'll definitely get back to our own bodies, don't worry. Aren't you mad about suddenly being swapped, Yusin? I am, but facing something like this, I actually find it quite enjoyable. Enjoyable? Don't you think it's fascinating? Suddenly becoming someone else, you get to experience a completely different life. Keke spun around, her skirt flaring. Look, my chest is this big now. As she said this, she thrust it out toward Lin Yusin. How, I see. Lin Yusin looked at her, smile, and for some reason a sense of foreboding suddenly crept into his heart. But before he could dwell on it, Keke had already taken his hand and was leading him toward the rooftop door. Come on, let's go back to class first, or the teacher will catch us. Slow down, slow down. Pulled along by her, Lin Yusin hurriedly stumbled down from the rooftop. He didn't see the triumphant smile curling at the corners of Keke's mouth as she walked ahead. Watching Keke enter her classroom, she then walked towards Keke's classroom as well. Sitting down in her seat, she closed her eyes and took a deep breath. The faint, delicate fragrance belonging to Keke lingered around the tip of her nose. Sweet and pleasant to the scent. This very fragrance now emanated from her own body. With every breath, she could smell it. She touched her chest, feeling the heart belonging to Keke beating vigorously with a thump-thump. All of this filled her with immense excitement and satisfaction. After sitting for just 10 minutes, a wave of heat rose from within. Her legs subtly shifted, but the more she moved, the more intense it became. Her cheeks began to burn, and her breathing grew rapid. Kuka quickly shook her head, trying to calm herself down. No, I am Kuka now. Oh, I cannot lose composure here. So she raised her hand. Teacher, I have a bit of a stomachache. May I go to the restroom? The teacher at the podium glanced at her and nodded. All right, go ahead. Come back quickly. Kuka practically fled out of the classroom. Arriving at the empty restroom, Kuku walked to the mirror and studied Kuke's face. It was a delicate little face flushed with a rosy hue from arousal. She tried to mimic the movements and expressions that the blonde had forced her to make earlier. Kuku is just too cute. Looking at herself in the mirror, Kuke's heartbeat suddenly quickened. Not only cute, but her chest was also quite big. But why? Kuka looked so pure and innocent as she probably wouldn't touch herself right. Maybe it was just good genetics. Kuka leaned on the sink, gazing at her own dazed expression in the mirror. It was an expression that the always and confident Kuku would never show in front of her. Suddenly a wicked thought arose. Since I am Kuka now, can I use this body to do things I've always wanted to do, but never dared? The corners of Kuke's mouth curled into a sinister smile, and she slowly walked towards the toilet stall. Meanwhile, in Lin Yusin's classroom, Chen Xi, who had taken over Lin Yusin's body, sat restlessly in her seat. His mind was constantly wrestling with one question. Why did the powder have no effect when used a second time? Could it really only be used once? Was it truly irreversible, just as Kuku had said? At that thought, Lin Yusin quickly shook her head. No, if that were the case, wouldn't both my life and Lin Yusin's life be ruined? Since I swapped with Kuku and then with Lin Yusin, it shouldn't be a one-time thing. Yes, it definitely isn't. Perhaps it's missing some special trigger condition. Blood. He recalled the ritual that Chen Xi forced him to perform every night. The ritual of cutting his wrist with a blade and making him lick the blood. Could it be blood? What if the powder was just the key to initiate the body swap, and the blood was the lock to maintain this state? This speculation rekindled a glimmer of hope in his heart. If that were true, wouldn't it mean that as long as he found a chance to avoid drinking Chen Xi's blood, he might be able to swap back with her? The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. But then a wave of deep distress washed over him. Where did Kuku even find that website and get her hands on these chaotic supernatural items? Was it by accident, or was someone manipulating her? Saimai Kuku, when did she step into that mysterious realm? Ring. The school bell rang again, signaling the end of the day. A whole day had passed like this. He and Lin Yusin still hadn't found a way to swap back. Now stuck in Lin Yusin's body, he dared not even go home. What should he do? Could he as Kuku pretend to be Kuku and fool Chen Xi? That's impossible, right? Had be seen through for sure. Lin Yusin stood in the hallway frantically pulling at her hair. Just then Kuku walked out of the restroom. Her face was slightly flushed, and her gait seemed a bit strange. What's wrong? Your face is so red. Are you feeling unwell? Lin Yusin asked with concern. No. Nothing. She shook her head, her gaze evasive, avoiding Lin Yusin's eyes. Maybe my body is a bit out of sorts, tired from gym class. I see. Sorry for being so frail. Wasn't there no gym class today? Was I mistaken? Come to think of it, why was she always coming out of the restroom every time I looked for her this afternoon? I didn't eat anything strange this morning either. Let's go. Without dwelling on it, Lin Yusin pulled her to a secluded corner. So school's over now? What should we do? There's no other choice. Tonight, Yusin, you'll pretend to be me and go to my home while I'll stay at yours for the night. He'll go to your home. Keke was taken aback. Want your brother Chen Xi notice? That's the trouble. Lin Yusin sighed. Brother. Chen Xi is very suspicious. He's not easy to fool. Can't we just tell brother Chen Xi that we're both staying at my place tonight? Unfortunately, that's impossible. Lin Yusin shook her head helplessly. Not going back would only deepen Chen Xi's suspicions. But if Lin Yusin goes to my home, she must continue to act in front of Chen Xi like a helpless younger sister who fears him. Pretending is one thing, but how to explain that blood-feeding ritual? Even if I explained it as some special play, it wouldn't work right. It's too difficult, that thinking about it gives me a headache. If there's no other way, I'll go back and try. Seeing Lin Yusin's troubled expression, Keke could only nod. Yusin, you must be careful. Lin Yusin began to ramble, instructing her on what to be mindful of at home. When you get back, don't talk to him much. Eat dinner, and go straight to your room, lock the door, understand? And he might come at night. Before she could finish, a sudden intense dizziness struck. That feeling again. When consciousness cleared, the surroundings had noticeably shrunk. He looked down at his hands. They were that alto familiar pair, fair and tender, belonging to Keke. We swapped back. So suddenly we just swapped back. Keke's heart surged with ecstasy. This powder, which maintains the body swap state, indeed has a time limit. The reason Keke could swap with me for so long must be because of that blood ritual. If that's the case, as long as I don't drink her blood anymore, it might be possible to swap back suddenly like this. Hope. Keke finally saw a glimmer of true hope to escape this nightmare. He looked excitedly at the opposite side, only to find Lin Yusin staring at her own hands, her expression utterly dejected. More precisely, she was profoundly despondent, the rims of her eyes reddening. Yusin, are you alright? Keke stepped forward, gently patting her shoulder. It's nothing. Lin Yusin shook her head, but her voice sounded muffled. Are you feeling unwell? Or just then a draft blew through. Huh. Keke suddenly felt a chill on his lower body. It seemed something was fluttering in the wind. And yet, it also felt like nothing was there. Yusin. Keke looked at Lin Yusin, disbelief flickering in her eyes. No way. Could it really be what I'm thinking? Keke, I am sorry. Lin Yusin's cheeks instantly flushed crimson, her hands tightly clutching the hem of her clothes. Because it's not my own body, so when I went to the restroom I accidentally got it dirty. Her voice trailed off into a whisper. And then I just threw it away. For a brief moment Keke's mind was a complete blank. It got dirty, so it really needed to be thrown away. Something wet would definitely be uncomfortable to wear. But if Yusin says that, then right now I am. Really? Keke stiffly inch by inch lowered her head. Under the winds caressed the hem of the skirt lifted slightly, laying everything bare. Keke's face instantly burned with shame as she snapped her legs together, pressing down with her hands. Because it was a miniskirt, it was incredibly hard to hold down. Wait, aren't we both girls? How could? Oh no, I'm not. How did Yusin manage to throw away her underwear just by going to the bathroom? Is she a 3-year-old? What about my chastity now? Keke, this really isn't my fault. When Keke looked up and saw Lin Yusin's pitiful expression on the verge of tears, most of her initial anger dissipated. Forget it, what else can I do? I can't really scold her, can I? Besides, she only got caught up in this absurd mess to help me. We're both girls, so it must have been an accident, right? Keke took a deep breath, then another, and forced a smile. It's okay, Yusin. I don't blame you, he said, pulling the skirt down a little. No, Keke, this is truly my fault. Lin Yusin shook her head, lifting her gaze to meet Keke's with determination. If you don't mind, Keke, you can wear mine, she said, reaching her hand and about to do it right in front of Keke. No need. Keke immediately cut her off, her voice loud. Someone's picking me up anyway, I'll just go home and change. Are you kidding me? We're hers. Becoming a girl is one thing, but swapping underwear with another girl. I'm 100% straight. I'm not writing any gender-bender romance. Oh, I see. Alright then. Lin Yusin finally stopped her action, adjusting it to a proper position. Sigh. Keke let out a deep sigh and stared speechlessly out the window. Though far away, Chen Xi was already standing at the school gate. Haha, just you wait. Though I've been through countless hardships, I will definitely stop your plan, Keke. I should get going, Yusin. I'm really sorry about today. After making sure her skirt wouldn't fly up, Keke gave Yusin a slight bow. It's fine, Keke. Take care on the road. Bye. After saying their goodbyes, Keke walked toward the school gate in an extremely awkward gait, afraid to walk too fast lest her skirt billow. Why has my life become so absurd and bizarre? Lin Yusin watched through the window as Keke's figure disappeared beyond the school gate, a triumphant smile curling at the corner of her lips. Time rewind to a few days ago. Inside Lin Yusin's room. When Keke asked her to buy something, she found it strange. What could be so secretive that it had to be hidden from the family? Could it be that? If so, she could have lent it to her. Well, never mind though. Tempted, Keke didn't seem to have ventured into that realm yet. Not that she had willingly stepped into it herself. Once you get a taste of that feeling, it's hard to kick the habit. Lin Yusin sat by her computer, sighing deeply. If only she hadn't met the blondies and remained innocent enough to truly be Keke's friend. While dwelling on it won't help. Let me just place the order for Keke first. Following the information Keke provided, Lin Yusin quickly found the product page. She stared at the screen, puzzled by the body swap powder product page. Body swapping powder? Really? Did something like that actually exist? Could it be a prank prop or something? But what if it was real? It was at that moment that a bold idea slowly took shape in her mind. So she immediately placed the order. Not just one but two. A few days later she received 2 identical packages. Before executing her plan, she had to test if this thing was genuine. That very night, she took one of the packages and went down to the garden of her apartment complex. In the garden there was a stray orange cat that often wandered, and a silly husky tied to a bench by its owner. Hiding in the shadows, Lin Yusin tore open the package and flung the powder forcefully toward the cat and dog. The powder dispersed in the air, silently settling on them. At first nothing happened. Disappointed, Lin Yusin thought she had been scammed. But just as she was about to leave, an astonishing scene unfolded. The usually timid orange cat, scared even of mice, suddenly arched its back and let out a series of woof 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 barks at the husky. Meanwhile, the usually hyperactive husky, capable of tearing apart the entire neighborhood, looked as if it had seen a ghost, tucked its tail, and emitted a series of meow meow cries. It even tried to mimic a cat by climbing a nearby sapling. Lin Yusin's eyes widened in utter disbelief. It's real. It was actually real. There really existed something in this world that could swap bodies. She immediately thought of Keke, the girl who on the rooftop like a deity had rescued her from her nightmare. The girl who in the alley, though trembling with fear herself, had resolutely stood in front of her. No, it was love. Since then she had lost count of how many times she had thought of Keke while doing those things at home. The yearning within had reached its peak. And now an opportunity had arrived. A chance to fully possess Keke for a while. She looked at the remaining package meant for Keke, and a besotted smile spread across her face. The scene returns to the present. After Keke left, Lin Yusin stood still. She reached out and gently touched her still warm cheek. Satisfied, utterly satisfied, though it was a pity the time was so short. If only Keke would agree to sleep over at her place. If so, this body trained by them would soon make Keke fall for that feeling too, wouldn't it? Lin Yusin let out a deep sigh. Well, at least tonight's entertainment was already set. She turned around, her face flushed with an unhealthy redness, and walked toward the spot where she had hidden Keke's pad. At night the bathroom was thick with steam. Cuckoo stood under the shower head, letting the warm water cascade over his body. He closed his eyes, his mind a tangled mess. Although interrupting the blood extraction was a good idea, how could he actually implement it? Cuckoo always watched so closely, making sure he swallowed it all. Recalling how when he first tried to refuse, she directly shoved her fingers into his mouth and stirred. Ugh! Cuckoo covered his mouth dry, heaving. Just having someone else's fingers in his mouth was this unbearable. The plots in those comics were indeed all fake. What should I do? Cuckoo sighed, turning off the shower head. He grabbed a towel to dry himself, then got dressed. Everything had become routine, he didn't pay it much mind. But, just as Cuckoo was about to toss the dirty clothes into the washing machine, he froze. Because the pajamas he had prepared before his shower were still lying there. And the clothes Chen Xi had changed out of were gone from the hamper. Again, Cuckoo turned around, speechlessly staring at his own reflection in the mirror, wearing Chen Xi's t-shirt. This wasn't the first time. Lately, while showering, he would unconsciously put on or sniff Chen Xi's clothes. Not only that, but his daily habits were increasingly becoming more like Keke's. For instance, when walking, he would unconsciously turn his feet inward. For instance, when sleeping, he would unconsciously curl up into a ball, hugging a pillow. For another instance, when calling out to Chen Xi, he would slip and unconsciously blurt out, "Chen Xi, big brother." Sigh, such a headache. He irritably took off the t-shirt and changed into Keke's nightgown. Staring at his own eyes in the mirror, which looked more and more like Keke's, he was filled with worry. Although he still had only a vague understanding of the principle behind the body swap, he knew he couldn't drag it out any longer. If he delayed any further, he feared that before he could find a way to switch back, he would first physically transform into Cuckoo. When he had turned on the computer last time, he had already learned that Keke's memories would surface. Who knew if in the end his own memories as Chen Xi would disappear? After starting the washing machine, Cuckoo walked out of the bathroom. In the living room, Chen Xi was sitting on the sofa, legs crossed, watching TV. Hearing the sound, she turned back and gave Cuckoo a gentle smile. "All washed up, huh? You worked hard today too." Cuckoo ignored her and walked straight to the water dispenser. He picked up a cup, filled it with water, and took slow, deliberate sips. "What's wrong? Why the long face?" Chen Xi's voice came from behind him. "Did something unhappy happen at school, eh?" Cuckoo turned around and said crossly, "Nothing, I'm just annoyed that my behavior lately is becoming more and more like a girl's." "Is that so?" Chen Xi smiled, a hint of playfulness in her expression. "But you know I never used to have the habit of going out without wearing that, right?" Uffed. Cuckoo sprayed out the mouthful of water he had just taken. His face flushed bright red in an instant. "Wait, you. How do you know?" "How do I know?" Chen Xi stood up and walked toward him step by step. "If you have something to say, just say it. Don't come closer." Cuckoo kept backing away until his back hit the wall. There was nowhere left to retreat. "You?" Thump. Chen Xi stopped in front of him, raising her right hand and slamming it against the wall. Cuckoo stared at Chen Xi in terror, his heart pounding wildly. Hey, what act is this?" "A wall slam." Chen Xi smiled faintly, leaned down, and brought her mouth close to his ear. "I noticed it when I picked you up this afternoon. The way you were walking with your cheeks flushed and your legs pressed together." She lowered her voice as if sharing a secret. "Chen Xi, big brother, you must have done something shameful to my body at school, haven't you?" "Don't talk nonsense, I didn't." Cuckoo retorted hastily, shooting Chen Xi a glare of shame and annoyance. "How could I ever do such a thing? That belongs to Cuckoo. Though I'd be lying if I said I wasn't curious, I truly never touched it." "Oh." Chen Xi raised an eyebrow, noncommittal. "Very well, I'll take your word for it." She straightened up, took a step back, and scrutinized Cuckoo from head to toe. Cuckoo's heart suddenly raced under Chen Xi's gaze. Whether it was from nervousness or something else entirely remained unclear. After all, that face was quite handsome. "No need to look at me like that. Oh, I never said you couldn't, brother Chen Xi. You're Cuckoo now, after all. It's perfectly normal for a teenage girl to have curiosities and desires." Cuckoo's mouth twitched uncontrollably. He wanted to argue, but found himself at a loss for words. "But if one day you can't satisfy yourself, you can always come to me for help. After all, taking care of Cuckoo's needs is brother Chen Xi's responsibility." Cuckoo's body stiffened abruptly. An indescribable thrill surged from the depths of his heart, followed by a cold sweat. Because for a fleeting moment, he felt an urge to agree. "I would never." With that, he turned to head back to the bedroom. "Hey, wait." Chen Xi grabbed his wrist. Cuckoo turned around to find Chen Xi staring at him with a grave expression. "What is it?" Cuckoo swallowed nervously. "What's going on? Why is Cuckoo suddenly so serious? Could it be that Cuckoo can actually tell I've swapped bodies with someone else? That can't be right. The instructions didn't mention anything like that." "Brother Chen Xi." Chen Xi began, her tone earnest. "While those things are pleasurable, you should exercise some restraint or you'll get dark circles, and that won't look good in photos." "Who cares about that?" Cuckoo's veins bulged with irritation as he yanked his hand free from Chen Xi's grip and stormed toward the bedroom. "Photos? What photos?" Bang! The door slammed shut with force. Chen Xi gazed at the closed door utterly delighted, because if one grows fond of such things dependency would surely follow. In truth I had considered doing that right after the body swap. After all, brother Chen Xi is so gentle. If I had forced that kind of act, wouldn't he have fallen just like in those doujinshi plots? And then spending every day longing for that, waiting for my return, while also nurturing. I'd love to see brother Chen Xi in that state. She licked her lips, her eyes glinting with excitement. Well, that kind of thing is impossible anyway. Chen Xi sighed, looking rather regretful. Body swapping isn't as simple as in those stories. No brain transplants or magical soul extractions here. Relying on such acts to anchor the soul. Preposterous. Though we're currently swapped, it's far from enough time to truly settle the soul. Moreover, she picked up her phone. The lock screen showed a photo of Chen Xi and Yuro. In the picture, Yuro leaned against her, still wearing that gentle, happy expression. There were certain people who needed settling, and that hadn't been accomplished yet. But it's fine. There's plenty of time now. Even if brother Chen Xi wanted to resist, he'd have no way to start. Someday it'll make brother Chen Xi become cuckoo, willingly staying by my side. And not just that. He'll make brother Chen Xi no cuckoo, willingly and happily bear a healthy, adorable baby. Even if that means he'll descend into hell after death, I wouldn't mind in the slightest. The next day at school, the noonday sun filtered through the iron wire mesh of the rooftop, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Keke sat side by side with Lin Yusin on a bench, eating their lunchboxes. Although Keke had insisted and forcibly transferred the meal expenses to Lin Yusin, looking at the dishes in the lunchbox, meticulously color-coordinated, nutritionally balanced, and even plated like works of art, he still felt a twinge of guilt. Yusin, you don't have to go to such trouble every day. Just some simple home-cooked dishes would be fine, Keke said, eyeing the delicate rabbit-shaped rice balls in the lunchbox with some embarrassment. It's okay. I actually enjoy cooking. Lin Yusin gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her cheeks flushing slightly as she smiled. That smile was pure and unadorned. Besides, cooking for Keke makes me very happy. I see. He could feel the genuine joy in her words, a pure emotion that both warmed and unsettled him. Especially the way Lin Yusin looked at him. There was always something strangely intense about it. Keke didn't dare say more, and simply buried himself in his meal. Oh, by the way, Keke, how are your preparations for the day after tomorrow's outing? Lin Yusin suddenly remembered something, turning her body toward him, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Outing? Keke's mouth was stuffed with rice, his cheeks puffed out like a hamster's. At the question, he froze abruptly, confusion written all over his face. He rapidly searched his recent memories, but found no trace of any outing. What outing? When was it announced? Huh. Keke, you really don't know. Lin Yusin was momentarily stunned, then clapped her hands in sudden realization. All right, Keke, you were sick and took leave that day. That day. Keke swallowed the rice in his mouth, let out a long sigh, and his eyes dimmed. It was the day he had taken leave because of the blonde trio and the others. The memory weighed heavily on his heart. Although he had defeated the blonde trio, the reality of being isolated in the class remained unchanged. Even though it was no longer as severe as before, he was no longer outright ignored. Teachers called on him normally in class, and classmates greeted him in the hallways when they bumped into him. The thick barrier between others and Keke still persisted. Just like now, while he was away on leave, such a major event as a class outing was announced, yet not a single person had passed the news on to him. Leaving aside classmates, the class monitor, or the committee members, even the teacher had overlooked him. Wasn't that going too far? This outing is to the mountains in the neighboring city, and we'll stay for 2 nights, Lin Yusin said, picking up her chopsticks again and speaking excitedly as she ate, her eyes shining like stars. They say it's to help us get close to nature and relax our minds. I wasn't planning to go at first. In the past, if I went, I'd definitely be bullied by the blonde girls. But now it's different. If Keke wants to go. She continued talking about the outing details as she ate, but Keke had stopped listening. 3 days and 2 nights. Centralized lodging. These words struck his heart like lightning. If he joined the outing, he could go 2 whole days without seeing Chen Xi. That meant 2 nights without drinking that damned blood. Wasn't this the perfect chance to verify the blood? Opportunity. This must be an opportunity sent by heaven. Coco. Lin Yusin's voice pulled him back from his ecstasy. What's wrong with you? Your expression suddenly turned so strange. Yusin. Coco snapped back to reality and abruptly grabbed Lin Yusin's hand. Off. Startled by his sudden move, Lin Yusin dropped the chopsticks in her hand, which clattered to the floor. Thank you. Yes, I want to go. Coco held her hand tightly, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. It's nothing. His inexplicable thanks made Lin Yusin even more embarrassed. This is what friends do for each other. Since that's the case, he'll go too. Releasing Lin Yusin, Coco's heart was now completely filled with the upcoming outing plan. He pondered how to find a reason to get Coco's consent for him to go and how to bluff his way through when she called on the evening of the outing. The direction was set, but there were still many specific tasks to accomplish. Lost in thought, Coco picked up a piece of egg roll and brought it to his lips. So absorbed was he that he hesitated to put it into his mouth. Just then Lin Yusin suddenly leaned forward, closing in. Then right before his eyes she parted her small lips. With an ah, she ate the egg roll from his chopsticks in one bite. Coco stared blankly at Lin Yusin, not understanding what was happening. Under Coco's gaze, Lin Yusin's cheeks flushed deeply. Embarrassed, she pointed at the pair of chopsticks on the floor. Well, just now my chopsticks were knocked off by you, Coco. So, I wanted to borrow yours, is that okay? Coco looked at the chopsticks on the floor, then at Lin Yusin's big eyes filled with pleading and expectation. Suddenly the words Chen Xi had said to him last night came to mind. That look of yours with your face flushed and walking with your legs together. You must have done something shameful at school, right? Could it be that day Yusin had done something to Coco's body? Coco quickly shook his head, casting the thought aside. No, impossible. How could Lin Yusin do such a thing? Besides, this time it was me who knocked the chopsticks off, not her doing it on purpose. Yes, Lin Yusin must be innocent. Coco nodded to himself, convincing himself internally. Seeing Coco nodding and shaking his head, Lin Yusin thought he was rejecting her. She lowered her head, looking utterly dejected. Is it not okay? It's fine, of course it's fine. Here, take it, and use it. Seeing this, Coco quickly handed the chopsticks over. Thanks, Coco. Lin Yusin looked up, took the chopsticks joyfully. And so a game of feeding and being fed began. Honestly, I said I could do it myself. Oh, come on, just eat. With one set of chopsticks, we can eat faster. Sigh, I understand. That's more like it. Lin Yusin watched Coco's embarrassed, flushed cheeks, her heart racing with joy. The images of herself striking various poses in front of the mirror while using Coco's body surfaced one by one in her mind. Ah, if only Coco could make those moves herself. Though she yearned to experience Coco's body again, doing so would probably make her hate me, right? Wait until we get closer, a little closer, then maybe. Anyway, I must deepen my bond with Coco during this outing. If all else fails, I'll sneakily switch for a few hours at night using sleeping pills, and that powder, and then. Hee. During dinner, the atmosphere at the table was somewhat tense. Kuka picked at the rice in his bowl, his mind completely elsewhere. He stole a glance at Chen Xi across the table. How could he broach the subject of the outing? Just say he wanted to go. She would definitely refuse. He had to think of a reason that suited her purposes, one she couldn't reject. Kuku took a deep breath, mustering his courage to look at Chen Xi. The school is organizing an outing to the countryside the day after tomorrow. Chen Xi paused in the middle of picking up food with her chopsticks. She slowly turned her head and cast a faint, indifferent glance at him. Oh, just one word. The conversation died. Kuku felt a surge of frustration inside, but he endured and continued patiently. It's to the mountains in the neighboring city. We'll stay for 2 nights. What's the point of joining such a boring activity? Chen Xi refused without a second thought. Kuku should just stay home those days and keep me company. Just as expected, he would have to resort to that tactic. Kuku sighed inwardly, but then a pitiful expression appeared on his face. He put down his chopsticks, lowered his head, and shrugged his shoulders, slightly looking as if he was about to cry. But, I want to go. Huh. Chen Xi was startled by his actions. She frowned and scrutinized him carefully. Chen, Kuku, can you tell me why? Because. Kuku lifted his head, his eyes re-drimmed, looking utterly pitiful. Because Uxin is going too. Uxin. Chen Xi repeated the name. Is that the one you protected in the alley from that yellow-haired thug? Kuka nodded vigorously, starting the story he had long fabricated. Uxin is the first and the only friend I've made at school. If I don't go on this trip, she'll definitely be very disappointed. As he said this, a few tears rolled perfectly from the corners of Kuke's eyes. Chen Xi. Brother Chen Xi, please let me go, okay? I promise it'll be good and won't cause any trouble. This pitiful act was a performance he mimicked from his memories of how the real Kuku used to act coy. In the past, whenever he saw Kuku like this, he would always relent and fulfill all her requests. He hoped this move would make her believe that his personality had already shifted significantly towards Kuke's. Although he felt disgusted and awkward inside, he had to grit his teeth and bear it to escape this misery. Chen Xi looked at him and fell silent. Her fingers tapped lightly on the table. The tap-tap sound was especially clear in the quiet dining room. He wanted to go just because he made a friend. A soul that was supposedly an adult, yet wanting to go on a school trip. She stared in confusion at Kuke's tearful eyes. This act of calling out Brother Chen Xi in a sweet, delicate voice, didn't it look too much like her own way of acting coy? Could it really be like in those novels that doing that sort of thing made the soul fit the body better? That was too unscientific, wasn't it? Or had Brother Chen Xi already given up resisting? Had he started to accept the identity of Kuku and integrate into this new life? That's right, it must be it. Thinking this, a surge of ecstasy welled up in Chen Xi's heart. If that was the case, letting him go on one outing wouldn't be so bad. After all, if she pushed Brother Chen Xi too hard, it might trigger the dark personality she had back then. Brother Chen Xi had finally healed all the wounds on Kuke's body. She didn't want to see him turn into the version of herself that self-harmed. After a long while, Chen Xi finally spoke. Kuke's heart instantly leaped into his throat, his breath becoming cautious with tension. All right, since it's with a friend, you can go. Really? Kuke's head shot up, his face filled with undisguised joy. Chen Xi nodded. That's great. Kuku jumped up from his chair in excitement. He rushed over to Chen Xi. Though his heart was 100 times unwilling and screamed in resistance to this close contact, he stretched out his arms and tightly hugged her neck to avoid blowing his cover. Brother Chen Xi, you're the best. I love you the most. He buried his face in the hollow of Chen Xi's neck, acting spoiled with a sickeningly sweet voice while patting her lightly on the back. Chen Xi was stunned by this sudden hug. So the body compatibility really had increased. If it were the old Keke, she would never have done something like this. Deep inside, a huge sense of achievement and satisfaction surged forth. She reached out to hug the petite body in her arms, a smug smile spreading across her face. Since the plan here was progressing faster, could breaking up with that vixen be put on the agenda? That night, as usual, Chen Xi performed the blood-feeding ritual. Only today's amount seemed much larger than usual. After it was done, Keke had collapsed limply, his body burning hot, fine beads of sweat seeping from his forehead. He couldn't muster an ounce of strength. Whether it was covering him with a blanket or turning off the light, Chen Xi had to do it all. Lying in bed, his consciousness was hazy. Just then Chen Xi entered the room again. Here, take this. She produced a thermal container from behind her back and waved it in front of Keke. What's this? Keke asked weakly, but an ominous premonition rose in his heart. You'll see when you open it. Ugh. Keke sat up with difficulty and took the thermal container. Struggling to open it, his pupils suddenly constricted. Inside the container were several bags of medical blood packed with ice all around. The blood bags were filled with a vivid red liquid. This is... Keke's voice trembled slightly. Isn't the outing for 2 days? Chen Xi's face wore a gentle smile. I've prepared the portions for those 2 days for you. Remember to drink them on time every night when you're there. Otherwise... She didn't finish the sentence, but the thread in her eyes sent a chill down Keke's spine. I understand. Keke pouted, pretending to be very reluctant, as usual, hanging his head low. But in his heart a fire of determination had already ignited. Drink. I'm not going to drink. Just wait, Keke. When I switch back, I'll teach you a good lesson. The bus for the outing was brimming with a lively atmosphere. The girls chattered away, sharing snacks, their laughter and joy filling the entire cabin. Except for Keke. He leaned against the window, watching the scenery rapidly recede outside, yet his heart felt anything but light. Because his arm was being tightly clutched by the person beside him. It was Lin Yusen. The force wasn't so much an embrace as a grip, as if she feared he might escape. Keke, look, the mountains over there are so beautiful. Keke, would you like some chips? These tomato-flavored ones are super delicious. Lin Yusen's voice, clear and lively like a little bird, chattered incessantly in his ear. Keke found her chatter irritating, but couldn't vent his frustration, so he only responded half-heartedly. From the moment they gathered in the morning, Lin Yusen had clung to him like a stubborn piece of taffy. When boarding the bus, she directly seized the seat next to him, and without a word wrapped her arms around his. The softness of her touch and the faint sweet fragrance of a young girl lingering by his nose made him deeply uncomfortable. Keke, are you feeling unwell? Your complexion doesn't look so good, Lin Yusen asked with concern, reaching out her other hand to feel his forehead. No. It's nothing, Keke quickly dodged aside. I'm just a bit carsick. Carsick? Then let me give you a massage, Lin Yusen said, pressing her fingers onto his temples and rubbing them with gentle pressure. No need, really, there's no need. Keke was so embarrassed he felt like he could dig a 3-bedroom apartment out of his shoes with his toes. Him, a grown man, being held and massaged by a girl like this. What was this all about? Worse still, he could sense many curious glances being cast their way from around them. He even overheard a few girls in the front row whispering, "Look at Keke and Lin Yusen, they're so close." Yeah, could they be? In that kind of relationship? Should keep it down, don't let them hear. Keke's mouth twitched. Right now he was truly starting to worry. He worried that Lin Yusen might actually have those kinds of feelings for him. But could a girl feel that way about another girl? The bus jolted along the mountain road for over 2 hours before finally arriving at their destination. It was a resort built halfway up the mountain. The students cheered as they got off the bus, each going to collect their room keys. Keke and Lin Yusen, being in different classes, were not assigned to the same room. That was good. If Lin Yusen found out I brought that kind of thing, it would definitely cause trouble. Keke stuffed the insulated container holding the blood bag into the deepest corner of the wardrobe, covering it with a few pieces of clothing. Only after finishing did he breathe a sigh of relief. Tonight Chen Xi would surely call to check up on him. He would just say he had already drunk it. After all, she couldn't see for herself. If he could just hold out for these 2 days without drinking blood, maybe he could switch back. Dinner was held in the resort's cafeteria. After the meal, there was a bonfire party. To avoid Chen Xi's call, Keke found an excuse to forcibly decline Lin Yusen's invitation. He took a shower, lay down on the bed, and pondered how to bluff his way through the coming conversation. Buzz, his phone suddenly vibrated. Keke picked it up and saw it was a video call from Chen Xi. His heart skipped a beat, but he still pressed the answer button. On the screen appeared the face he knew all too well, his own face. Keke, what are you up to? Chen Xi's voice was still in that sickly sweet, gentle tone that gave him goosebumps. Getting ready to sleep. Keke pointed the camera at the ceiling and replied lazily. Oh, did you have fun today? It was okay. The scenery is pretty nice. That's good. Did you take your medicine tonight? Chen Xi finally got to the point. Keke's heart instantly leaped into his throat. He was silent for a few seconds, then in as calm a tone as he could muster he told a lie. Yeah, I drank it. It was ice cold and really disgusting. On the other end of the line, Chen Xi paused. That brief silence made Keke's heart feel like it was about to jump out of his throat. Well, it is refrigerated. It can't compare to the taste of fresh blood. I don't want to drink fresh blood either. Haha, Keke has to drink it obediently. Remember to drink it tomorrow night too. I know. Sleep early. Good night, Keke. Good night. You forgot the form of address. Good night, brother Chen Xi. Hanging up the phone, Keke let out a long sigh of relief. He had managed to bluff his way through. Putting down his phone, he lay in bed, his heart filled with anticipation. The night grew deep. Because Keke hadn't drunk the stuff, he slept soundly. He dreamed of switching back of you smile, of Keke's adorableness, of everything returning to its rightful order. Suddenly, he felt something wriggling inside his blanket. Keke forced his sleepy eyes open and looked down under the covers. By the faint moonlight filtering in through the window, he saw a familiar, delicate face, tinged with a rosy blush. Lin Yusin. Keke's mind buzzed, snapping him awake instantly. He scrambled out of bed, staring at Lin Yusin in astonishment. Glancing around, he saw the other students still sound asleep in their own beds. Good they weren't woken up. Keke lowered his voice, speaking almost in a whisper. Yusin, why are you here? Shoo. Lin Yusin raised a finger to her lips, gesturing for him to be quiet. I couldn't sleep, so I came to find you. Her voice was soft and gentle, caressing Keke's eardrums. Can't sleep. Keke was exasperated. You can't just climb into my bed because you can't sleep. But I'm scared alone. Lin Yusin's voice grew even softer, sounding pitiful. Keke's heart softened instantly. He remembered Lin Yusin's background, her helplessness and fear when bullied by the group of yellow-haired thugs. A girl who grew up in an orphanage, lacking a sense of security, unable to sleep in a strange place, feeling scared. It seemed understandable. But how could he possibly compromise and stay with her? But you can't. Keke was about to say something when he suddenly felt something was off. Lin Yusin wasn't wearing ordinary pajamas. It was a black spaghetti-strapped nightgown, thin, skimpy, barely covering. Under the moonlight, it shimmered with a glossy sheen. What is that? Keke quickly covered his eyes, his face flushed red. This? Lin Yusin tugged at the hem of her dress, a little embarrassed. The yellow-haired girls forced me to buy it before. It was expensive, so I couldn't bear to throw it away. I just wear it as a nightgown. Keke was speechless. He grabbed his jacket draped over the headboard, and without a word wrapped it around Lin Yusin. The oversized jacket covered her completely. Put this on first. Only then did he feel the heat inside him subside a bit. Yusin, listen to me. He looked into her eyes, which seemed exceptionally clear in the darkness, his tone more serious than ever. Go back to your own bed, okay? If the patrolling teacher finds us, we're both done for. But facing the threat, Lin Yusin shook her head. No, I don't want to be alone. With that, she lay down and patted the empty space beside her. It's fine if we're together, we won't get caught. We're both girls, so what's the problem? Keke stared at her matter-of-fact attitude, feeling a throb in his temples. Just as he was about to lecture her, a soft knock came at the door. Keke's heart leaped into his throat. Damn it, at this hour it had to be a room check. If they were found here together with Lin Yusin dressed like that, he'd never be able to clear his name. He'd be sent home for sure, and his plan to switch back would be completely ruined. He spun around and shoved Lin Yusin down. MMPH'd. Lin Yusin was startled by his sudden move. Keke had no time to explain. He lay down and quickly pulled the blanket over them both. The door creaked open. A flashlight beam swept across the room. Don't make a sound, he whispered into Lin Yusin's ear. Under the blanket, the space was cramped and the air thin. Keke could clearly smell the scent of shower gel mixed with her youthful fragrance. He could also feel his own large chest pressed tightly against her smaller one. But he had no time to dwell on it. His heart was pounding wildly in his chest. Footsteps paced around the room, but it seemed they hadn't noticed anything unusual. Just as Keke was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he felt Lin Yusin move beneath him. A cold hand quietly covered his. Keke shuddered, his entire body freezing. He lowered his head, abruptly meeting Lin Yusin's eyes in the narrow, dim shadow. Those eyes were startlingly bright in the darkness. There was no fear or tension in them, only a nearly fervent gleam. Keke's mind went blank again. He couldn't understand why Lin Yusin would do such a thing at such a critical life-or-death moment. Wasn't she afraid of being caught at all? Oh right, she was an orphan. She probably didn't have to worry about that. Lin Yusin seemed to read the shock and confusion in his eyes. Keke, don't you think? This is exciting. Her voice was low but brimming with undisguised excitement. I used to be forced to play this game with them in the alleys. It was a bit uncomfortable at first, but once you get used to it, it's a lot of fun. Don't worry, you'll be gentle. Keke was speechless. What the hell had those yellow-haired bastards done to Lin Yusin? Judging by her personality, she used to be like Keke, very cute and innocent. How could she have been twisted into this? And that technique was too. Yusin that. MMPH. Lin Yusin just smiled and said nothing. That hand not only didn't withdraw, but instead, Keke instinctively tried to grab the mischievous hand. But as soon as he moved, he heard the teacher's footsteps right above him. The teacher was standing by their bed. Keke dared not move. He could only endure shaking his head and using his eyes to signal her to stop. Lin Yusin, seeing his restrained and nervous state, seemed even more excited, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of her mouth. That hand became even more unrestrained. Keke could only bite his lower lip hard to keep from making a sound. Click. The door was closed again. The teacher had finally left. Keke's taut nerves finally snapped completely at this moment. He let out a deep sigh of relief, but the one below seemed to have no intention of stopping. Enough. Keke could no longer suppress the fury in his heart, and abruptly rolled off the bed. Due to his feverish body and overly hasty movements, he lost his balance and stumbled to the floor with a thud. Hiss! His knee hit the floorboards, sending a sharp, piercing pain through him. But right now he couldn't care about any of that. He stood up, glaring fiercely at Lin Yusin, his eyes practically blazing with fire. Yusin, what exactly are you trying to do? From the surrounding beds came the rustling sound of people turning over. Clearly his low growl just now had disturbed others who were sleeping. Frowning, Keke went to the door to confirm the teacher was far away, then pulled Lin Yusin to a corner of the corridor. Tell me, Yusin, why did you do this? Keke released her and looked down at her, his tone icy. Lin Yusin's jacket, due to the earlier struggle, had slipped off her shoulder, revealing a large expanse of fair skin. Lin Yusin was startled by his demeanor. She lowered her head, nervously twisting the hem of her clothes. Isn't this normal between girls? Keke looked at Lin Yusin, lost in thought. Between girls? Is it really like this? What kind of world's common sense is this? Yusin, listen to me. Keke took a deep breath, striving to make his tone sound as gentle as possible. Between girls, this kind of behavior doesn't happen. Huang Mao and the others were simply bullying you. So between us, it's just playing around, right? Keke was utterly speechless. He felt like he was talking to a brick wall. Huang Mao's influence on her had been etched too deeply. Yusin, so between us, it's just playing around, right? Keke was utterly speechless. He felt like he was talking to a brick wall. Huang Mao's influence on her had been etched too deeply. Yusin, he decided to change his approach and get straight to the point. Tell me honestly, what exactly are your feelings for me? He stared intently into Lin Yusin's eyes, unwilling to miss even the slightest flicker of expression on her face. Lin Yusin looked up at him, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. Just as she was about to speak, a night breeze blew in through the corridor window. Then Keke witnessed a sight that left him utterly dumbfounded. Under the wind's force, Lin Yusin's was lifted up, revealing a pinkish-white one with a strawberry pattern. It was the very same one he had worn when they swapped bodies a few days ago. It was the very one Lin Yusin had told him was accidentally soiled and had already been thrown away. Yusin, you. Keke stared at her in disbelief, unable to utter a single word. Lin Yusin, seeing his shocked expression, revealed a shy yet slightly smug smile. Keke, since you've seen it, you should understand my feelings now, right? Keke's mind went completely blank the moment he saw that strawberry-patterned underwear. What I feel for you is love. Lin Yusin said, stepping closer to Keke step by step. I started falling for you from the very first time you saved me on the rooftop. You are like a beam of light illuminating my dark world. I want to be with you forever and ever. As she spoke, she rose on her tiptoes and leaned in, her soft lips slowly drawing near. Keke stared at the face approaching his, finally snapping back to reality. He raised his hand and pressed firmly against Lin Yusin's shoulder, stopping her advance. Yusin, calm down. There's no future for us. Pushed away, her face twisted with hurt. Keke, don't you feel the same way? Her eyes reddened instantly, large tears quickly welling up in them. Keke's heart churned with irritation. But this time he refused to soften. A short pain was better than a long one. He had to make her give up now. I'm sorry, Yusin. He looked at her, enunciating each word clearly. Even though I like you a lot, it's only as a friend. I'm sorry, but it's not the kind of love you want. Lin Yusin shook her head and stepped back, staring at him in bewilderment. Tears streamed down her face like broken pearls. Why? I can do anything for Keke. I can wait for you forever. Why can't we be together? Because. Keke's mind raced, scrambling for the right words. But after a long pause, he still couldn't find a reason that wouldn't hurt her. Keke, don't say anymore. I understand. Lin Yusin forced a faint smile through her tear-streaked face, then immediately ran off sobbing. Keke stood still, making no move to chase her, watching her figure vanish at the end of the corridor. His heart was a mess. His words had surely wounded her, but he had no other choice. When consciousness returned, he found himself lying on a familiar large bed. The room was filled with a scent he knew all too well. It was his room. He looked down at his hands. They were a man's hands, with distinct knuckles. When consciousness returned, he found himself lying on a familiar large bed. The room was filled with a scent he knew all too well. It was his room. He looked down at his hands. They were a man's hands, with distinct knuckles and a thin layer of calluses. Switched back. He was about to sit up and declare his victory to the world. But then the next second, everything blurred again. When he could see clearly once more, he was back on that same bed. He lifted his hand. It was Keke's fair, delicate little hand. Keke froze for 3 seconds. Then an immense surge of ecstasy washed over him. It had only been a fleeting moment, but he had truly returned to his own body. So his hypothesis about the blood was correct. As long as the blood supply was cut off, the body swap between him and Chen Xi would be undone. Perhaps without waiting to go back by this time tomorrow, he could switch back completely. Hope. He had finally seen the real hope of escaping this nightmare for good. The next day when he went out, Lin Yusen did not appear beside Keke even once. Keke deliberately went to Lin Yusen's class a few times to peek, but he still didn't see her figure. He felt a bit worried, but then thought perhaps it would be better to let her have some time alone. Once she figured things out, maybe they could still be friends. Throughout the day, Keke was somewhat distracted. One reason was Lin Yusen, and the other was the body swap. He yearned for that dizzying sensation to descend upon him once more. But it did not. Nothing happened at all. That night, because his roommates had all gone to an all-night party and informed him they wouldn't be back, the dormitory was left with only him. Having grown accustomed to being isolated, Keke did not resent why he alone wasn't invited. Keke leaned gloomily against the windowsill, gazing at the night scenery outside, his heart filled with confusion. Throughout the entire day, he was still trapped within this body that belonged to Keke. The symptom of dizziness had not appeared even once. Could my guess be wrong? Was that momentary swap last night just a coincidence? No, please. A deep sense of powerlessness engulfed him once again. He sighed, preparing to take a shower and then go to sleep early. Just as he stood up and was about to walk toward the bathroom, that familiar world-spinning sensation finally descended. Oh, Keke couldn't help but cry out. This time it was even stronger and clearer than the night before. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself sitting on a sofa. The surroundings were the living room of his own home, a place he knew all too well. On the television, a romantic movie was playing. He looked down at his hands. They were the hands of a man, his own hands. He had truly swapped back. It wasn't an illusion. It wasn't a dream. He was truly back in his own body. Chen Xi, what's wrong? A gentle voice tinged with a hint of confusion came from beside him. Chen Xi slowly turned his head. There sat Yuro beside him, holding a bucket of popcorn in her hands. She looked at him with a worried expression. You? What's wrong? Your face looks terrible. Yuro. Chen Xi's voice choked up. Gazing at her familiar face, 1,000 words got stuck in his throat. He wanted to tell her how much he had missed her while trapped in Keke's body. He wanted to tell her that the Chen Xi beside her was actually Keke, an imposter who could harm her at any moment. Yuro. He opened his mouth about to continue speaking. However, the very next second, that powerful, irresistible dizziness struck again. Wait. Chen Xi shook his head, trying to stay conscious. But the scenery before him had already begun to distort and spin. Chen Xi, what's? Yuro's worried face and voice in his vision bit by bit became blurred. No. Don't change back again. He desperately tried to grab onto something to stay in this world that belonged to him. But it was useless. His consciousness was violently dragged into the boundless darkness. When he opened his eyes again, he was standing in a narrow space filled with the smell of disinfectant. It was a restroom. In his hand, he was still holding 2 empty medical blood bags. The openings of the bags were facing the drain hole. A few drops of residual bright red liquid were slowly dripping down along the bag's mouth. Keke stared blankly at the empty blood bag in his hand, his mind a complete void. What happened? Why had they swapped back? Wait, the blood. How was it gone? Had Keke drunk it? Was it because she drank it that they swapped back? He tried stirring his tongue in his mouth, but tasted not a hint of metallic rust. No, that wasn't right, he hadn't drunk it. Then, Keke looked toward the drain where a trace of liquid still lingered at the edge. Had she poured the blood away? Why? Just then the phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. With trembling hands he pulled it out. On the screen flickered the name Chen Xi. He took a deep breath and pressed the answer button. Hello. Chen Xi, did the blood taste good? On the other end of the line came Chen Xi's icy voice. Keke didn't respond, only gripping the phone tightly, desperately searching for words to turn the situation around. Why so quiet? Was it so delicious you're speechless? Or are you feeling guilty about the lie you told me? You never drank it, so why deceive me? You. Keke clenched his teeth, but found no reply. Chen Xi, do you know? What I hate most is being lied to. Chen Xi's voice turned instantly cold, especially by my most trusted Chen Xi. So I've made up my mind. I'm going to give you a little punishment. Keke's heart began to race, a wave of ominous foreboding washing over him. You? What are you going to do? Don't worry, I won't hurt you. Chen Xi let out a soft laugh. I just want to play a fun little game with Yuro. Dare to touch her, and ill. Keke's voice trembled with fear. Dare? Sure. Chen Xi's tone was brimming with delight and madness. Since you've asked so nicely, you'll gladly oblige. No, I'll drink it now. I'll drink it right now, isn't that enough? Keke begged, turning to go back inside for the blood bag. Crack. He looked down at the empty bag under his foot, realizing the blood had already been poured out completely. Chen Xi, I already gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Chen Xi's voice was like poisoned ice. Now just wait obediently, and watch how Yuro begs and weeps beneath me. With that she hung up without mercy. The dial tone buzzed from the phone. Keke stood frozen, phone in hand, the cold and mad declaration still echoing in his ears. No, he couldn't let Keke harm Yuro. He wanted to rush out, return to that home, and pull Yuro away from that demon. But he was trapped here. Trapped inside this body of Keke. He closed his eyes desperately, trying to recall the dizzying, spinning sensation from before. If he could swap back for just a moment, he could immediately make Yuro run. But it was useless. No matter how hard he tried, that feeling never returned. His body stood firmly in this reeking disinfectant-scented restroom, utterly still. Just then, ding-dong. The phone's notification tone rang abruptly. It was a new message. Keke's trembling fingers opened it. The message contained a short video. In the video was their living room, and Yuro was sitting on the sofa. Her eyes were covered with a black cloth. Her hands were tied behind her back with a rope. Chen Xi. What? Why are you tying me up? Yuro tilted her head slightly, her voice full of confusion and unease. From off-screen came Chen Xi's voice. Don't be scared, Yuro. This is a new kind of couples game. It's fun. A couples game. Yuro's tone was filled with doubt. What kind of game? That's so strange. You'll find out soon. Chen Xi's voice carried a hint of amusement. I promise I'll leave you an unforgettable impression. The video cut off abruptly. Sorry, the subscriber you dialed is powered off. Please try again later. The cold, automated voice pierced through him like a bucket of ice water, dashed over his head, chilling him from crown to soul. He tried. Sorry, the subscriber you dialed is powered off. Please try again later. The cold, automated voice pierced through him like a bucket of ice water, dashed over his head, chilling him from crown to soul. He tried 7 or 8 times, but the result was always the same. Abandoning the phone, he opened the messaging app and began frantically sending texts to Chen Xi. Stop. Stop right now. I was wrong. I admit I was wrong. Don't touch Yuro. She knows nothing. I won't dare do it again. I won't even think about switching back anymore. He'll do whatever you say. He'll be good. He'll be your cuckoo, okay? Please spare Yuro. I'm begging you. He kept sending messages to Chen Xi like a man possessed. Now he was like a gambler with Yuro's safety as the stake on the table. The only wager he could place was his own dignity and freedom. Yet the messages he sent vanished into the void, drawing no response at all. No. No. Cuckoo collapsed to the floor, his heart sinking into an abyss. Time ticked away second by agonizing second. Each moment was a torment akin to being flayed alive. He dared not imagine what Yuro was enduring right then. He dared not think about the horrors that madwoman might inflict upon her. All he could do was refresh his phone screen over and over, praying for a reply from Cuckoo, just as he was on the verge of being driven mad by boundless despair and terror. Ding-dong. His phone finally chimed. It was a message from Chen Xi. He opened it almost instantly. Letting Yuro go is possible, you know. At this, a faint glimmer of hope flickered in Keke's heart. What do you want me to do? He'll do anything. Just release Yuro, he typed back in a frenzy. Soon Chen Xi's reply arrived. Just drink that thing, and I'll be done. But the blood is already poured out, right? Since Brother Chen Xi hates cold drinks, we won't bother with that. In the hidden pocket of your backpack, I've prepared something better for you. Eat it, then take a picture and send it to me. Something better? Cuckoo froze for a moment. He stumbled over to the desk and grabbed the backpack. In the innermost concealed pocket, his fingers brushed against a hard object. He pulled it out, a small plastic box containing a red napkin. Carefully he opened the box. A pungent odor mingling the scent of rust with some cloying sweetness hit him full force. What is this? A wave of intense unease washed over Cuckoo. How am I supposed to eat this? He sent a trembling message to Chen Xi. Swallow it whole with water. Chen Xi's reply was terse and direct. Cuckoo stared at the napkin in his hand, which exuded a bizarre stench, and his stomach churned. This went beyond disgust. It was a challenge to human endurance itself. His stomach convulsed violently, nearly making him vomit on the spot. But Yuro, the thought of her still in that madwoman's clutches left him with no choice. He walked to the water dispenser and filled a cup with cold water. Then, closing his eyes and taking a deep breath, he shoved the napkin into his mouth. An indescribable taste, a blend of rust pulp and some chemical, exploded across his tongue. Ugh! Keke's stomach cramped fiercely, almost forcing him to throw up. He fought back the nausea and gulped down a large mouthful of cold water. Gulp! The revolting mass mixed with the icy water was forced down his throat. As the napkin slid down his throat, a searing heat erupted from his stomach. Like a blazing flame, it raged wildly within his body. Ugh! Keke groaned in agony, his body collapsing uncontrollably to the floor. Both above and below, it felt as if countless ants were madly crawling beneath his skin. This sensation was far more intense than any reaction he had ever experienced after drinking blood. 100 times, 1,000 times stronger. Huh. Keke gasped for air, large beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His vision flickered and darkened. So hot, so unbearable. It felt as though his body no longer belonged to him. Keke's consciousness slowly sank into a quagmire. He knew he couldn't hold on much longer. The blood within him seethed, every blood vessel throbbing violently, even breathing becoming arduous. No, I can't fall like this. Photos. I still need to take photos. He reached out shakily, trying to grab the phone lying on the floor. But his arm was terribly weak, unable to muster any strength. His head ached as if it would split open. Sweat trickled down his cheeks, dripping onto the cold floor. Keke clenched his teeth, forcing himself to stay awake. Yuro was still waiting for him. He couldn't give up. After several attempts, he finally managed to reach the phone. His fingers trembled, almost dropping it. The screen flickered faintly in his blurred vision. He struggled to lift the phone, aiming it at his face, flushed red with pain and fever. Click. He pressed the shutter button, hastily taking a blurry photo. Then with his last shred of rationality, he opened the chat with Chen Xi and sent the picture. The moment the screen showed, sent successfully, Keke finally breathed a sigh of relief. He could no longer hold on. A darkness engulfed him, and he lost consciousness completely. After an unknown span of time, the phone's notification sound roused him from his coma. He struggled to get up from the floor and picked up the phone. On the screen, there were several unread messages. All from Chen Xi. Got it, Euro is fine now. Below there was also a photo attached. In the picture, Chen Xi and Euro sat intimately together, their heads touching, smiling happily. But Keke's gaze fell on Euro's wrist. There was a clear red mark, as if from a rope. His heart clenched painfully. Yet more than that, a sense of relief washed over him, like surviving a catastrophe. Thank goodness. Thank goodness Euro was safe. Though she was injured, she was alive and well. Keke stared at the photo for a long time, confirming that her smile was genuine, before finally putting his mind at ease. He let out a sigh, and the taut nerves in his body snapped completely. Boundless darkness and exhaustion engulfed him like a tidal wave. He struggled trying to crawl back to bed, but his body felt as heavy as lead. After just a few inches, he felt utterly drained. In the end, he could only curl up on the floor, sinking into a deep sleep amid his chaotic mind. In the last second before losing consciousness, he seemed to hear the demon whispering in his ear. Brother Chen Xi. In the living room of Chen Xi's home, she gazed at the blurry yet incriminating photo on her phone, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of her lips. She tucked the phone away, then gently patted the cheek of Euro beside her. Euro, wake up. Euro rubbed her sleepy eyes and slowly sat up straight. Was I asleep? She moved her wrist, feeling a slight numbness. Looking down, she realized the silk scarf that had bound her hands had somehow come undone. Yet a faint red mark remained around her wrist. Chen Xi, what's gotten into you today? Euro asked, rubbing her wrist while looking at Chen Xi with confusion. Nothing. Come on, you must be hungry, right? Let's go get something delicious. Chen Xi stood up and naturally took her hand. His palm was warm and dry, a familiar warmth. But in Euro's heart something felt off. Ever since the movie, she had sensed Chen Xi acting strangely. One moment, he was clutching his head as if in pain. The next, he stormed off angrily to make a phone call. When he returned, he played these strange games. Though he claimed it was for fun, the feeling of having her sight and movements restricted stirred a flicker of unease within her. What are you thinking about, so lost in thought? Chen Xi's voice interrupted her reverie. Huh? Oh, nothing. Euro snapped back to reality and shook her head. Did today's game scare you? Chen Xi stopped, reached out, and gently tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, his eyes filled with apology and tenderness. I'm sorry. I just thought since we've been together so long we could try something new to add a little spice to our relationship. If you don't like it, I won't do it again, okay? His voice was so sincere, so considerate. Looking into his familiar deep eyes, Euro's doubts and unease began to waver. Maybe she was overthinking it. Didn't guys enjoy a bit of excitement? He was usually so busy and stressed. Wasn't it normal for his mood to fluctuate? It's nothing. Euro lowered her head, cheeks flushing. I'm just not used to it. That's good. What's to come will be far more thrilling than this. Chen Xi smiled and led her to an elegantly decorated Western restaurant. Melodious piano music, dim lighting, exquisite tableware. Everything was steeped in a romantic atmosphere. Do you like it here? He pulled out her chair like a perfect gentleman. Euro nodded. It was indeed the kind of stylish place she loved. Yet she remembered that the old Chen Xi never really cared for such places. He always said Western food had too many rules and never filled you up. Street-side spicy hot pot was much more satisfying. When did you start liking Western food? She couldn't help asking. People change. Chen Xi chuckled, sliding the menu over to her. The past is the past. Now I just want to give you the best of everything. His sweet nothings had become increasingly fluent and natural. Euro's heart felt like it was soaking in a honey jar, sweet to the point of cloying. Yet at the same time, that faint sense of dissonance pricked at her heart like a tiny thorn. She recalled the Chen Xi who had stared blankly at her during the movie. It was a look mixed with pain, struggle, and love. Through him, Euro seemed to see a different Chen Xi, one unlike the man before her now. But that feeling lasted only a moment. Oh, by the way, Euro remembered, didn't you say earlier that after the movie you had something important to tell me? What was it? Chen Xi's hand cutting his steak paused. He looked up, offering an apologetic smile. Oh, that. A small hiccup came up. It's not the right time to tell you yet. What's the big secret? Euro pouted, complaining with slight dissatisfaction. Because it's something incredibly important. Chen Xi looked at her with unprecedented seriousness. So I must prepare everything flawlessly. I promise when the time is right I'll tell you loud and clear. I'm fine, I'll take your word for it. Seeing how serious he was, Euro didn't press further. She looked down, taking small bites of her steak, her mind wandering. Something important. What could it be? Could it be? As she thought, her cheeks flushed crimson. The meal ended in a seemingly romantic atmosphere. Walking home with Chen Xi, Euro gazed at the night scenery, still feeling a knot of unease in her heart. She stole a glance at Chen Xi's profile. Still so handsome, still the face she had loved for so long. Yet for some reason, an indescribable feeling lingered in Euro's heart. The next day, Cuckoo awoke to a splitting headache. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the resort room's curtains, stinging his eyes. He sat up, finding himself lying on the floor, still wearing yesterday's clothes. The scorching sensation within his body had subsided considerably, yet the bone-deep weariness and weakness clung to him, refusing to fade. Everything that had happened last night replayed in his mind like a grotesque nightmare. The blood-soaked tissue, the nausea of swallowing something foreign, the fear and helplessness as his body burned. He lowered his gaze to his own hands. They were still Keke's hands, delicate, fair, and small. Nothing had changed. Cuckoo sighed, resigned, and rose to head for the bathroom. He had lost, this time thoroughly defeated. The path of severing the bloodline had been completely sealed off by Chen Xi. Moreover, Cuckoo had been forced to swallow that unknown vile thing under threat to Yuro. Heaven knows what punishment awaits when he returns. The mere thought made Keke's head throb with pain. Sigh. Cuckoo let out a helpless sigh, spitting out the mouthwash. Today was the day to return. At the resort entrance, clusters of students chattered noisily. Cuckoo quietly slipped to the back of his class line, finding a corner to stand in, trying to minimize his presence. All he wanted now was to quietly endure this final half-day, then go home, to face that demon who would surely devise new tortures. Students, is everyone here? Time to board the bus. The homeroom teacher shouted through a megaphone at the front. Cuckoo stared at his shoes, his mind still blank. Just then a bespectacled, refined-looking female teacher rushed over to him anxiously. Hello, Cuckoo. Cuckoo looked up, puzzled. Teacher, is something the matter? Well, the teacher adjusted her glasses, her voice filled with anxiety. Have you seen Lin Yusin these past 2 days? Yusin? Cuckoo froze. What happened to her? She's missing. What a... Keke's eyes shot wide open. Missing it? Since when? Well, the teacher's gaze wavered, hesitating. During roll call this morning, she wasn't there. Her roommates said they haven't seen her since yesterday. Yesterday? Keke's brows knitted tightly. He glared at his homeroom teacher, demanding, don't you take roll call at every assembly? Why didn't anyone notice she was missing yesterday? Well, the teacher's face showed clear embarrassment and guilt. You know, Lin Yusin usually doesn't participate in group activities much, and she's rather introverted, so they just overlooked her. So she was simply treated as if she didn't exist. Cuckoo sneered inwardly. An orphan, a girl isolated and bullied at school. The teachers couldn't be bothered, her classmates couldn't care less. Even if she was gone for a day, no one would notice. What a pathetic and laughable reality. An uncontrollable fury surged from the depths of Keke's heart. Teacher. The homeroom teacher, sensing the tension, quickly intervened. Now's not the time for guilt. We should split up and search. It's the mountains. We can't let anything happen. Right. Finding her is the priority. The female teacher, relieved, grabbed the megaphone and began organizing the students. Cuckoo, watching her sanctimonious act, trembled with rage. Guilt my ass. He wanted to scream at this irresponsible teacher, but he held back, unwilling to waste another word on such an incompetent figure. Finding Lin Yusin was what truly mattered. He shoved past the people blocking his way and sprinted toward the woods behind the resort. Hey, Cuckoo, where are you going? Teacher Lee called after him. Cuckoo didn't look back, but kept running through the resort's streets and alleys. In the mountain forest, the trees were lush and dense, blocking out the sky and sun. Cuckoo stumbled along the rugged mountain path, running with uneven steps. He had searched every possible place near the resort and asked everyone he could. Yet no one had seen Lin Yusin. She had vanished without a trace, as if she had evaporated into thin air. Keke's heart sank little by little. A girl, especially one who had run off in such an unstable emotional state. If something happened to her, he dared not think further and could only keep running. The sky gradually darkened and the mountain wind grew colder. Cuckoo leaned against a large tree, panting heavily. His already frail body, combined with the ordeal of the previous night, was nearing its limit. His head was dizzy and groggy. If he kept running, he would probably collapse by the roadside. He pulled out his phone to check the time, only to find a new email. It was an anonymous email. Frowning, he opened it. The email contained no text, only a video and a location. The background of the photo seemed to be in this same mountain forest. A girl in a school uniform was crouching under a large tree. Her hair was disheveled and her face and hands were covered in fresh bloody cuts from a blade. It was Lin Yusin. Keke's heart clenched sharply. He immediately replied to the email, who are you? Please calm her down first. But there was no further response. Damn it. Cuckoo cursed under his breath, shoved the phone back into his pocket, and sprinted toward the address in the email. He could roughly guess who sent the email. Most likely it was someone who had discovered her, but didn't want to take responsibility. After all, Lin Yusin was an orphan living alone. For such students, the school's attitude was always to avoid trouble if possible. Rather than stepping forward to comfort her, risking failure and escalation that would bring blame, it was easier to pretend not to see. Even if something happened to Lin Yusin, even if she died, it would be simpler for the school to suppress the news. The reason they sent the photo and address to him was probably a flicker of conscience, wanting to pass this hot potato, this responsibility of comfort onto him, her only friend. Thinking of this, Cuckoo ground his teeth in anger. But now was not the time for such thoughts. Saving her was the priority. He suppressed the rage in his heart and quickened his pace. Following the location, he ran all the way until he finally found the large tree from the photo in a remote part of the dense forest. Under the tree, the frail figure was still crouching. In her hand, she held a blade cutting into her arm again and again. Her lips moved, muttering something incessantly. Keke slowly approached, and when he made out what Lin Yusin was saying, a suffocating sensation washed over him. Lin Yusin was murmuring Keke's name. Keke. Why don't you like me? Is it because I'm not good enough? Because I'm too dirty? It's all this Boda's fault. Why did I have to want to? I'm sorry. Her voice was filled with despair and self-blame. Self-harm. Again self-harm. Looking at her, Keke seemed to see again the Keke who had torn open the wound on her wrist with her nails in the police station. A sharp pain throbbed in his head. What should he do? Now what should he do? With the experience of Keke's precedent, he knew he couldn't just rush over. For someone already trapped in paranoia and despair, simple comfort and sympathy, though possibly helpful, carried great side effects. If he wasn't careful, she might cling to him as her only lifeline, developing a morbid dependency. It might even turn her into someone like the current Keke. He could not with his own hands create a second tragedy. But, seeing her harming herself like that, how could he stand by and do nothing? Each cut on her arm seemed to slice into his own heart. What should he do? Should he turn away and leave this trouble to those irresponsible teachers? Or, Keke's heart was caught in an unprecedented struggle. Watching Lin Yusin's frail, trembling back, he let out a long sigh at last. He stood up and slowly stepped out from behind the tree. Hearing footsteps, Lin Yusin spun around abruptly. When she saw that it was Keke, a glimmer of light flickered in her dim, lifeless eyes. But that light quickly faded again. Instinctively, she hid her blood-stained hand behind her back. Keke. Yusin, stop it. Keke stepped forward slowly, stopping a few paces away, and spoke as gently as possible. There's no need to hurt yourself. Lin Yusin shook her head, her voice choked with tears. Since you've already rejected me, and since even if I wanted to go back to being friends, we can't. She lifted her head, her face streaked with tears and wounds filled with sorrow. Why did it come to this? At first all I wanted was to quietly stay by Keke's side. She seemed to fall into a state of obsessive muttering. Yusin. Keke stepped forward, trying to seize the blade from her hand. Don't touch me. Lin Yusin flung his hand away violently. Don't touch this body, it's all its fault. It's all this Boda's fault. It keeps thinking about doing those things to Keke. It's a bad thing. So, it needs to be punished properly. As she spoke, the blade slashed across her arm again. Watching her nearly frenzied state, Keke felt his heart race with alarm. Lin Yusin's thoughts had completely spiraled into a dead end. She blamed all the problems on her own body, believing that its desires had tainted her pure feelings for Keke. Yusin, calm down. Suppressing his shock, Keke tried to soothe her. We can still be friends in the future. Friends. Lin Yusin looked up at him as if she had heard a joke, her eyes brimming with tears. Suddenly she pressed the blade against her own pale neck. I don't believe you. Unless you tell me why you can't be with me. Just say it, and he'll change anything. He'll do anything for you. I can even. Her words were incoherent, filled with desperate obsession, as if she would slit her throat without hesitation if Keke failed to give her a satisfactory answer. Keke looked at her and fell silent. A reason? What reason could he give? That he was actually a man. That he already had someone he loved. What should he do? What on earth should he do? Keke glanced at his current predicament, then at the girl whose emotions had completely spiraled out of control. A bold, almost insane idea surfaced in his mind. Perhaps he could tell her the truth. Let her know that he wasn't the real Keke. That way her obsession with Keke might vanish. And if he could make her believe, he might even turn her into an ally. With no other path left, having an ally could lead to an unexpected way out. Yusin. He took a deep breath, looked into her eyes, and spoke clearly, word by word. Listen carefully. The reason I can't be with you is, I am not the real Keke. I am Chen Xi, Keke's Chen Xi. When he uttered these words as Keke, it felt as though a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders, yet his heart was filled with trepidation. He had no idea if Lin Yusin would believe him. The wind in the grove gently rustled past, stirring a few fallen leaves. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. Lin Yusin stared at him, dazed, her bloodshot eyes brimming with disbelief. You? What did you say? Her voice trembled faintly from shock. You must be joking, right? Lin Yusin shook her head, her expression one of utter incredulity. I'm not lying. We swapped bodies using that powder from before, Keke said earnestly. Lin Yusin gazed at Keke's sincere face, devoid of any hint of deception. Her mind was a chaotic mess. So the Keke I know was never really Keke, but Chen Xi. That excuse was too absurd, wasn't it? I tested that powder on animals downstairs, and it only lasts 6 hours at most. But she recalled the first time she met Keke, his calmness and strength so at odds with his youthful appearance. She remembered how in that alley he had used that frail body to take down the blonde with such swift decisiveness. She remembered the way he looked at her, his eyes always carrying that protective brotherly gaze. And the blonde in her gang, when they bullied her, had often complained in private that Keke had become a completely different person after returning from his leave of absence. Could it be? Could it all be true? You? Why did you swap bodies? Lin Yusin's voice had lost its earlier agitation and frenzy replaced by intense curiosity and confusion. Well, Keke fell silent. He longed to tell her the truth, that it was Keke who had forced him. But seeing Lin Yusin's current state of mind, he dared not. If he told her the truth, given her obsessive disposition, she might do something to harm Keke. Though Keke was detestable, she was still Keke. Besides, if Lin Yusin discovered the current state between him and Keke, and if she got any crooked ideas swapping bodies with Chun, she would be disastrous. That would be Keke too. Zero, wouldn't it? No, he couldn't tell the truth. Because I wanted to experience what it's like to be a girl. He scratched his head, forcing a strained smile. And Keke wanted to experience life as a boy. So we agreed to swap. Though the reason sounded far-fetched, at least it wouldn't stir Lin Yusin's hatred. So, that's how it is. Lin Yusin murmured, seemingly accepting the explanation. She lowered her head, silent for a moment, then looked up again with an expression Keke couldn't quite decipher. Then, what does that have to do with you rejecting me? Huh? Keke was taken aback by her question. Lin Yusin stared straight at him with her tear-filled eyes. Since your soul is a boy and I inside and out am a girl. Then why? Do you still not like me? Cuckoo was utterly stunned. He had imagined countless ways Lin Yuer might react, but he never expected her to say such a thing. Indeed, if his soul was male, what was wrong with her, a girl liking him? All his previous assumptions were based on the idea that Lin Yuer loved Ku meaning a lesbian relationship. But now every reason he used to reject her seemed feeble and powerless. He opened his mouth, but found himself unable to utter a single word. Seeing him at a loss for words, Lin Yuer forced a smile that was uglier than tears. I understand. Her voice was very, very soft. It's not that you don't want to, you just despise me, despise the soul of Lin Yuer. No, that's not it. Cuckoo hurriedly denied. Then why won't you agree? Lin Yuer's emotions flared up again. Or do you actually prefer men? Is that why you want to be a girl? To do that kind of thing with men? Uffed. Cuckoo nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. What nonsense are you talking about? He quickly denied, his face turning red. How could I ever be willing to be with a man? He stopped mid-sentence. An uncontrollable thought surged from the depths of his heart. He truly didn't want to do that with a man. But if it were brother Chen Xi? Ba. Kuke's body trembled violently and goosebumps spread all over his skin. He shook his head fiercely, trying to shake off that terrifying thought. What's wrong with me? How could I have such an idea? That thing I ate last night. It must be the culprit. See, you hesitated. Watching Kuke's changing expression and uncertainty, Lin Yuer seemed to misunderstand something. A sickly fanatical smile appeared on her face. It's okay, I understand all your thoughts. You. What do you understand? Kuke felt his tongue nearly tied his mind in utter chaos. It's okay if you don't like girls, she said. I can do anything for you. Lin Yuer's voice became soft and gentle like the whispers of a demon, tempting someone to fall. If you like boys, I can change bodies and love you in the body of the boy you like. If you still like girls, but just dislike my appearance, that's fine too. Just tell me what you like, and I'll find it. Even. She paused, a glint in her eyes that sent chills down Kuke's spine. Even if what you like most is brother Chen Xi's body, I can help you swap it. As long as I can be with you, I can become anyone. As she spoke, she took out a packet of pink powder from her pocket, just like the one before. Kuke's eyes widened instantly. You. How did you buy this? He exclaimed. This powder was very expensive on that website, which was why Kuke, short on money, hadn't asked Lin Yuer to buy a second pack for research. This. Lin Yuer looked at the powder in her hand, a shy smile spreading across her face, as if it were not some bizarre tool, but a token of love for her beloved. With determination, one can always find a way. And she looked up, gazing at Kuku with infatuation. This little money is nothing compared to our happy life together. Seeing her mad devotion, willing to do anything for him, a chill ran down Kuke's spine. Holding the packet of powder, Lin Yuer approached him step by step. Come, Kuku, tell me your answer now. Who do you want me to? Keke stared at the packet of white powder so close at hand, then at Lin Yusin's, eyes brimming with anticipation and obsession, and found himself utterly speechless. He felt as though he once again stood at that crossroads of fate. It was exactly the same predicament as when Keke had forced him to swap bodies. There was no retreat. Why did these things always happen to him? Keke's silence seemed to be misinterpreted by Lin Yusin. The smile on her face gradually faded. The fervent light in her eyes slowly gave way to a desolate sorrow. You're still hesitating, aren't you? Her voice trembled slightly. Do you even hate my soul too? You think someone like me doesn't deserve to like you, right? No, that's not what I meant. Keke hurriedly tried to explain, but it was too late. Lin Yusin slowly withdrew the hand, offering the powder. Then she bent down and picked up the blade from the ground. This time, she didn't aim the stone at her neck, but pressed it directly against her face. Since you even hate my soul, then this face, this body, this soul, none of it needs to exist anymore. She began to press the stone with force. The sharp blade had already pierced her delicate skin, drawing blood. Stop! Keke's mind buzzed, and without a second thought he shouted at her. He couldn't let her hurt herself anymore. He looked at Lin Yusin's bleeding cheek, his heart clenched as if in a vice. A thought screamed wildly in his mind, calm her down. Whatever it takes, he had to calm her down first. Keke took a deep breath and called out, I like you, Lin Yusin. Lin Yusin's movements abruptly halted. She looked up at Keke in disbelief. The reason I didn't agree is because I have my own reasons. Yet Lin Yusin just shook her head, tears streaming down like broken pearls. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. How could someone like me ever be liked by anyone? You're so good, so amazing. There must be someone better who likes you. You must be lying to me. You'll leave me in the end. Her logic was completely shattered. Inferiority and obsession trapped her like two vast nets. Keke knew seeing her like this that any verbal explanation was futile. Lin Yusin was beyond hearing anything now. He took a deep breath, silently apologizing to Keke and Yuro in his heart. Then he suddenly stepped forward. Under Lin Yusin's shocked gaze, he grabbed her shoulders. Standing on tiptoe, he pressed his lips directly against her trembling ones. Meanwhile, in another city, Chen Xi, who was leisurely watching TV at home, and Yuro, who was reviewing her lessons in the library, both sneezed at the same time. Achoo. What's wrong? Caught a cold? Asked the classmate beside Yuro with concern. Or is your boyfriend thinking of you? No, of course not. Yuro rubbed her nose and looked out the window with a puzzled expression. Lin Yusin's body stiffened abruptly the moment Keke kissed her. Her eyes widened in disbelief at the face so close to hers, a face that belonged to Keke. Time seemed to stretch infinitely in that moment. In the forest, only the rustling leaves and their chaotic heartbeats echoed in the air. She could clearly feel the warmth of Keke's lips and the clumsy yet sincere touch. Her body, drained of all strength, collapsed limply to the ground. The next second, she could no longer hold back and burst into loud sobs. Keke, watching her, felt a turmoil of emotions. He knew that his kiss had momentarily pulled her back from the brink of collapse. Yet it also made their relationship more complicated and troublesome. He sighed, walked over to her, and crouched down. From his backpack, he retrieved the bandages and disinfectant he always carried during travels. He took Lin Yusin's still bleeding arm and her scratched cheek, dipped a cotton swab in disinfectant, and carefully cleaned her wounds. The sting of the disinfectant made her shudder slightly, but she didn't resist allowing Keke to tend to her. Really, you shouldn't have scratched your cheek. It's good we can treat it now, but if delayed it would leave a scar, Keke grumbled as he worked, chiding her for not cherishing her body. Her sobs gradually faded into intermittent sniffles. What you said earlier. Lin Yusin looked up, her eyes swollen and red like a rabbit's as she timidly gazed at him. Is it true? Her voice trembled with uncertainty. Keke's movements halted. He looked into her eyes, filled with hope and anticipation, and felt a pang in his heart. Although he knew it would be better to continue the lie, he didn't want to deceive Lin Yusin anymore. Seeing his silence, the light in her eyes gradually dimmed. She gave a bitter smile. I knew it. I'm sorry, Keke whispered. Don't say it. She interrupted, reaching out to gently touch his lips, her gaze suddenly becoming resolute. I know you did it to save me. But that kiss was sincere. That's enough. Keke's heart trembled. I'm sorry, he said, averting his eyes as he continued bandaging her wounds. I took your first kiss. It's okay. Lin Yusin shook her head, a relieved smile even appearing on her face. I'm the one who should apologize. She looked at the gruesome wounds on her arms, a flicker of fear in her eyes. I was too crazy earlier. I almost did something stupid. Thank you, brother Chen Xi. No matter what you think of me or whether you'll ever love me, she said, looking at him intently, enunciating each word with utmost seriousness. I will continue to like you. No, it's not about liking Keke. It's about liking the gentle soul named Chen Xi inside Keke's body. But I actually have. It's fine. Since I'm not your wife, my affection is still allowed. Keke looked into her clear and determined eyes and found himself at a loss for words. Helplessly, he reached out and tousled her hair. This silly girl. By the way, Keke remembered something and pointed at the packet of powder on the ground. Can you transfer that powder to me? He'll pay you later. Here, take it. What's mine is yours. Without a second thought, Lin Yusin picked up the packet and pressed it into his hand. Although I don't know what unspeakable secret you have that prevents you from accepting me, she said. But if there's anything I can help with, just ask. He'll do my best to assist you. Keke nodded firmly. If I need anything, I'll contact you. This ally, Lin Yusin, though dangerous, might indeed prove useful in the future.